degree accuracy it is, and they don't they don't claim that they've found it unless they've gotten that accuracy. So but they never say proof, because it's proofs.
Where does that leave anybody?
Proofs only, like the word proof doesn't make sense unless you're talking about. I don't even know what you're still talking. I don't know if I'm saying something. I have no idea what's going on because you're talking. Every time I say a word, you're just talking, whoever that is.
That was Demok, but were you finished?
Yes, it's Graham. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Oh, might have been Graham a little bit.
I was talking to my wife. My bad.
No, Kosho, I was just excited to respond to something, but
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I couldn't tell who it was. If it was 3 people or whatever. So.
You're fine, dude. Did you want to finish?
I was going to ask about gold and other elements and stuff that we know that they are what they are. How did we figure that out? I mean, how are they that? Are they not that now? Because science doesn't prove that? Science doesn't prove hydrogen is hydrogen, or water is water, or air is air, or helium is helium anymore now, all of a sudden?
And that's what I was saying. That proofs only exist in, like that person said, in math or science. I mean, that doesn't even make sense outside of that realm, because you can only prove something if
math and logic.
It logically follows. It doesn't make sense that you've in law, I guess you could have some kind of thing called proof, but even that I feel is.
What I was going to say to that, Kosho, yeah, like I was just going to blurt out because I just thought of that song, the Paul Simon song, it's called, when it's like, proof is the bottom line for everyone, that lyric. Proof is the bottom line for everyone. Yeah, it's a good one. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't know this whole thing that there's no proof. I'm not into any of that, dude. I think there's definitely proof to prove things that are true. There always is. That's what proof is. It's like I said, it's the clear indication of the truth of something.
It's just literally the way it's their definition. So like you're thinking proof as they define evidence, literally is it's just 2 different ways to describe something. But like the way that they are talking about proof, they say it is final and it's binary, and that's not existent in science, basically.
I have no problem with saying the word proof, by the way. Like, even in these discussions, I have no problem. Like, I'll provide evidence, and I've proved, not to start an argument, I've proved that the Earth is a globe. I have no problem with that. The problem arises when flat earthers say, that's not what science says, or whatever. Then we have to be back into this pedantic corner where we say, okay, literally, it's not a proof, blah, blah, blah. But colloquially, if we're just shooting the shit, yeah, I have no problem with that word. I would never call you out on if you said you've proven the flat earth. I would never call you out on the word. It's fine. It's just these corners that we get backed into where we have to be pedantic.
Well, I don't think you really have to do anything personally, but if you want to, I guess you could. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all individuals coming to our own conclusions. There is apparently people that say they're an authority, but other than that, we're in reality, in my viewpoint, we're all individuals. So, like, one doesn't really have to prove anything to anyone else either, like ultimately. And I think ultimately people come to their own conclusions as it is, but it doesn't mean that we can't offer truth or knowledge or something that could help, someone else. But it just sounded like from the energy of where you were coming from, it sounds like you were like tense as if, around it rather than just having it be what it is within yourself.
No, I understand that. It's just when it comes to these debates, it's a lot of logical fallacies come out. A lot of logic is introduced to it. So if we're gonna speak in those contexts, then it would be important to be pedantic. But like I said, if we're shooting the shit, and even if we're debating Earth shape or whatever it is, I have no problem with that word. It's just if I use that word and then someone kind of reams me for it, then it's like, all right, guess we have to do this dog and pony show then.
Yeah, because they it seems like the scientific community is actually muddying the water when it comes to terms. Now it seems like it's sort of a a release of just ambiguous terms to define certain aspects of reality. There's, the Michio Kaku scientific method that no one uses now, basically. So where do you draw the line between using scientific method and what do you call it now? And I know that's just one guy talking, in one clip, one little soundbite, but it seems like that's the trend now. When what I call a priest gets up and says something, then the hive mind of the ballers just kind of cling onto it, and sometimes they would agree and disagree. So it is a little bit of and it's a bit of a burden, basically, in talking about what proves or what, And,
Yeah, I wouldn't attribute that to a priesthood at all. It's a number of methodologies, a number of adventures to the truth, a number of discussions in which there are many disagreements. That sounds like scientifically open-minded people trying to come to a conclusion, despite having different adventures that led them to a particular thing.
No, it just sounds like one guy taking hold of everything that science supposedly has proven with the scientific method and just distorting that just to come out with some sort of cause that he wants to somehow throw out there to say that, oh, well, since we're doing all this scientific stuff now, it doesn't work. So yeah, let's just sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but one person doesn't run. One person doesn't run science, though. That's the thing, is that it's a conglomerate of all the people's peer reviewing each other. The baseline to this peer review process is to prove others wrong.
No,
it's not to validate each other. It's not to validate each other and suck each other's dicks or anything. It's I want to prove you wrong because I want to be that person to perhaps make a discovery. So the less that you prove or the less that you validate is the more opportunity I have. That's the baseline of it. But there is still truth when you're peer reviewing.
The peer review should never end. How the fuck can the peer review end for 5 guys or 10 guys in a room for only their knowledge of that group of people? That is ignorant and ridiculous. It's redundant. The peer review should never ever end for anything.
You're right. It doesn't. You're right. You're describing.
Yeah, right.
You're describing.
I don't think it does.
Yeah, you're describing how it does occur, which is great. Yeah, I agree with you. That's how it happens. Yeah.
No. Every little kid that goes to school every day should then change the new peer review every time with every new scientific understanding or demonstration or figuring out of a new thing. It should automatically change every day. You shouldn't have to go to a group.
The opportunity is always open for everything, dude.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all,
yeah,
man. No, I don't
Isaac,
think so.
Get on right
what, 350 years ago, and then
you could find you could peer review a paper right now, Demok. Go for it. Peer review one. Submit it.
Listen, man, unless the right people lobby behind me, it would be pointless.
I would say that, yeah, BioDual, the peer review system is just beyond corrupt. Oh, sorry, there's a video playing. Yeah, it's just beyond corrupt. So I don't think that is going to, that's not going to be a reliable system. It never was, and it's even more corrupt now than it was at its launch.
If I may cut in,
you're a professional.
Extremely reliable system, and it has been for hundreds of years. Like Bio just said, you yourself, there are online archives of pre-printed journal papers, scientific papers, that are in the peer review process that I and others and colleagues of mine, we are not officially peer reviewers on a given paper that we read on the archive, but we have in the past emailed the authors of these papers and asked questions about and asked them to, elaborate on some of these, some points in these papers as part of the peer review process. That's open to anyone in the world. You can do this yourself if you feel so inclined.
Okay, now when not one part of any of those papers can be backed by anybody or demonstrated in any way, shape, or form, what
What do you
are
mean?
you here?
What
Well, the thing is,
what do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, Chronic, like any good deception, they're going to have a surface level of it, sort of like, the greeter. It's like they're greeting, so they have to have some realness to it in terms of what you're talking about, like that you can read it, you can make comments on it, whatnot. But there's a lot of deep politics and corruption that goes on in terms of what they accept, what they reject, what they finance, what they put at the forefront, what they use to finance more projects and to get more money for, to get grants for. There's all of those layers and levels at the higher sort of executive levels of what's actually going on.
Where is the evidence for this, though? Where's any legitimate evidence for this?
This is where they control these systems, is at those higher levels.
Where are the labs that?
Yet there's zero evidence, though.
Hold on a second. Where are the labs?
But you don't understand. You don't understand. You do this and participate, and no one else here does. But they can make claims, baseless claims about it. You don't understand, Chronic. It's all bullshit. You don't understand.
What would be
I'm being told how it works.
Not a peer reviewer. Now everyone isn't a scientist or doesn't have the ability for their idea of what's happening in reality.
Demok, did you listen to what I said?
Did you listen to any little kid that will tell you what happens in reality and could bring it to you and you could watch them, show you?
You can contact the authors of these journal papers that are in preprint. They're in preprint status. They're not published yet, or they're not accepted or published in scientific journals yet. They're in the preprint status. You can directly contact them. As part of the peer review process, you can contact them. You can ask them to elaborate on their results. You can ask, as part of the open and public peer review process, you can demand any sort of things, any additional pieces of information you want from their
Hold on, Demok. Okay, Chronic, if you're finished. I know he was kind of responding to you, but I know Howard wanted to get in, so go ahead, Howard.
Yeah, I think what would be kind of cool, and if I had the time, and I don't, but it would be cool to go through these papers, pick one out that is doable, and repeat their experiment and try to disprove it or confirm it, and that would be a fun project.
Great idea.
That would be a great exercise. Awesome. Yep.
And who is it? Was it Rams before who was asking about why the stars don't move? Because here's your PhD scientist who does this peer review thing in Chronic right here, who can answer those questions for you. You can challenge his scientific rigor.
I'm happy to talk about stellar proper motion any day of the week. But
I got it right. I said proper motion.
Yeah, you did. My particular field of science, a vast majority of the papers before publication, so they're in the midst of the peer review process, are uploaded to this site. I'm not sure, why is it not hyperlinked? It's www.archive.org. With an X, arxiv.org. Overwhelming majority, like 90% or more of the papers in astrophysics get put on this archive, and dozens of times in the past, I have done it. My colleagues, peers have done it. You can read a paper, and if you have any questions or concerns or suspicions or need further elaboration or anything, there's contact information for the authors that you can email, that I've emailed in the past and asked additional information on as part of the open and transparent peer review process. That's not corrupt in any way, that's never shown any evidence of being corrupt in any way in human history. Anyway, it's archive.org, with an X. Now it is managed and operated. This archive system, this online archive system, is managed and operated by Cornell University. So naturally, of course, as conspiracy theorists, Cornell is run by the Jesuit priest cabal, running the whole, New World Order system. So it's all, it's all corrupt at the end of the day. We can all go to bed. We can all go to sleep with a sound, conscious mind.
You say you an astrophysicist. You say you know something about the stars. If we're moving so
Why?
fast, if you're moving so fast, why is it the stars don't change every year?
Why?
Real talk.
Why do you have this weird persona right now?
You don't know who I am, man. Tell me what's going on.
Go show, dude. You saw that. You know what you sound like is oh my god, that is funny, dude. You actually that was a okay. Who were you trying to be? Let me ask you that first.
There's somebody
Do not call him Robert Downey Jr. right now, bro.
No, he
all
sounds
right.
like a flat earther. I can't put my finger on it though.
My
A little bit
microphone was
like
turned down.
Matrix, a little bit Matrix J, but there was somebody who went in and trolled the 24/7 room who was talking like that for a while.
You know what's funny? As I was going for Matrix, kind of.
No, you weren't.
Oh, dude.
I said only kind of. I was just like, he was like my inspiration. But real talk. What's going on with that, Chronic?
Yeah, we
We're going
talked
super
about this so
fast,
many
right?
times.
Yeah, but we're going fast as fuck.
Yeah, but what the majority of people don't realize is the distances matter. The distances matter more than the speed that you're going. Generally speaking.
Yeah, man. I don't know
Just
if
like
I'm buying that.
if you're just like if you're driving 100 miles an hour past a road sign that's 4 feet from your car is going to move much faster. It's going to appear to move much faster from your point of view than that apple tree that's 4 miles, that's 4 miles away in some cornfield that you're driving by, you know?
Listen, man. I'm not asking you about parallax, sir. Even though I kind of am. What I'm asking you.
Oh, it's
This is
the
what
same
somebody
concept.
told me.
Same
This
concept.
is what I heard. I heard somebody say this bullshit the other day. Okay. They were saying that galaxy is like a race car track. Okay. And they were saying like a NASCAR track. And that the cars on the NASCAR track are like the stars in the galaxy. And that the solar system was like a crankshaft. Okay. Like a crankshaft in a car. And the crankshaft goes.
I don't know car
Yeah.
mechanics, man. You're getting to. I know what a
Well,
racetrack
I'm telling
is.
you how it works, sir.
Okay.
Your crankshaft, your RPMs, right? That's your crankshaft turning around. So if you're going thousands of RPMs, that means that your crankshaft is going thousands of times around every minute. So if that's a solar system, this is what this fucking idiot said. He said if that's a solar system, then that crankshaft going around one time, that's like a fraction of a minute. It's like a fraction of a second. And the other cars on the NASCAR track, even though you're all going around a track at different speeds, one go around the crankshaft, those other cars are not going to look very different than they did, one go around the crankshaft ago. And he said it just as stupid as I did, because it was me who said it.
Okay.
But
that was just
mind-numbingly
hard to listen to. But.
Dude, it makes perfect sense, dude.
It
More
does.
than what you said. You just said you
suppose,
said
but
like hey, they don't understand speeds. It's relative speeds or something like that.
Distances matter, but sure. I guess I get your crankshaft thing. Sure.
I had to make an animation or something.
I mean, I get it.
I mean, in my head, it makes sense, dude. And in reality, that's exactly what's going on. When you go around the solar system one time,
yeah.
Things
you're already well aware of this. You've already, you're well aware of this. You've seen the proper motion of Barnard star and a bunch of other very high proper motion stars. No, it's Barnard.
Yeah, no, they should just pronounce it Bernard, but
well, he wasn't American, but
did he sometimes bring lost skiers a little barrel of rum?
Yeah. And the sun and the moon and the stars and the wind are your crankshafts. Fine.
Oh, the crankshaft is supposed to be a representation of the solar system and the Earth's orbit around the sun, which also represents a year. So 1 year, one go around the solar system, you're noticing the stars are basically in the same place, Well, that's
It only
because
represents the sun, Cocho.
one go around the solar system is a 1/2 millionth, times smaller than the entire
Yeah,
orbit around the galaxy.
hold on. One go around the top of the surface. You don't have to go around anything. You're just going over the surface like a clock. Cool rotation. Sure. No orbit, just rotation. A circle rotation above your
Do
head.
you ever tell your colleagues that you come in here?
Never.
Chronic, so do you think that well, okay, I guess I was still thinking about the peer review thing because I stepped away for a little bit. But,
Yeah, sure.
But I didn't want to interrupt if they were talking about something about rotation, but
no, go ahead.
So is it something I mean, one thing I will mention, like this platform, I mean, yeah, there's lots of like people that heated and used to debates, but I mean, it doesn't always have to be that, like we can also just have a discussion. Like I share my perspective, you share yours. So in terms of my perspective on what the peer review system is, doesn't it could be different than yours in that sense.
Of course, yeah, of course.
But like in your viewpoint, like, do you think there's any corruption in it, or do you think it's 100% pure, or like where do you stand on that?
I'm not going to say 100%. I don't deal in 100% certainties with anything in life. But
well, I mean, if it was doing what it claims to be doing, then it should be 100% pure. I mean, if you're saying it's a solid system, it should be pretty buttoned up. Like, yeah, you might expect for maybe a 3 to 5% range of a little bit of something going on. But I mean, if it's in any way a good enough system to claim to be, coming to the best of the truth of science, I mean, that's a tall order.
Well, yeah, but there's levels here that you need. There's like, levels you might want to consider. You can't. Okay, I'm 100% certain there's no massive global scale corruption that is hindering all of the real truth seeking science from being published about the flat Earth and the the dome that encompasses us and all that stuff. That stuff definitely not happening on a very, very, very small scale. Maybe from time to time there might be
I know of one small scale one.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
My brother was doing a paper on something, and he was working for a satellite campus of Harvard, and he handed it off for an internal peer review before the external one. And he was like chasing this scientist down the hallway, being like, "Hey, man, can you give me back my paper?" And then what turned up on his desk for internal peer review was his paper with that guy's name on it.
Wow. Yeah.
And the
So
guy just stolen his paper.
Yeah. So on a very small scale like that, like one science group scooping a paper from another science group, like what Eggshell has just described, or small things like this, like a collaborator in a member of one group who shares information with some other group he's also collaborating with, and then that group ends up stealing the idea or scooping the paper, stuff like this. That's not on a massive global scale that's impeding the overall march forward of scientific progress or anything.
Well, from my perspective, it's all about control. People that want to control things. So it's sort of like they want their hands in everything, is how I see it. They want their influence. And so at some of those more like, it's sort of like with the voting machines, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you and I might go and vote and we're like, yeah, these things are all being counted, but in reality, what's really going on,
Yes, but it's so
instances. Sorry, hasn't there been instances of pharmaceutical company executives openly saying that if they were to have a one-shot cure for cancer, that would be bad for business, and so there would be
that's a different
no
completely different realm. Very different realm that I don't have much experience or knowledge of.
But these are the private companies that are doing the leading edge research, right?
Yeah, you're talking about something very, very different than nonprofit science, tech, engineering, and mathematics fields and scientific journals. for-profit medicine industry is very, very different. But sure.
Chronic, you say, bro.
I don't, Don. I don't.
Time crystals, motherfucker.
It was not time crystals. You lost the prediction, by the way.
What was it? What was it?
Damn.
It was what was it?
I was thinking astrophysics.
It was not astrophysics. It was it was two scientists for quantifying the variability in Earth's climate and reliably predicting global warming. So
yeah, we're talking about this
two scientists
earlier.
two scientists shared the prize for that, half of the prize, and then the other half went to this guy who does primarily quantum atomic physics. So whoever predicted atomic or molecular would be partially correct. Yeah.
They said that both of them, it was the way the Nobel Prize framed it was that they were both related to climate change. But when I was looking into it, yeah, they were more it was more focused around complex systems, and making predictions through them. In which one of the examples was the climate, which is very unpredictable, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, because two things is we were talking about this earlier. Somebody brought this up earlier, and I was curious if because Zanuck and some other people that were anti climate change stuff, they were basically saying that this was a biased propaganda sort of win. Yeah, but in my opinion, I was looking into it and I saw that actually is a pretty big deal. The whole complex systems analysis. And so the other thing was you brought this up the other day. You were gonna bring something up about the Nobel Prize winner. So is there something?
No, you missed it yesterday. No, yesterday night before the announcement, I just took predictions on what people thought it would be. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all. Don, did you have something?
Well, so it's cool that we see that the weather thing is stupid. No, I'm just kidding. But what was the other thing with the atomic thing? What's this system y'all talking about?
It's a guy who basically he started off by modeling chaos, like basically like I don't know, chaotic interactions between subatomic particles. But then as he progressed in his, which is all, so this general field is sometimes known as what's the word? Kosho just said it. I'm blank. Understanding. So yeah, like understanding complex systems. Yeah, understanding complex systems, which is kind of like a, it's kind of like a what's like a all encompassing word that's not very specific at all, in my opinion.
Yeah, like it's just a statistical analysis, but I mean, you're right. It is kind of all encompassing, but things like the climate is one of the most difficult things to predict.
Yes.
The only thing that's ever been used to predict it is past, like it's ever since the onset in the 1800s. It's just past data, and then.
Well, yeah, I love the concept of like chaos mathematics and chaos in general, and like fractal chaos, and how that actually is a divine order. That's one of my favorite things about chaos mathematics and chaos is that everything is happening in like Fibonacci fractal repeating patterns that has perfect order.
Yes, I'm not
it
exactly.
Might seem chaotic, but it's it's in fact incredibly divinely arranged.
What was I going to say? The out of those categories that I listed yesterday, I actually don't really know which one this prize would really fall into.
See,
it's definitely not your time crystals, Don. Don't get your
dude. It's not that I'm saying. I really thought that you had some specific like that it was
Oh, I
there
told you I
with the
didn't have any knowledge.
categorization. And when you started listing those categories, I'm like, that's kind of similar to the other one, and that's kind of similar to the other one he just said. He was like particles and quantum, and I was like, those are all kind of the same a little bit. But I don't know, man. But there
I
was some
saw
different ones.
I think it would. I think it. If I had to group it into one of these scientific categories, it would be the atomic molecular, because the guy who shared half of the prize. It's weird when the Nobel Prize is shared because it could be for different fields, but the guy who got half of the prize, the beginning and like majority of the beginning and like mid years of his career were primarily in complex systems with atomic and molecular physics. So that's where I would put.
You know at what age he completed his Jesuit training?
I don't know.
Well, even whether or not he is a Jesuit, he's still being taught by their system. Yeah.
Yeah, he's an Italian guy, Giorgio. Yep. Kind of underwhelming though. I thought it would be kind of for something bigger than. Well, I guess climate change is the biggest thing we're facing, but I don't know.
What do you think about this idea, Chronic? What do you think that they're about that in your lifetime? What if, like, I do think this will occur for sure. So personally, I'm saying I do think this is a future event. But just for your consideration, what if a lot of the truth about what is going on in terms of just the mainstream system and quote unquote mainstream science and all that, if that starts to break down and more people are not trusting it at a point, what if there was a creation of like an entirely new type of system like that, but was actually based on without the corruption, like the actual truth and honesty and peer review type system where there could be like database, more like an actual database that is verified. And some of this blockchain technology does have some of the ways to verify things like that. And so if you had, it could potentially be done with blockchain technology if it was not a corrupt system to begin with. Like if it's actually a pure system to begin with, it is possible to do it with that as well.
So elaborate,
and that this will actually supersede what this will be the actual new paradigm. It will supersede what currently exists.
Yeah, well, I'd like you to elaborate. That's a interesting point, but can you elaborate on this verification that you mentioned?
Well, it's in the way that just that blockchains have the ability to verify.
Verifying that it's not corrupt, though. Verifying that the science that's being presented is not corrupt in any way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the actual. Well, that would have to be through. Wait, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. The actual.
So you were saying this new system that's going to supersede, the peer-reviewed system and the old, outdated, corrupt peer review system that is perpetuating this false lie of scientific results and stuff with this new.
Isn't he just suggesting the same system but without the corruption?
Kind
the
of,
same
but I want to.
It's just without the corruption.
Yeah, kind of, but I'd like the elaboration on what you mean by how do you verify how are you going to verify nothing's corrupt basically in your new system?
Well, yeah, no, that's a very good component of it. But I would say it's not only just the lack of corruption, but also the lack of the financial manipulation and
these are not for profit journals, by the way.
And the politics behind it all, because they have agendas that they want to play out, whether it's the climate crisis or medical things, whatever it is. There's a reason and how
that may be non-for-profit, but you can still
reputable
someone that's involved.
Every reputable scientific journal, scientific journal is not for profit.
I'm not saying it's not the journal.
Money.
I'm not saying the journal is sitting there making billions. It's the people funding which studies are being done and which ones are being put in the journals.
Yes. This is where you're diverging a little bit from you're starting to separate between heavily financially backed programs, which are primarily medical industry programs, from just raw scientific research projects in STEM fields that are not medical based in any way whatsoever, or heavily backed by any large influential lobby, lobby incentivized groups. These are very, very significantly different things. Maybe you don't think they are, but they really are. I'm in the thick of it. I'm in the trenches with it. I understand how the whole, how a vast majority of the system works. It's very different from any medical fields or any industry fields that are for profit. That's a very big distinction.
What about political motivations?
Okay,
Policy ones?
Okay, describe how studying a single star out of the billions of stars in the sky can be politically motivated. You're just studying a single star out of curiosity for what the star might be doing, what it might be made of. Is anything orbiting this star? Are there any interactions between this star and any other body? Is the star fluctuating in any? Is it a variable star? Does it have any stellar outbursts or anything like this? Explain how studying any of those physical characteristics of a measly single star out of the billions in the sky can be politically motivated. What governor is going to get reelected based on our results that this star is a Cepheid variable star with a period of 12 days? That's going to get Governor Newsom reelected in California?
Arnold Schwarzenegger, because he was Mr. Universe at one point.
All right, good one.
Oh, the star is moving very fast.
Okay.
It's pretty good for an Aussie.
Yeah.
I was not too pleased.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of different components to all of this. Back to a little bit what I was saying about that a new system that will supersede. Ideally, what you would have is experiments and research and observations. Everything, measurements, everything, and people doing them, different groups. So maybe I'm doing it, you're doing it. You have another group that's whatever it is. People just doing all kinds of things, whether it's measuring moonlight or measuring, the effects of why things fall to the ground, all of these things. And a lot of this stuff is, of course, being done. I mean, obviously, there's tons of engineering out there that's already happening. So you would take that and be able to create a way that through documentation, through rigorous documentation, including, all sorts, that could essentially be put onto some kind of a database, which would be potentially a blockchain. And the data could be sourced in a way that could be organized, and then that could be reviewed, quote unquote, peer reviewed, but an actual way where it's reviewed by a mixed group of people, like on a blockchain. So it's not just going to the same ones. There isn't the financial manipulations. Like, I understand that the idea of the modern peer review is supposed to be partly what I'm saying. So I understand that, but I'm saying if you
it's
could
almost exactly what you're saying, Gio.
Have that verified. Yeah.
You're talking about an open source sort of system that anyone anywhere in the world can lend their expertise to analyzing it and contributing to it.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah.
You are describing already almost to a T what exists. I've given one out of countless archives that is exactly what you said. It's like I said, it's almost exactly what you just said. Almost. The only key buzzer word that you included was blockchain. I mean, other than that, it's literally the exact. It's what.
Yeah, but that's the key difference.
You're talking about.
That's the key difference. Like, if it was done in a way, like there are ways to set up blockchains that they actually are secure and they work through actually verifying honor or verifying trust, verifying what is true in terms of that, rather than having it where it's more centralized, where you have certain groups, certain financial interests, certain articles, certain. They only accept certain things into peer review. I know that the FE Core people at one point, I had heard, I believe, but that they were trying to submit one of those laser tests, and it was already being rejected just because of flat Earth, essentially. So I'm just saying they already have their own thing of what they'll even accept, and then even at that point, there's so much privatization and and centralization to it that in no way is it a decentralized open source network. It's a highly corrupt one because it isn't.
So there's an
That's what
issue
I was
with it getting a hearing, like people actually assessing the information, but because it's flat Earth, it's they don't even want to look at it.
So one thing I was going to say that hasn't really been addressed is there's so many different journals, and it's very easy. It's like there's the pay to play ones, which anybody can get in, and then there's journals that are very selective. And I think when people are talking about the corruption, they're saying that the ones that are selective, they don't even look at certain certain papers, like they don't even recognize that something's like you said, like flat Earth or whatever it is.
Well, it's just intense if you're putting
recently
all of your weight on that, in terms of the current peer review system. I mean, Kosha, do you trust that system? Like, I mean, are you sitting there like in your mind, are you thinking, yeah, it's buttoned up, it's honest, it's fair? Like, I mean, for example, if you were able to audit the entire peer review system from the ground up, from the very roots of it on the outer levels to the intermediate to the highest to the absolute core of it, and you were to audit the whole thing, would you be able to co-sign it at the end and say, yep, this is all honorable, everything's good here? All checks out?
I have to audit it first.
That's a snaky way to get out of the question.
How can I answer that? Like, I mean,
I'm just joking.
if I audited it and found out it was corrupt, I'd say, hey, this is corrupt.
I'm sure somebody actually looked into this and investigated peer-reviewed papers a number of years ago and found out that I think 9 out of every 10 papers that were submitted didn't have any science in them. That didn't have any.
Right.
That doesn't sound right. There is a problem. Some of the problems you guys are talking about, things being politically motivated, things being based on
money or whatever.
Money. I do think there is some of that in psychological papers. There is a huge problem of like the like basket drawer where disconfirming papers are just not printed. Whereas in physics, my understanding is, broadly speaking, they would be. If you submitted a paper that said, hey, Cronek's work on the proper motion of that star is totally wrong, and I can show it to you, that will get published, whereas in psychology, largely only studies that support previous findings get presented. There is a bias towards ones that show the efficacy of drugs, and there is a huge problem with falsifiability criteria. So in some fields, it's a much softer science. I think that some of what you're saying about psychology could be true, but like, in physics, I would be astounded if that's the case, because it is so easy to test. Well, maybe not so easy to test, but it is. You can take your results with such a higher degree of confidence than you can with other things. So it reduces the realm for fuckery.
Well, I'm going to post. I hear you on that. It made me think of this. I want to post. This is a book called Beyond the Brain by a brilliant man named Stanislav Grof. So he wrote this book. Now, he did a lot of the research with LSD and other psychedelics back in the 50s and 60s. He actually is a medical doctor from Czechoslovakia and was a psychotherapist and a psychiatrist. More of psychiatry, more the medical side of psychiatry, and did thousands and thousands of sessions with people using LSD and mushrooms and other psychedelic compounds. And that book right there is incredibly brilliant. Like, he breaks down every single component of mainstream psychology and psychiatry and what led to it, and how what these substances bring is a whole new revision of an entire understanding of the human mind. And he is well known. He actually won the Vision 97 award, which is similar to the Nobel Prize in Czechoslovakia. So the president of Czechoslovakia actually gave him this Vision 97 award, which, like I said, is similar to the Nobel Prize. So I mean, he has had certain recognition for sure, and his books are well known in that way. But back in like the 80s and 90s when he was writing this stuff, I mean, that's not what was being published in the psychological journals, and it completely transcends, the level of therapeutic benefit that was able to be achieved through what he was doing was just eons beyond anything that they get in mainstream psychiatry with drugs. But because the pharmaceutical companies want to sell drugs. You know, they don't want compounds that actually help people heal from these things permanently. So he was not, you know, welcomed with open arms into that level of publishing. So always had to be someone on the outskirts. So that's just one example of something that is, in my viewpoint, incredible levels of truth and actual, you know, therapeutic results are revealing in and of themselves, meaning the results, you know, speak for themselves. But I'm just saying that was not in the cutting edge journals. And if the peer review system was legit, it should have been. So it's just one example of how things can just be blackballed and pushed aside.
That's a good example. Yeah.
Again, this is a very, very different realm. It's not you know, physics or the behavior of light particles or something. This is a very by its very nature has to be a soft realm. Like I would put my trust in his findings at about the same level I put trust in everybody else's findings, simply because in order to do psychological research, you need to lie. You must lie to your subjects because they are humans. Chronic doesn't need to trick the star. He doesn't need to wait till it's not paying attention before he measures it, because it changes how it behaves based on whether Chronic's looking at it, which is the problem you have in psychology. So while there could be some of the problems you're talking about in psychological field, I think to go, well, there's a problem, therefore in science is...
Wait, I was trying to follow what you... Sorry, I was trying to follow what you were saying. Did you say something about lying? What did you mean by... What are you talking about? Someone's lying
in psychology? You've got to lie to your participants. Almost every study.
Hold on, let's stop there, because you said that. Okay, who's lying to people? What do you mean by that?
So
are you talking about psychotherapy, like Freudian, or what are you talking about?
No. In a study, if you're trying to study the effect of this drug, right, the problem you have is that the placebo effect, right? Because a human is aware that another human is giving them a drug, regardless of whether there is any actual efficacy, people will start to get better or claim that they got itchy, even if they're not given anything. So you need to placebo control your trials. Chronic doesn't need to placebo control what he's doing, because the star doesn't give a shit. Right, so every psychological study you've ever read, I'm sure there are some exceptions. Oh yeah, I can immediately think of one. Almost every study relies on duplicity. It relies on not telling the person whether they're getting the active ingredient or not. For example, for psychoactive or pharmacological substances.
Okay, I thought maybe you were
behavioral studies. Almost all behavioral studies will claim to be testing one thing when they're actually testing a totally different thing. That kind of thing.
Karl Popper used psychology. He basically then he used Einstein and Freud as the two examples of science and pseudoscience. And it's true that a lot of psychology, even though I do think psychology is a real science, most aspects of psychology could be considered pseudoscience.
Unfalsifiable. Large majority of them are unfalsifiable. Like if you do a study on whether people lie, did you test whether people lied or whether they were making a mistake? Or did they stop lying because there was a man with a clipboard there measuring every time they lied, and in their real life, actually they lie a lot more? And like there's so many problems to it that people I think is significant. But
or they're made after
the Texas sharpshooting. Yeah, that too. I think.
Okay, perhaps you were going on something a little bit different than what I was referring to, but I hear what you're saying. Perhaps there could be some of that, but I mean, there shouldn't be any deceptions or lies in any psychological type testing. But yeah, there is some interpretation involved. However, when somebody is in like an actual category of the DSM-4 with a certain neurosis or psychosis or symptomology that is severe in different ways, or whether it's mild or severe, and it's chronic, for most of their lifetime, whatever that may be, and they're strongly in that category, and that's what they use for, of course, giving the psychiatric drugs, the pharmaceutical drugs. So if somebody's in one of those categories and is able to have a resolution of completely exiting that category, meaning whatever the anxiety or depression or addiction, whatever that may be, is completely resolved, then that there is a statistical ability to categorize that and study it just like you would anything else. And in a way, that's actually even more, just because a star is so kind of far away and it's in a medium we can't even verify. So in a way, somebody having that to me is actually more scientific, because there's an actual independent variable and a very real lived result, rather than a star, which is just Well, I don't know how to compare those. The star observation is so great.
Here's what I'd say about it. Karl Popper, the reason Karl Popper, I'm imagining, was calling Freudian psychology a pseudoscience, aside from the fact largely it is here's a key telltale about the DSM-5. They were asked, this is mentioned in John Ronson's book, The Psychopath Test. They were asked by John Ronson, are there any conditions that you've removed, or sorry, that you've rejected? And they were only able to name one. It is growing year on year. And there are other studies that seem to suggest that you can take somebody to one psychologist and they'll give them one diagnosis, take them, give them exactly the same, present it with exactly the same symptoms, and a different psychologist will give them a different diagnosis. Worst of all, there is no way to verifiably say which one is correct. Both are down to, well, did a psychologist diagnose you with that? Then I guess you've got that. And there's quite a few
the sketchy side of psychiatry, yeah, but that doesn't really mean that that's good work. I mean, yeah, that there's people that do all kinds of, just like in medicine, there's all kinds of shady stuff done. But
that's what I'm saying. If you can't, if whether you get put in the DSM is unfalsifiable, then it is also unfalsifiable as to whether you got taken out of the DSM. Do you get what I mean? It's not as robust as we like to think it is. For example, until recently, I think they now call it antisocial personality disorder. But for an age until recently, psychopathy and sociopathy were both in the DSM, and they described exactly the same condition. The only difference they were describing is that some people thought that people got those, developed psychopathy or those psychopathic behaviors from society. Others thought they were born with them. Depending on which one you went to, they would give you two different diagnoses for the same condition. Whereas you won't do that from the start. If that's a neutron star, it's a neutron star. If somebody says it's not a neutron star, they are either right and will correct the person before them, or they're wrong. If I say I've got borderline personality disorder, there's no way to prove that to be false.
There's something that's more.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rams.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, so go ahead. I think you and Kosho talked at the same time, but
I was just sort of thinking about what the sort of next step is from there. Then in modern psychology, you know, how do you fix that problem? How do you address it?
My feeling is, broadly speaking, you don't, because we're humans using our minds to try to study our minds. And so it will, plus, like, think about how much psychology changes culture. So psychology is virtually trying to study the individuals within a culture, but we all know what it means to be OCD, which somewhat changes what it means to be OCD. You know, or we all use the term cognitive dissonance. That somewhat changes the way cognitive dissonance behaves. Not hugely, it's still absolutely there, but I don't think you ever would unless you got a higher intelligence.
This is a lot of talking, brother.
Fair enough.
Yeah, no, I was gonna add to what I said about Karl Popper, though, about the problems with what Eggshell said. That's true. Those are real problems, but the real significant issue is with the star. You can make a prediction beforehand, and then either see or not find that. You can falsify that prediction using that. With psychology, you're always looking at things after the fact and then trying to match it up with something else. Like, you're not really. It wouldn't be very useful to make a prediction about someone's, whatever psychiatric issues or whatever. And the only times that actually is possible is when you're talking about the neuroscience, like stuff that's actually happening chemically in your brain. But other than that, you can't make a prediction about what someone's going to do, and then because they didn't do it, you come to some conclusion based on that. So that's just not possible. They can only look at things after the fact or someone's behavior and then classify it to with something that already exists. You know what I mean? So that's the biggest issue, is the predictability.
So they don't understand how a lot of psychological conditions come about, but how well do they understand what good psychological health looks like and what contributes to that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of big questions, and I think the whole thing of like having to put people into categories, I think that's been excessively overblown, because they want to sell their drugs and they want to make drugs that alter the symptoms of those particular things. So they've got this DSM-5 5, of course, the DSM, all the different DSMs creating all these categories, and then convincing psychiatrists that in order to make their living, they have to put people into categories and start giving them drugs. It's just it's such a sick system.
I have experience with a friend in high school who was having some issues and dabbling with drugs and mucking around. And as soon as the psychologist sort of told him that he had these schizophrenic issues or whatever, gave him a diagnosis, from that point, he just sort of just leaned on that diagnosis and just, you know, rather than doing anything about it or trying to, you know, address it, it is sort of just excused away his behavior that he just continued on doing.
Yeah, I do think that happens.
Yeah, that's my biggest fear of diagnosis at all. That's why anybody who gets a diagnosis, or me even getting a diagnosis, because often people will do that. Like when they hear something, then they just lean into it and they allow themselves to, you know, whatever it is. If they have OCD or if they're bipolar, then they allow themselves to act, you know, crazy and just blame it on that. But the thing is, there's people who are very successful. I noticed this about very successful people, very you know, celebrities, depending on what they're like, artists, whatever. A lot of these guys have what otherwise would be classified as psychological disorders. In reality, if you use it to your advantage, it could be a very useful in your life. Like a lot of people who are manic depressive, or the inventors. I mean, for example, a lot of famous inventors or even entertainers have been like manic depressive, and in their manic stages, they actually do a lot of impressive things. But depends on how you use it.
Mm.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of the placebo effect, the nocebo effect, I think they call it. There was this guy that was in an antidepressant drug trial, and he was given he skitzed out one day and took like the whole bottle of pills that he was given, and he had all these reactions and ended up in hospital and the doctors couldn't work out what was wrong. They called the doctor that was the head of the trial that he was involved in, and he told them that, well, actually that guy was being given the sugar pills, the placebo. And as soon as they told the guy that he'd taken a bottle of sugar pills, his symptoms started to go away straight away.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful.
And it's the same with diagnoses of serious illnesses. You know, the way people react and how they decide to sort of deal with it from there can have an incredible influence on how things turn out.
Mm.
Well, yeah, I think oftentimes severe paranoia issues can lead to the mind actually creating certain disease states if it's paranoid about that. So like consuming a whole bottle of pills that may not have any biological effect, but the level of paranoia can be so strong that because they ate those pills, they're going to have some effect that it could create some kind of a panic or a, you know, that type, you know, some sort of symptomology. Yeah.
Yeah, like a panic attack of some kind.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you were asking, Rams, about do they know what good health looks like? That was another point that was raised, which is like the measurement for a lot of conditions, like OCD is not OCD unless it has, I forget the wording for it, but it's like significant impact on the person's life, which is of course down to the individual psychologist to decide what is significant. And interestingly, it's like if you said, oh, this person works a job they hate and it takes up 40 hours a week of their life and they're not really in love with their partner and they feel trapped in life, they're depressed, is like Is that depression, or is that exactly how one might feel if they felt they weren't going anywhere?
Yeah, yeah.
And does being happy about a shitty life mean, therefore, that you're in a healthy neural state?
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
a cope.
Whereas you may find a similar person who's working a shitty factory job his whole life, but has a large, wonderful family and is an extremely happy person.
Exactly.
Loving life.
I've known some pretty miserable people who are fairly well off, and I've known some very happy people that have very little.
Yeah.
I mean, possession is a mandatory thing. Money is very useful for getting yourself out of shit when you cause it, but that's about it.
Well, it's a cushion. It's something to fall back on. Gives you security.
Yeah, I more meant it though as not so much how much money they were making, but whether they felt they were living to any kind of purpose, you know?
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah.
Happy people tend to have found their passion in life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's something I talk about a lot with people I work with. It's part of my training session I do for new induction people.
Well, there's a view. There's a. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but there's a viewpoint that like our birth is, like the energy with which we actually come into the world, and that if you're living your passion in some way, then you're like actualizing your birth energy. Whereas if you're not, then you're somehow like going against the grain in some way, or that you're not sort of in an actualized state, and there's some kind of a propelling us more and more to that at our own time and pace.
Yeah, it's like Ikigai. I'll post this thing. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'll post it in chat.
I kind of believe that people have spirals and they're either positive or negative. And it's very easy to go down, but to have negative spirals, but it's harder to have positive spirals. Because you're having to face your fears, you're having to deal with your issues. And the hardest thing in the world, I think, for anybody to do is to be personally honest with themselves.
Yeah. Stop standing in the way of my destiny, Dross.
Anybody else. That's my starting point. One of them, anyway.
This is my destiny to troll you, Dross.
I would really look for a better one.
Well,
I've been sent to Earth to troll you, though. That's what I've been sent here for.
Speaking of that, Morel, it reminds me of. I was going to bring this up, and I mean, we don't have to do a topic change, but I guess I was just, and we don't even have to go fully into this, but I did hear earlier, I was like doing other stuff, so I wasn't at my mic, but I was listening. When you were talking about the difference between having like an echo chamber, well, not that term is even the best term, but like I'll say this, the difference between just focusing on truth, like talking about truth and exploring truth, versus having these like debates and discussions around people that are, that have varying different viewpoints, like that, the difference between those.
Yeah. I was more saying like, unless they bring something practical, they're not allowed back for a week. That was really the cheeky troll. But, I know some people like the banter and the debate and the conversation and the discussion. I just get impatient because I've been waiting to get to the next bit for 6 years, 6 years ago, I was ready to explore the Earth, kick the doors off the hinges, and potentially maybe even get out of this dimension. But people aren't really interested. They want to stay here. They want to stay in the paradigm.
But why are you relying on other people to do stuff? Well, if you want to go and explore the world, that's a you thing. If you want to do anything else,
I'm not talking about exploring the world. I'm not talking about exploring the world.
On other people to do that.
Well, I do want to explore the world, Russ, and I would say that by the truth becoming more aware by more people, that is what will get us there. Meaning, right now, what are you going to do? Take a machine gun to the ice, to Antarctica, and just say, "Hey, I'm going in"? It's like that's not going to end well. It's not going to work. Like this, if we're ever going to be able to explore the Earth freely without a authoritarian control system, in my viewpoint, there's going to have to be some sort of a increase in awareness of what's going on, to where these people in power can be hopefully non-violently dissolved of their positions, so that we can actually be sovereign and perhaps have access to whatever they've already discovered, whatever technology they already have probably stolen from us, to actually start to liberate our human race. Whereas right now, they want to take it towards a totally different direction.
So my point there is, apart from financing it, the only other thing you need is passports and visas, and on the odd occasion, it's sensible to
You're
take
missing the point.
too.
You're missing the point.
You can go into international waters in a boat anywhere in this world. In fact, that is your sovereign citizen land.
We're not talking about that, Dross. We're not talking about going on an expedition. We're talking about potentially getting out of this whole dimension.
Not yours, Mel.
But we're talking about getting out of this dimension.
Yeah,
that's the point I'm not talking about, Mel. I'm talking about Geo's point, not yours.
No, we had the same point.
Okay.
You just missed it.
And again, the thing with, you need a machine gun to go into Antarctica. No, you don't. All you need to do is, the shit you produce there, you carry it out. The rubbish.
So how do you know?
Carry it out. That's it.
How do you know that the planet Earth heliocentric paradigm isn't to protect us?
How do I know that? Because
how do you know that there's not something really hostile outside of the perimeter of what we call
It's the
Earth?
same way as I don't think there's a pink teacup called Maisie orbiting Venus, because there's no evidence for it.
There's no evidence for it.
Yeah,
what
Maisie
are all the
teacup,
UFOs,
I don't believe exists.
What are all the UFOs, Dross?
Not Maisie the teacup. They're unidentified.
Okay.
So in the nature of how we've named them, the answer is we don't know what they are. Because if we knew what they are, they'd be identified flying objects. IFOs, not UFOs.
Right. So the last point is we'd have a couple of options if we got outside the perimeter. We're either going to be met with something hostile, met with something friendly, or met with nothing.
Mm-hmm. That's good 3 options. So why do you assume option A from the point of view of Geo, and you need to take your machine gun with you? Now, if I was taking a boat around the Horn of Somalia, I'd probably want to be armed. But
when I said that, I was talking about currently with the United Nations and the militaries of the world, the way that the current system is set up through the deception of the globe deception, and all of that has set up a situation where one centralized power, essentially the United Nations, controls the rest of the humans on this plane. And what I'm saying is that if enough people start to become aware of the shenanigans that they're actually doing and the deceptions that they're pulling off, I think the shape of the Earth being one of the most revealing that will play a role in this. But as more and more people are aware of that, just like they couldn't keep cannabis illegal forever, they did quite a good job, but they could, keeping it illegal for as long as they did. But eventually people just, were like, no, we're not standing for this. Like, it was just too beneficial, too medicinal and beneficial that enough people around the world, kind of a thing. So in the same way, if enough people are questioning NASA and things like that, all of a sudden NASA is not in the power position anymore.
Geo, cannabis is still illegal in most of the world. Okay, it's legal in the US and a few countries. You're the unusual. You're the exceptions to the rule.
I think it's just them getting it first.
Yeah. Secondly, if you want to know which group has more power, UN is a pretty toothless bitch in most cases. Now, if you were referring to G8, that would be a better thing because that has some real power over economics around the world. But the UN, I mean, look at how many mandates Russia's broken of the UN. Look at how many mandates America's broken of the UN. Look at how many mandates that Britain has broken for the UN.
Just, I feel like right now,
only those countries can break those mandates and get away with it. Most of the other countries can't do that because they don't have veto.
It's two things. It's one, do you have the power, or two, do you matter enough? Sudan doesn't matter enough, so there are very few sanctions against Sudan. Venezuela, they got oil. That's useful resources. Oh, and they're talking about not using the dollar for oil. We'll screw them up. And those sanctions were mainly enacted by the US, not generally by the UN. So again, the UN's pretty toothless when it comes to actually getting its way.
So who enforces those sanctions then?
America and Russia, really, two main ones.
So if Geo and I wanted, if Geo and I just wanted to just leave you all to it, and leave,
and start a romance,
and go somewhere else, what's the big deal, right? It's just two humans leave what they call as Earth. We just want to go have a squiz at potentially what else is out there. And what's the big deal? I don't see what the big deal is.
I think that's allowed, dude. I think that's reasonable.
Really?
Yeah, you just got to take enough acid generally.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean, if you wanted to go somewhere like Antarctica, for example, you do that. If you wanted to go somewhere like space, you do that. If you want to go underwater, you do that. No one's gonna stop you.
It's literally just up the road from you, mate.
Okay, Coach, I profoundly don't agree with that. I mean, the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, they control the skies, and they are in control of that. Absolutely.
They don't control the skies over the UK.
If I created, oh my god, if I
control the skies over America, that's it. Well, national includes in the name.
If I created a rocket in my backyard, right? I created this incredible rocket. It's as big as the Saturn V, and Merle and I we're strapping on our helmets, we're strapping on our boots. We are going to the moon. We got our own Saturn V. We have our own homeless tweaker shelter, lunar lander. We've got all of it. We're doing it. Are you guys saying that there's no interception between, with the United Nations, the militaries? They're not going to intercept us. They're just going to let Merle and I just fly off into space.
They have no way of doing that. They have no way of intercepting you.
So there are a few things. There are a few things. If I was part of a government, that I would ask is, now, how close are your neighbours? I mean, are they like 15, 20 feet away across a fence, or have you got a reasonable space to launch it?
Yeah, let's say we have a space. We got. Let's just say a couple.
Okay, so we're getting all the silly excuses out of the way. So yeah, there's
no
much
way of them stopping them. If you're on the way launching the space, they're not going to stop you.
So we can go to the moon, Kosho, you and I.
If you got off the launch pad, there's no way they're going to stop you.
I absolutely don't agree. I think they would absolutely target your vessel and shoot it out of the sky without any question about it.
They would find out what it is first.
Of course, they would be on you. Yeah, they already would be, because they already have their AI listening to every single conversation we're doing. So unless you somehow put up like a Faraday cage around your entire property and blocked any communication, they already would know what you're doing. Plus, they have
Faraday cage to do that.
They have high altitude audio microphones that are picking up too, so it's pretty hard.
If they know it was you and Merle, and they're like, dude, they got that Saturn V off the ground. They finally got it off the ground. Then they know what you guys are. They know what you're trying to do. They're not going to shoot out of the sky.
The response would be probably, thank heavens they're not using Steam.
No, they're betting on us to see if we can make it, because they love us. The Illuminati love us.
They would tackle you like one of those creatures.
Well, yeah, no, Merle's got the real truth. Yeah, in reality, they'd be like, yeah, let's see if these guys can break through, because we weren't able to. Let's see if they can.
Here's a question, Mel. Do you think the world runs a bit like the people underground in Cabin in the Woods?
No.
Okay, just checking. Great film, by the way.
I just think most people think that, like when you go to the tourist, the travel agent, they don't show you like the secret pamphlets. They just show you like Hawaii.
I've never been to a travel agent.
Haven't you?
No.
Well,
they're there. I get my hotel.
You know what I mean, though? It's sort of like you can go to Hawaii, you can go to Iceland, Egypt. You know what I mean?
Like Sierra Leone, Merle. Probably the riskiest. I've been to Colombia.
I've been to Peru,
Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan.
Yep. Well, I mean,
Not
you're
really on the
edgy.
tourist travel areas, are they?
No, I mean, if you want to be edgy, you can, but
No,
but be
working, but,
edgier.
you know.
Be edgier. Like go towards the edge of this place.
Yeah, Antarctica's on my bucket list of places to get to.
Antarctica. What about the
Yeah.
north?
I've been
Don't you
into
want
the
to find
Arctic
the
Circle.
portal? You don't want to find the way out.
No, it's do you know how cold it is up in the fucking Arctic Circle, mate?
That's what we want. We want the portals. Well, yeah, like there's a lot of ancient legends. There's a lot of ancient legends in terms of like the actual human knowledge realm of what is that at the North Pole. It's not all just ice, but actually there's another celestial object, like it's a sun. Essentially, it's like a sun. It gives off heat and light, but it doesn't move. It just stays at a particular altitude above the actual center. So essentially,
No,
there's
the old light was
North Star, like there's Polaris, and then there's this lower hanging celestial glowing. It's like a purplish, bluish, glowing energy, and so that when you go to the North Pole, you're actually entering into an entirely warm, tropical type area.
And you have evidence for that? How?
I have not been there in my physical body in this lifetime, so I don't have. If you talk about evidence, I don't have like video footage or a picture. No.
No one's taking a selfie there.
A postcard.
So yeah. So again, I'm going to be brutal, and I'm going to put that in the same category as Maisie, the space teapot orbiting Venus.
Well, it would have to be. I mean, all the ancient legends about the lands there, the four rivers, the lands, the magnetic mountains.
Yes.
I mean, there has to be warmth there. Yeah.
Right. Whose legends are these? You don't have that in Viking mythology.
The
You don't have that in
Hyperboreans.
Inuit theology. Sami
Hyperborea.
people don't have that theology.
And Merle and
Just to be critical, how do we know they're not just made up anyway?
Well, let's go find out.
Take our
Cool.
take our compass to compass.
I would go down to Antarctica
Wait.
first, because for me, if Antarctica is a continent, then there's something very wrong in the way that we view the world from your perspective. And that would mean you'd have to make probably more reconciliations to actually have an idea of the planet or the Earth, or however you want to phrase it, that works.
Well, without pushing it, like even Gem Panda one day, Dross, I said, if we went and we could get a message to you like, Gem, there's a portal, come, you got to check this out, would you come? Even Gem Panda said, he went, yeah, I guess.
Well, yeah, but then we're getting beyond the point of, oh, we got some evidence now. It's not like Maisie the teapot in space orbiting Venus. You know, we've now got something that substantiates a thought.
The Goblin himself even said that he'd come.
Yes, because
Don't
there's
you think
some
that says a lot?
substantiation to the thought. If there's no substantiation, you know, I can come up with a whole load of things that have no evidence. And, you know, and I can say that's the way it is, but why on earth would anyone take it seriously?
I'm disappointed
You might
in you,
believe
Dross.
it, but a third party's not going to be convinced unless there's a reason to hold to that. Otherwise, by definition, you're being irrational.
You're not
Are you
a goonie.
irrational, Mel?
You're not a goonie, Dross. You're not in the club.
I got a
You're
question
going
to
to
ask
die
Merle
anyway.
and Merle.
Get in. Come on, Kosho.
Fuck's sake. Fucking hell. Oh yeah, right. I was just curious about something both you said it different ways at different times, but and I'm not doing this for gotcha. I'm doing this because I'm trying to see curiously what you guys can come up with. But you were talking about the flat Earth earlier, Gio. You said, what if there's some other entities that's like greater than us, and they're secretly fooling us about the globe because there's something going on. They're either controlling us or there's some sort of zoo or something like that, but we don't really know about them. And then Merle, you were saying something a little bit earlier when you said, what if there is an entity that is kind of tricking us, like telling us it's globe, but it's really flat because they're protecting us from something. I was wondering if, I don't know, either one of you or both of you or whatever could elaborate on the idea of that. Like what would the reasons be, and what exactly would these entities need to be doing this for? If you thought about it further, I don't know.
Well, I mean, if Gio wants to jump in, I'm happy for him to do so. But I can definitely confirm that I've had quite a few private conversations about this with different people, like say Dawn Treader, Dell, others too, and we all wonder what the situation really is, why we've been born into it to begin with, and what it's all really about and why. And some of the conclusions you kind of reach is the possibility that it's for our own good to be told this massive paradigm shifting lie to keep us safe. And so it's like everything's under control, if you will. And if people just think the Earth's a planet, there's no way off. The only way off is to go into space and travel through, but barely anyone's going to do that. So it just keeps everything ticking along and humming along really nicely. Well, a lot of people want off ramps. A lot of people want out too.
What does that mean, though? That just means they're unhappy, right?
Whatever it is, there's people amongst you and around you that for a long time are very dissatisfied with the Earth scene. And we want to know if there's other places, other civilizations. We want to know what we're truly part of. We have a divine sovereign right to know what the fuck's going on, if you will. And we're going to push for it as long as we're here.
Well,
some ancient cultures and some even Eastern religions will tell you that through prayer and meditation, you can find out the answer to those questions.
That's not good enough for some of us.
Well, that's just it. There's only one way to get the answer to those questions, and you've got to put in the work. I guess.
How could you even possibly know that?
Well, that's what these religions claim. These ancient cultures claim that you can attain things like nirvana and enlightenment through meditation and self-reflection. Now, I find it, again, kind of weird that, on the one hand, you want to invoke ancient cultures and their teachings, and on the other hand, that you don't. And I think, again, getting quote mining something takes no effort. Learning something takes effort and commitment.
Well, I mean, there's another way to look at it, in that you either accept your fate and your destiny and the fact that all the souls that are currently here on the earth, the plane of existence, must be all here for a reason, right? It's our turn to have a go, to be a human, and to see what being human's really about. And when you start poking the bear, you start to see there's more to this.
But Mel, you're not chasing that. You're not putting the effort in to attain that. You're on the internet talking about how unfair life is, and why don't I understand the meaning of it?
You wouldn't know the half of it. Probably you wouldn't even know the quarter of it either.
But Mel, there are people out there that are taking life by the scruff of the neck and creating joyous and wonderful experiences for themselves and people around them all the time. And there are other people working towards, trying to achieve that sort of happiness by dealing with their personal issues, which all of us have. But whether we address those issues and actually come to terms with them has got a lot to do with what we're talking about here. And like you're talking about people wanting to get out, leave. Depression and suicide is a huge problem these days. But
how do you know they don't end up somewhere better?
But what do you mean leave? Are we talking about death, suicide?
No, I'm just saying like people who reach that point. I'm talking about leaving what we know of as Earth physically. Okay? and
what
going to a
end?
different location, and
Yeah.
it all I'm
What end,
always
though?
met with, but I'm always met with this. This there seems to be something in the program that says stay. Like this is a taboo topic. Always is the same. Now I'm amused by it because I'm beyond it. I've been ready to go for a long time. I've put the work in. I'm not afraid to die. I'm not afraid to die at all because I'm not attached to this existence anymore.
But Mel, what would be the purpose of going? Like, what would you want to achieve by going? I mean, if you're just talking about it, going on an adventure of exploration, then awesome, that's cool. But aside from that, why? You know, what's the purpose of wanting to leave the Earth?
Well, maybe my heart's calling me to do that.
Do you even think it's possible though?
Yeah, I do. I think that's what the whole.
Like go to another physical place, or
yeah. I mean, as Dell calls it, we're in a room. How do you know there's no other rooms? I mean, why don't people just kick the door open and just like, let's get out of here?
Well,
what's so great? What's keeping you here? Let me flip it on you. What's keeping you here? What's the big thing that like is keeping you attached to the earth and all your belongings, all the ways? Like,
it's my home, and it's my home, and it's a beautiful, beautiful place to be. I love it. It's where I'm meant to be. It's where we're all meant to be.
You can't say that, bro. Now you've gone a step too far. You feel at home here. Not everybody does.
Yeah, but nobody has any guarantee. Like, you know, people have ideas, but nobody has any guarantee that when you leave this realm, there's something else other than darkness. You know.
This is the problem, though. Unless people start finding out what this realm is and how far it extends, and if there's anything else, we're never going to know.
Comes in, right? That's why people
fuck religion.
Fuck
religion.
Okay, what about just discussing a creator then?
Well, I'd like the creator's email and phone number and ask for permission to leave.
Well, what if you are it? Thou art that. You're creating it yourself.
Well, here we go.
Boom.
You know, bring it.
Let's do this then. You're living the answer to your questions, whether you like it or not.
So nothing's stopping me. I'm stopping myself.
If it's something that's possible, then yeah, you're the only thing, in the way.
Standing in my own way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, beautiful stuff. That's a really progressive arrival.
Well, it's true for all of us, isn't it? Like the only thing that's in the way of any of us achieving anything we want is ourselves, right?
Right.
And the physical laws of the universe.
Well, yeah, of course, within reason.
So then on from that perspective, we're not only choosing to be here, but creating it just as it is to experience it for what it is.
Yeah. In a lot of ways, we are creating our realities. All of us are.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's like an infinite creativity and curiosity to experience every possible reality. And I think that's ultimately at the core of all of consciousness. I do think this is just one dimension of literally infinite dimensions, meaning instead of the idea of like infinite stars, out in a galaxy far, far away, instead of that concept, I think that we are within some sort of a world or realm or universe, that we're in it or within it. And I also think it's like a spirit world as well, but we're in this one. But beyond this one, whether we experience that when we die, or whether we can do it while we're in a body with different techniques, or whether we go to the edge or to the center or something like that. When I say edge, I just mean, the outer regions and whether there's portals and things. But whenever we leave this one, there is infinite more to experience, which is an intense concept. But
well, there's a lot of time available, right, to creation. It's not limited by time.
I like that. I'll just say real quick, just Alan Watts, like, well, go ahead, Kosho, because I know I was talking a lot there. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I was going to ask you a question, though, because I think we talked about this before, but you know that you've seen this video of the egg before, right? Because I remember when I saw this video, I basically believed this exact idea before I saw this, and I was like, wow, it's the same fucking thing I believe, basically, except for some differences, some slight differences. But yeah, it's like basically in this video, he shows like the one God is actually just all the different life forms ever. And you know, when you die or whatever, you can experience somebody else's life, or you just reconnect with a fucking source. Really, could be the same thing, but I don't know. I don't think there's other realms though. I don't think there's like another universe, but that's only because I don't have any evidence of that.
That sounds interesting, Kosho.
Yeah, well, that video is actually, it does a much better job at portraying my own belief than I ever have. So.
Yeah, because I often imagine God as being like literally everything and everyone at the same time, like being able to experience everyone and everything at the same time all the time, because he literally is everything.
Yeah, same here. But I know a lot of people think God is limitless, or like you know, could do anything or whatever. But I think literally, if you want to stay in the realms of reality, then the limits that what people say when they say, you know, God's limitless, I think the limits is everything, all the things that are in the universe that exist, like stars or kind of life forms, humans. You know, we can experience shit. I don't think that God can hear things outside of, you know, the things that have ears, that have the ability to hear things or see things, unless, you know, he had eyes or something like that. And so yeah, I think the laws of the universe are the limits of this thing that we call God, and God is the entirety of the universe. But that's just
me.
Actually, Spinoza too. Spinoza was a dude from, I think, the 18th century, Netherlands. He was like born a Jew. He was like a monk, but anyways, eventually he came up with this shit called, well, they just call it Spinoza's God. They call it Spinozism, but that's basically what he came up with. He had this idea of God as the entirety of the universe encompassed into a single spirit, and all the laws of the universe being I guess, the description of God.
That's interesting. What's that called again?
Spinoza's God, or Spinozism. I'll post.
Okay, interesting.
And actually, the funny thing about this is a lot of people think that scientists, the ones who aren't openly religious or you know, about whatever, they think that they're all atheists. But if you listen to most of them, like the stuff that Einstein says, or even Neil deGrasse Tyson, like people, the way they talk about, and sometimes they'll even reference something called God. It sounds like most scientists who you think are atheists, they probably believe in a Spinoza type God.
I don't have the full grasp of the Spinoza type God, but from what I can grasp, that sounds just about right. I think Einstein sort of had quite close connections to Judaism. Of course, he was a Jew, but also personally, he had a friend. I think it was Max something, who was sort of his mentor, and there was some. Hold on. I think Einstein was supposed to sort of train himself as some kind of maybe rabbi or something, if I'm not incorrect. At the very least, he was sort of drifting in that direction. but at the end he sort of drifted away from it and sort of started like the way he speaks is sort of an impersonal God rather than the God seen in the Bible.
There's that one criticism he said about quantum mechanics, about entanglement, about about the uncertainty. No, what was it about? But for one of the quantum mechanic properties, he says like God doesn't play dice with the universe or something like that. And I'm just saying, even the way he's talking about God in that context, he's actually interchanging God, as a personality, entity with personality. He's interchanging that with just nature itself. You know what I mean?
I think some of it was just turns of phrase, like sort of poetic ways to describe things.
Schopenhauer.
That's what I mean, though.
Yeah, right.
Arthur Schopenhauer was Einstein's mentor, and if you read his book, World as Will and Idea, he goes deep into the quote-unquote meaning of this whole relativity thing. It's basically just like everything, like there's no ultimate meaning to anything. Every single thing is relative, everything is fleeting. Like the only thing that exists really is the mind, and that reality is just an illusion. And I mean, it's pretty wacky stuff.
My hairline is also fleeting.
Oh yeah, all too quickly.
Yeah, it sounds quite nihilistic when you put it that way, Jerry. It's interesting because I hold to many of those nihilistic things, but I think, I think it frees one to define one's own purpose rather than to have it given to them. Sort of spend time deep in thought about how you can live a life that is enriching to other people.
If you hold to many nihilistic things, you should put a couple down.
Dropping them, but it's okay because it doesn't mean anything anyway.
Damn words.
Doesn't matter if it phrase.
Yeah, I posted that Spinoza's God thing. Everybody's
I'll take a look. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Kosher.
I know you weren't interrupting anything.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I have to go to Japanese class.
Well,
you're going to a Japanese class.
Arigato.
Yeah, I'm minoring in Japanese.
Very cool.
Well, they're short people, so.
Oh my god, that was a percentage level pun.
No, that wasn't even good, man.
Yeah, it wasn't good, but I did think it was. I was inspired by
If it made an
percentage.
age-related joke, it would have been better. Not height-related.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, yeah, but the short people though, they really are. But our no, it's just, I don't know. I think of Japanese people as short people just because of Japanese people are very different from Chinese
All Asians,
people.
I think, are shorter on average.
Yeah, most
a little bit
Asians
shorter.
My
but
brother's
Japanese-
half Japanese, and he's I think he's like 5'2", 5'3".
He's part midget.
And then
Right, that's part of the joke. It's part of the joke. It's the we get pretty extreme with each other, where he's short Japanese, and then I'm kind of a ginger, so we have pretty intense insults.
Yeah, why are you the tall one? You leprechaun?
Yeah, he doesn't bring up leprechaun, although it's an easy one, because he knows what my reply would be if he used that.
Because you're too tall to be a leprechaun?
Relative to him, yeah.
But yeah, Filipinos are short. Like Malays, Thailand, they're all kind of pretty short.
Fewer testosterone receptors too, is my understanding. Androgen receptors, sorry.
I don't consider Japanese, Filipino people Asian, no, not really. Yeah, I was gonna say Japanese people, they got like very masculine men, at least historically, and like very petite, feminine women.
Mm.
That's where it's
I
at.
tell you,
Stereotypically.
I tell you who I don't think of it as Asian, and that's Russians.
That's true. Even though they're almost all in Asia, but Russia is a country that's half in Asia, half in, well, not half, but the cities are European mostly. The main cities.
No, most Eastern
What the
European
hell?
cities are Russian.
And most, bro.
Yeah, aren't most
Misperception.
major cities of Russia on the west side, like near the border?
There's only two real ones, but yeah, they're both considered to be in Europe.
Are they? I thought it was okay.
But so what?
Russia be thieving, bro.
Russian gangster.
Well, I'm just kidding around about like thieving. Like, I'm just saying they people you still hear about in the news. They be like Russia. Oh damn.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, it dropped
They're
out.
like, they're like Russia. Oh damn.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Russia's in the news, dude. They be in the news about Russia done took some land. You know, the news today. Russia's taking land again.
No, yeah,
No,
maybe.
China's more in the news for that now.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only time that happened was during the Crimea and Ukraine thing. But if you notice, well, you might not have noticed because the news are biased. But we were only we were in Ukraine because we were moving fucking NATO weapons to the border and shit like that. Same thing with Turkey. Like we're bringing weapons like on the forefront of basically where Russia is, and so they, under pressure, they basically claimed Crimea, but they don't really paint it that way. Like we probably shouldn't have been in Ukraine trying to put weapons along the borders. You know what I mean? But that's just me.
Probably.
But they're gonna say Russia's claiming lands and shit like that. But kind of probably felt a little threatened.
Plus, the Crimean people actually voted, right? They had a referendum, and 97%, I think, of them voted to
join Russia.
Go back to Russia. Yeah.
It's not democratic if it disagrees with the Western agenda. Just like how, in Palestine you had Hamas that voted democratically and it was elected and stuff, but no, for the West, they're considered a terrorist organization.
Yeah, that's right.
Democracy works when it suits them.
Yeah.
That's why earlier somebody asked you.
Go ahead, Coach. You're right.
Well, I was going to say to you, Ram, somebody asked you what news source or what you use for the news or what you watch for the news or something like that. But that's actually the best way to watch the news, not pick anybody specific, but if you know everyone's biased and then you watch, for instance, like American right-wing and left-wing news, and then you saw also, on RT or something, something that was from a different side. Yeah, they're biased, and you see a story like that, you actually get a much clearer perspective of whatever's happening. Like in an event like that, obviously two different sides are going to be displaying, two different sides of that story, and you'll end up getting some sort of, realistic perspective of whatever is occurring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to care about that, but then I stopped. Like, I barely even watch the news at this point because I'm powerless to change any of the stuff that's going on. So it doesn't really make sense to compare, to find the truth and stuff, because what am I going to do with it? To what end?
Yeah. Exactly, man. Yeah. That's exactly actually the same here, dude. I used to be like I used to go through phases where I was like a news junkie, and then I would just like get away from it for a couple months. But I would get news junkie. But I haven't been in the news for like maybe 4 years. Actually, it's about three years after Trump became president, basically. Before I got into the flat Earth. Yeah, I get all my news from Jim Panda server. Then you guys talking about it. That's like all I know.
Yeah. I do love Trump, though. I do
What do you
love
love
me some
about
Trump.
him? Triggering the libs, I bet.
Why don't you fuck him then, percentage?
No, Melania's already got him.
Melania's not
so
too bad.
jelly.
The thing about journalism is that they shouldn't ever be pandering to politicians. They should always be really critical of them, and they should be forced to fucking answer questions, and shouldn't be allowed to just get away with non-answers to important questions that the public deserve to have answered. So many of the journalists, if you want to call them that, say in the press corps in the White House, for instance, most of those people won't ask the questions and won't push back against shitty answers that don't answer the question, and that's the sort of thing we need from journalism, right?
Yeah, I think my moment of realization, like concrete realization, was when Ron Paul ran. I think back in 04-ish.
Right.
And he got the short end of the stick as far as representation, where he was polling second, I think, nationally. But the news was basically skipping him as if he didn't exist. And I think that was a realization of, it's all bullshit. I was only, maybe late teens at that time. But it was a concrete that I was like, it's all bullshit.
Actually, what happened more realistically or more accurately, I think you're talking about 2012, and if I'm not mistaken, because
No, it wasn't that late. It was either 04 or 08.
You know about Ron Paul?
It was definitely
Ron, not Rand. Ron.
Ron Paul in 2012. That was whenever he got the most. I mean, he actually won the first state, and so what happened in 2012? You had probably I don't know, different fucking people running, because they were all running against obviously Obama, because he was the incumbent or whatever, and so you have 12 people or so running against or running to be the Republican nominee, and all of them sucked, every single last one of them, and Mitt Romney, who ended up winning the Republican nominee, he was never ever in front. Like every 4 weeks, 3 weeks or so, there'd be a different person who was ahead of the polls, and all the news media would focus on this person like they were some hot shot, whatever. But they all sucked. Every last one of them all sucked. And Mitt Romney was always second place in the polls, and Ron Paul was always not talked about. But if you watched things like C-SPAN, like where there's not actually the news that are showing, like, the what do you call that, wherever they vote at, I forget what they're called, in the primaries, I forget what they're called, either way, so they were showing all those different places where they're voting, and they're arguing about who they're going to vote for. What are those called? It's not every state has them. No, in the primaries, some states have them, and some states have like we just vote for them, but some states have
runoffs or something.
No, regardless. That's why. I think that's what it is. I think it is a caucus. Yeah.
Yeah, where they decide in the room, like the one where they flip the coin.
Basically, they decide. They decide together, and it's not really by votes. It's just by whoever argues, and they all agree on it. But either way, So if you watch all those on C-SPAN, there was only people who were dedicated to Ron Paul. Every other candidate had no actual people who wanted them to be nobody arguing for them or anything like that because they all suck. But the news
Supporters.
media never ever showed any of that. They would just show that Ron Paul. I mean, they just never talked about him really. They just didn't talk about him at all. And then whenever, like even Rick
Yeah.
Santorum, everybody like thinks it's disgusting. They hate this guy. Even he got like the head of the spotlight for 3 weeks or whatever. And then after him, there was only Mitt Romney, and they never discussed Ron Paul, even though he won the first state and got really close in the next 2 states. Wow. So they basically made him lose by just not showing him. And the same thing would have happened to Donald Trump because they tried to do the same thing with him, but it was impossible to do that with Donald Trump because he already has so much exposure. He didn't need the media to cover him, even though they did. It's interesting stuff. Sorry, hold on 1 second.
Hmm.
Five more minutes.
Who's 5 more minutes?
What do you think 5 more minutes means?
You'll be 5 more minutes on Discord before it's time to go argue with your girlfriend about the shape of the Earth.
No. 5 more minutes. Battlefield open beta.
Oh, nice.
So fucking excited.
I hope they
And
don't
then
fuck
how
up.
long to download it?
Oh yeah, no, it's already downloaded. What they're gonna do is they released the open beta data yesterday, so you could download it, but they didn't release the servers or didn't open the servers. But that's what they're apparently doing in 5 minutes.
Man, you weren't even part of the closed beta? Pesky casual.
Fuck you. Yeah, I hope it doesn't suck either. I expect issues. Just hopefully nothing major.
Yeah, the last few, I stopped pre-ordering after they had a few which like the game just flat didn't work for the first 6 months of its life.
Yeah, who knows? I might be gone in 5 minutes, and then I'll be back in 10 minutes in a pissy mood. So who knows?
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard of this game? I'm not a big gamer, but this is one game that I've played a lot of games throughout my life, but I don't really play now. But have you ever heard of this game called the Talos Principle?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, is that a VR game where you like?
I just posted it.
I have it on Epic, but I've never played it.
It's fucking amazing.
VR type game, puzzle game.
It's not really, well, I think they did add VR to it, but it's not necessarily originally VR that I'm aware of. They may have a VR version now, but.
Is it like puzzle solving? You throw this there and then it lights up a next region and then you go up there and it.
Sort of rubber ducky.
Kind of, yeah. Like basically there's all these sort of like ancient settings. Like there's one in Egypt and one that looks more like kind of Greece. So like it's got this kind of ancient, mystical kind of vibe to it and all these different worlds. And then, yeah, you basically line up like lasers and to open doorways to get through these different sections of the world. Yeah. So you're kind of using these like reflectors and lasers to bounce lasers off of like different points that need to activate things like, fans or different like things that you activate to get through the world. Yeah.
Oh, it's almost like a different version of Portal.
It is. It's kind of in the Portal category. Yeah, you're not really shooting anything in this one, but yeah, you do like. It is considered somewhat. What's the name for it? Is it like adventure puzzle, or there's some certain categories that it's in? Yeah,
that might not be a bad description. I'd understand what you're saying, but yeah, it seems pretty interesting. It's expensive as fuck, but seems interesting.
There's like the main one, and then there's a add-on, like a whole, like kind of like a second one as well. I played through all of them. It was incredible. It was just one of my favorite games I think I've ever played, and just the quality of it, like, just like the music and the environments, and it's just really like peaceful, and really makes you think too. Like, I to be honest, I did kind of cheat on some of them. Like I looked up the walkthrough because I was like, oh, this is just too much. Like. Especially like they have all these like hidden things, like these extra things you can do. And those were super hard. Like once I even like looked up the walkthrough, I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I ever would have figured that out. It's so hard.
Yeah, I got it for free off Epic, maybe a couple years ago or something. Haven't touched it, just like the rest of my backlog.
Yeah, there's also these interesting gameplay things with time, where because I just read the thing, it says divert drones, manipulate laser beams, and even replace time to prove your worth or to find a way out. Explore a story about humanity, technology, and civilization. Uncover clues, devise theories, and make up your own mind. Choose your own path through the game's nonlinear world, solving puzzles your way. Yeah, it has this really interesting, there's a couple of interesting gameplay components to it. Like one of them is where you have a capacity to create a parallel world. So you click a thing, like a button type thing, and then once you start running around in the world after you click the button, it records your character doing that thing.
Yes.
And then you get to go back to where you started and play it. And then you can use the guy that you recorded a minute ago to solve puzzles. It's pretty wild.
That's the one I thought you were talking about. Yeah. You do movements and record them and then replay them. So it's this weird time warp.
Yeah, and you're in a parallel time thing, and then you try to get the one guy that you recorded to stand in a particular position so you could do another thing or open a door. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
There's also another quite cool one that I forget what it's called, but it's a VR game. You're in a dollhouse kind of thing, or a room, and you're trying to solve problems. But if in the middle of your room that you're in, there is a little house, and if you pull off the roof of the house, the roof of the room you're in pulls off, and there is a giant version of you looking in. And it's this weird, mind-bending thing where you're at two different scales at both times. You're both the big guy and the small person. And so you have to between the big version of you and the small version of you, try and solve problems. Which I think is cute and weird. If that makes any sense. I don't think I described that very well.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I like that one too. Well, I haven't seen that game you're saying, but I like the
That puzzle solving game more than many of the games I like to play, you'll find that it yields some sort of advantage. One is they think they predicting by the time our generation gets into elderliness, dementia will be a lot lower because it boosts neuroplasticity. But I think you'll find some other things about problem solving and different ways of thinking are measurably different amongst people who play puzzle games or different kinds of games.
It's a fun mental exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah, my math question was just to figure out if I'm correct in my calculations.
What are you calculating?
Well, Mitchell from Australia had the video of Polaris and the distance to the GP and the angle. So that would put the Polaris where I'm at. The Polaris would be in northern Finland. For all of the GP for Polaris. Interesting, because that would mean that if you're going from northern Finland to north, you would actually be going south.
That's true.
Seems like the GP for Polaris is dependent on the observer.
That the root of your entire cosmology?
No, that's the root of the flat Earth cosmology, it seems.
Activity. Frames of reference.
No, that has nothing to do with the angles to polarity.
Oh, okay.
But good try. Yeah, because Mitchell gave angle to Polaris and the distance to the GP, and I got my angle to Polaris. So Polaris would be 950 miles above the Earth. So that would mean that Polaris is 548 miles from southern Finland.
So you assumed a fixed point in absolute space.
That's what Mitchell did. So
That's what you're doing
I'm
too.
just using his.
Anytime you do that.
No, I'm testing his claims, and they fail.
Fail what?
Fail
Well,
to.
Mailman, he is on the server, so you could ask him directly if you wanted.
Oh, I didn't know he's here. Okay. Yeah, I might ask him because he gave me some numbers, so I played with those numbers.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, when I say ask him directly, I mean you could ping him, perhaps.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be in the VC now. Yeah, I'm wondering what is off. Like he said that it's 1 degree per 69 miles. But then again, it can't be with the numbers that he gave. It's confusing.
Was that in a particular video or?
I watched the video that Blue Model Science posted where he showed the video that that Mitchell did.
Have you seen the one that Mitchell did?
Not the original, but it wasn't cut in Blue Models. There was just the numbers and the angle that he gave.
I'm just wondering whether you might find the answer to your question in the original video.
I mean, it could be. I can check it. I just don't think that he was talking about Finland in the video, but I can check it. And just because he says that it works in that point where he was, so I'm just trying to make it work in other positions on Earth, and it seems to not work.
Okay.
Because obviously, if the Earth is flat and you have a right angle triangle, then you have the altitude if you know the distance to the GP.
It's interesting. I never saw this sextant argument coming. Just popped up last year and been pretty interesting.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, I remember when the argument was that you can't look above to tell you what the ground is. Now it's suddenly changed.
Simpler times.
Cool for me, because one of the last conversations I had with my dad, I said, "What would you use to prove the round Earth to like the spherical Earth to somebody?" And he said a sextant. And so I do mean to, as soon as lockdown eases and I get to travel again, take a sextant with me to understand it, because I've watched videos on how you use them, but haven't really used it. But I think it would be very interesting. Because I think the whole dip angle thing is the weakest part of the whole argument. What to me is the stronger part is what what it sounds like you're talking about, Mailman, is how do you get angles to a star in different places? You can use those angles and map them across something, and that will.
Yeah, I can take the globe Earth explanation to the angle to the star of the Polaris, and everything works. If I go pick a random place and a latitude, I can predict the angle that it would be and the distance to the GP.
I think the flat Earth argument is that works because the Earth's flat.
Yeah, they say that you have a horizontal there, even though the
Yeah.
horizon is always below you, so you never have a horizontal. But
Yes, I think the flat Earth argument is solely based on, how do you get a horizontal on a ball when there would always be a dip or a drop? Not so much on, because you could use trig to determine the distance to a star. And if that distance is varying, but you bend the surface and then it stays, still, that tells you something.
the sad thing for flat Earth is that if you have the flat surface and you have the angle and the distance, you know the altitude of the star, and it just doesn't work. For like Mitchell's math, the angle to Polaris is 8 degrees above the horizon, and the distance to it is 6,762 miles, and that would put Polaris 950 miles above Earth.
Wow,
And
it
if I
is
take
low.
that,
I can reach out and touch Polaris pretty much.
yeah, and if I take that distance or the altitude to Polaris, of 150 miles north from me, and I'm in southern Finland, so that would put the GP inside Finland.
Lucky you. Such a special star just hovering right up above your head.
Yeah. It does what it does, and it is. You can do the same thing for the sun too. If someone has it on their zenith, you can take another guy who measures an angle, and you know the distance to the guy or between the guys, so you can know the altitude of the sun. And that also changes depending on your position, so it doesn't work. I think at that point they'll say that you can't look at the sky.
His calculations turned out to be correct, Mailman. Would you switch over to the flat Earth?
The calculations I made?
If the calculations Mitchell made, would you switch to flat?
Well, they didn't turn out to be correct.
Right, but if they did.
If they did, well,
Yeah.
I mean, that would be good evidence, and that would make a lot of questions, like how can people navigate accurately using the stars, because that would mean that the stars won't get you where you're going. If there was for Polaris, if the distance and the angle relation would be a squared function, then yeah, it would not be a globe. But it's a linear function, so.
Yeah, but then how would you explain lunar eclipses?
What?
So would this really do it for you, Mailman? I doubt it.
It would. If you can debunk the angles to Polaris, then obviously it would not be a sphere.
Well, why can't I just say, oh, it's bendy light, making it look that way?
Because
we don't know what the stars are in, or how they're reaching us, or how the light from them is reaching us. Like we can't be sure of the path. What we can be sure of is that the horizon is flat. What we can't be sure of is how the light of the stars is, propagating.
the horizon is at equal elevation, so yeah, it's flat.
All right, that's what we see. What we can't see is the story of how the star angles are, propagating.
We can because we can use those.
But you could assume their path is curved and not the ground and get the same result, correct?
I think no, because if you go to the opposite side, it works both ways. Like if I have a star that's GP is at the equator and I'm looking it from the north, then it would bend the other way.
Right. Bendy light.
Yeah, if you say that sky is magic, then I mean, sure, then I can say that everything is magic, but...
Oh, I'm not saying that it's magic. It's just something that's not readily apparent. What is obvious, what is right there in front of you is the flat horizon.
Yeah, but all circles are flat.
We expect that's what we expect on a globe, obviously.
Well, yeah, that's a story, but I mean...
No, that's
finally in.
That's
what we see is
demonstrable.
flatness.
You would expect that no matter what shape you were on.
When we gain altitude, the horizon drops and it starts to curve.
Right, but there's no way to extrapolate from seeing a flat horizon that you're on a sphere. You're inventing that and saying, oh, well, you wouldn't see that. It's like, but we have no reason to think that we're on anything except a flat plane.
That's not true.
I don't think anybody uses the fact that we have a flat horizon as proof that we're on a globe. They might use like the distance to the horizon or something, but
not even that. I just take the surface distances and use those.
Well, Moment, what you were saying though about Polaris, I must be in a rich neighborhood, dude. Every other car is a Tesla. What you said about Polaris, being linear, the angle changes linearly with distance, the same as something over the equator, like the sun on the equinox changes linearly with distance. I think it's kind of a big deal that nobody's really addressing because that's not a kind of thing that's a coincidence. It doesn't make sense for it to be a coincidence. It's kind of there's information that you can glean from that fact.
And we only have one southern celestial pole. Well, some say that there's more, but...
Moment, you said something the other day, dude, that I thought was pretty good question, man. After Jeremy was saying something. What was he saying? Oh yeah, about the Fresnel lens, that's right. Because they were trying to use a Fresnel lens, and people were arguing
Where's
with
the
them, like,
horizon?
dude. Huh?
Did you mean where's the horizon in the GIF?
What do you mean?
Or what? Like in the GIF?
No. Yeah, it was specifically it was the argument Jeremy was having about Fresnel using a Fresnel
the
lens.
magnetism.
Yeah, exactly, to prove the the atmosphere magnifies things, it's a magnifying lens. And I wasn't able to talk because there's already 5 people talking, but I mean, nobody was focusing on the right question, which you did ask something tangential to the right question. But I would have said, why are you? How are you justifying using a lens as an analogy for the atmosphere? I mean, don't you have to first come up with why that makes sense to do that? And anyway, so you were asking, you're like, well, if you can use a Fresnel lens as a tool to demonstrate what the atmosphere is doing, then by that same logic, couldn't you? I mean, couldn't you use a magnetism to demonstrate what gravity is doing? I mean, it's just as justifiable as true, because
Yeah, because the
it's
atmosphere
just
is
in that.
9 out of class.
Yeah, there's actually no reason to think of it as a lens at all. Lenses do something very specific with light. And atmosphere, there's no reason at all to imagine the atmosphere as a lens. So
If the case was that there was, for the sunset, there was me, then there was a vacuum, then there was atmosphere, then there was vacuum, and then there was sun, then I'd say maybe. But we are in the atmosphere, so we should be inside the lens. And that's not the case in the demonstration.
Maybe
not
we are
only
the
that,
lens.
but to me, lenses do very specific things. So whether it's vacuums or whatever, lenses, whether it's a convex or concave lens, it's gonna, the light's gonna be doing something based on the shape of that lens, whereas in the
It's
atmosphere,
going to
that doesn't
either
do either of those
focus
things.
or diffuse the light, right?
Well, yeah, but based on whether it's concave or convex. But if it's neither of those things, it's just a foggy.
Just the glass.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like
But
a
I mean, I
window.
wouldn't call it glass a lens, but good, I guess. But
I don't know if the atmosphere is concave or convex, the lens in the atmosphere. Me and the sunset.
the more you learn about like when you think about quantum properties of light and why what about a lens or what about light actually like the way it's moving through a lens that allows it to either focus light or to diffuse it or whatever is actually crazy in itself. It's just weird. It's weird shit. The same reason why refraction occurs. It's just because the light that you see is going to be the light that basically takes the shortest or the quickest path. Yeah, that's right. The shortest amount of time for light to travel there, even
I
though
was
it's like
going to
taking
ask
all the
about
different
that
paths.
with the black swan and the horizon that's in the black swan. I mean, what's the lens that's between you and the horizon that allows you to see so much further than the geometric limits would?
There is no lens there. It's just atmosphere.
So how are we seeing something that's supposed to be hidden behind a geometric sphere edge?
Yeah, so I was saying that light. Yeah, well, light's going to take all possible paths, even the ones that don't make sense, and the one that you're going to end up seeing, because it's going to be the strongest, the strongest light or whatever, is going to be the one that is the quickest path. So it's like no. The main
Snell's law. Snell's law.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Snell. Why does that sound right?
I think it's just
Whatever, Snell's law. Whatever his name, Snell's law. So yeah, that whole Yeah, that principle, that whole principle though, when they started demonstrating, they show like mud, or you can even think of like land and then water, and like somebody's traveling to some point in the water. Going a straight path from you to that thing is not going to be the quickest path because you're going to be moving faster on land and slower in water. And so there's like there's a special route you have to take to make the shortest or the quickest path, not the shortest path, the quickest path. And so yeah, the light that's you're going to end up seeing is going to be the light that traveled through the atmosphere, through all the different densities and everything it's going through. You're going to see the light that is going to be the quickest path for the light to get to that point. So,
but see, that doesn't that doesn't explain the black swan observation.
How would you explain the black swan observation where you actually see water in front of the oil rigs on a flat Earth?
I don't need to explain that, do I?
So there actually is water in front.
Well, the water's always moving, and
okay, can the water also move on the globe?
You should never be able to catch an image of the horizon so far beyond the geometric limitations that are supposed to be
but you used,
on a geometric object.
But you used moving water for your explanation. Can I too? Like there's waves, so it shows that the horizon is further because the waves are higher. Would you accept that explanation?
For the examples of the black swan where we see the water, the horizon in front of the platforms.
In the back, on a globe, we see too far because there's water that is bulging, because there's tides and waves and things. Would you accept that?
Well, no, because there's a physical limitation that needs to be
physical. The Earth isn't a perfect sphere.
The apparent size of the Earth.
Yeah, but the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. You know that, right?
Well, it should actually be addressed because what he's saying is not correct. We're not just correctly describing the geometric horizon. The geometric horizon is in no way a limitation of anything. It's a geometric location of where the horizon would be, but because of the atmosphere, it's not. It doesn't mean it's a limitation. That's just a
phenomenon that is a geometric one. It's a physical limit. So, like without the atmosphere at all, that's where the horizon should be all the time, right? Bar movements of the water. So, I mean, how does adding some atmosphere allow you to see beyond that limitation?
Have you seen that cool video of the guy bending a laser beam with an iron? That to me, because I got to be honest, I entered the flat Earth debate wanting to listen to sort of persuasion and argument strategies, and my mind was a little bit blown by the black swan. I didn't know about refraction before, but the best example I've seen yet is a guy bending a laser light with an iron. He just uses the heat rising off the iron, and he's only bending it a tiny bit, but that's all you need, right? It's a really cool demonstration of what is claimed by Mick West and the Globers as to what might be happening when we look at a black swan.
Okay.
Have you seen it? I'll post. Let me find it. I'll post it if you haven't.
See that.
I mean,
I don't know. I must not be the only one. I keep a folder of these things now. Has anybody else seen it?
I have some pictures and GIFs on my phone. But you also have geometry. If it's flat, it's a plane. So how can
which is, I would say you are seeing the curve when you are standing looking out at an ocean, but are you perceiving a curve is the question. You're seeing a curve, it is just a curve that is so incredibly shallow, when you look at it, you go, that looks flat to me. But you're still seeing a curve, right? Just the same as I did this test the other day when I got, got a circle in a Jamboard, this sort of whiteboard thing, made a circle, made it extraordinarily big, and then said, is this curved or not? Like, didn't show people I was doing that. I just said, is this curved or not? So at what point do you see the curve? You see it on ground level. At what point do you start to perceive it? Just depends how keen your eyesight is. It's very apparent if you get up to the height of the moon. I dare say it would be very, very apparent, and then by degrees everywhere between.
So if you were at the height of the moon, would you not see the entire Earth?
Yeah, and it would look very curved. So curved it would. Twinkling, you mean, like the lights of New York? It's a good question. At what point would you see human? Is that what you mean? What point do you see human-made light?
Yeah, it's like, because I'm really fascinated by light. Now, what I think is that light not really go on forever. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you be at a certain point where you might be able to detect them, but you're going to be, there's going to be a limit where you won't be able to detect a light from what a flashlight or light, something laser.
Yeah, it depends on the magnitude. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that light, at least as far as globe, like standard model and everything says, is it will go on forever. It's just that the intensity of the light will decrease by the inverse square law. So the further away you are, the dimmer and dimmer and dimmer that light will be until it's too dim to perceive.
That, and also if it depending on the brightness, like the inverse square law, eventually you get to the point where you divide it up so many times that you're going to get to the point where only one photon is going to reach whatever area you're talking about perceiving it at, and then after that you only have a likeliness of ever seeing that thing, no matter what kind of telescope you have or anything. You're not going to be able to see. There's going to be that's why some certain stars. That's part of the reason why stars twinkle, is because of the likeliness of the light even reaching you. Because if you think about it, like if the inverse square law means that it's spreading out in all directions, then you can imagine there being a point where ordinarily maybe four light would reach this area, and then just past that, only one light's going to reach there, and then one photon's going to reach there, and then past that, you're right in between where the around you. So there's only below that, it only becomes a likeliness that you'll see it.
All right, Coach. I think I was with you until you were talking about the stars twinkling. Because not all of them are twinkling the same. All right. Here's I work in this warehouse. One of the providers is like one of my smoke, but I would go to the.
You're chopping up for us there, bro.
Smoke area. I mean, you're not supposed to. Warehouses, fuck. Anyways, he's like, man, you see that star, man? I always wonder why it's twinkling so hard. I'm like, oh man, as a flat earther, I'm like, yeah, dude, right. I'll take a picture of it someday. 100, no big deal. Yeah, I zoomed in on it. Yeah, no joke though. All types of colors. That's the twinkling.
Yeah.
It's just the
No.
in intensities too, but This is one
Yeah, but that's why I
one
said.
that stands out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was saying that's part of the reason why stars twinkle. That's not why all stars twinkle,
The
and that's not even all
the
always
big
twinkling.
reason,
If it's low on the horizon, then yeah, you're gonna have a
yeah,
blurry.
the big reason why you
But
see
those
different colors like that when you zoom in is the fact that like the atmosphere will make will make light refract, and different colors refract different amounts. So when you have like winds going back and forth and all of these like turbidity in the atmosphere, you'll have the different lights the different colors of light kind of dance between each other and change in between each other, and that's just because different colors of light refract differently.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get that, but the thing is, like, I'm scared about the whole sky, and I look at one star, it's just a whole complete different story. It's like it's not even in the chapter as the first star. You know what I mean? There's something very about every single of them. They're all very different, and it doesn't matter. I know I need a good, you know, a good. So like obviously clouds can't be in the way and can't be fog. Unfortunately, I like stars. I like seeing stars, but I also like foggy nights. Like kind of a clash between. I can always see different wavelengths or dancing with a star, and it's pretty. It can be very much different when I get it next time. So I don't. I mean, that's the reason why I kind of write off the fact that Biodual. I know he's and you know I respect that guy, but you know, I feel like he doesn't really understand that I've more than I'm not have one star I've taken pictures of, videos of, and the videos are just really nice when I can get that going. I don't need a telescope to see what I'm seeing because what I'm seeing through the P900, I'm seeing through my eyes. And to be honest, yeah, I've looked through the telescope, plenty of stars and moons, and it's just brighter for a telescope. It's way bright. It's way too much. It's not good enough for me. So I like the P900. And when this then they get that runs off of helium. Oh man.
What? Wait, get what running off helium?
We'll get a nice Nikon with a zoom, but it zooms off of the helium.
Hmm.
It was a joke, inside joke.
Okay.
Oh, because helium doesn't obey gravity according to y'all.
Helium is anti-gravity, I guess. Whatever. Not really my thoughts. Somebody. It was a joke.
I'm still trying to think of a good way to describe the helium balloon thing. And my theory, the thing I'd started thinking about was, because some of my interest in the whole thing here is like, how can you explain things better? Is like me pushing to the front of a bar didn't really push everybody back or something like that. But I still think there's going to be a better metaphor. Can anybody think of a metaphor that explains why helium is not anti-gravity?
I had that same analogy in the past. I haven't used it in a long time, but I said the same thing about how you can think of the gravity with fluids being like a bar, and you may have your position in line, but once somebody with more VIP or more status than you comes in, they're going to get in line. They're going to get in line in front of you, and you're going to, displace you, push you back. That's all more dense things are doing in a fluid is they're displacing everything else. And the way that you can validate that is by the fact that the exact force that's displacing, let's say, a balloon, for example, is going to be the weight of the balloon subtracted by the weight of the medium with the same volume. And if that ends up being a negative number, then you're going to end up describing the buoyancy. And so you can actually predict exactly what the force is going to be just by doing a simple prediction like that.
So I thought of an analogy just now, that maybe it can give a lot of intuition to why, for example, helium goes up while the other air stays down. So think of a little vat of sand, and then you place some rocks in there, some bigger rocks. So in this analogy, the sand is the lighter helium and the bigger rocks is the heavier air. And then, because we know gas isn't still, we shake the vat. And as we're shaking the vat, we see the sand is going up and the big rocks are going down.
That's pretty good. I really like that. That's pretty good.
And so
I'm slightly changing in my head now to gold panning. The reason you gold pan is I like it.
And so
carry on, sorry.
Yeah, and so the reason why this happens isn't because sand is lighter than like the surrounding area. It's just because the rocks are so heavy they'll push down, and it'll push the sand up when you're shaking it. Because of course you have vibration in all gas.
Hey, can I make a comment? Maybe the big rocks are filling in the empty spaces quicker because they're vibrating at a faster rate. So they're just
Why would they be vibrating faster? I mean, you're the one creating the vibration.
They're dense.
Well, yeah, but the density wouldn't be that they're vibrating faster. It would just be that they have more stuff to vibrate.
Yeah, like electrons or protons, neutrons, whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? There's more of them. Right? I mean, that's just my opinion. I just want to throw that out there. I'm not trying to argue.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
I think it's I like the idea of trying to figure out. I used to do it for workshops, which I don't get to run anymore. Which is like, how can you have can you think of a metaphor to describe your job?
It's at least vibration.
Yeah, I think the lava lamp's a better analogy.
Well, the reason why the vibration is required is otherwise you just have the rocks sitting on the sand.
Yeah.
And that's why, for example, you can have something lighter support something heavier if they're both solid, because there won't be that vibration that'll like sift through each other.
So the Coriolis effect doesn't affect the sand.
Well, it would over really large areas. Like the vat of sand isn't nearly big enough to like see any difference. But if you did have a huge sandbox that was being shaken, you would see patterns that would be happening due to Coriolis. You would see these patterns in the sand.
What kind of pattern would you be shaking it in?
That you would be shaking it in? Well, if you shake it, I mean, I'm thinking either you just try and do it up and down.
Tossing
But-
motion, like tossing, like flipping a pancake.
Yeah. But usually in tossing motion, you have more of a first, an initial like forward, and then the next is like a flipping it backwards.
Yeah, kind of like
And that would-
so like you're panning for gold. I've done that. I've done that before. In California, because I'm American.
Yeah.
Gummy Bear, where are you from? I mean, I'm not trying to,
No,
if you
that's
don't
fine.
want to share,
He's
but I'm
Irish,
just
isn't
curious
he?
what your accent is.
So
hoping
I'm born in France. I'm raised in Sweden, and I've lived a long time in the UK.
Really, you're not Irish at all.
No.
Haven't even like watched a lot of Irish TV shows. There you go.
Yeah. But yeah, so I think that the main contributor to my accent is Sweden or Swedish.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god!
Wait, so hold on. I get it. I get it. You've seen London and you've seen France, but have you seen Earth's underpants?
No. The furthest down I've been is actually, now I think about it, I haven't been further down than Spain. Oh no, wait! I've been on an island off the coast of Africa. That's the furthest south I've been.
Further south I've been probably is I don't know, Puerto Rico.
I've been to Puerto Rico, but it's a different Puerto Rico.
What's the longest distance anyone's ever driven?
Anyone or us here?
No, us here.
Does it count if I was the passenger, not the driver?
No, it still counts. Yeah, I think that still counts.
Okay, let me look up the distance. I'm gonna have to go with Google Maps, of course.
2,400 kilometers.
That's pretty good.
I mean, it's like 800
What were you doing for
kilometers.
that, Whites? That was Whites, wasn't it?
Yeah, South Australia, bottom of up to Brisbane, and then a bit of a break, and then up to Cairns. It's a long fucking trip.
Are you just saying longest
Very big
drive
country.
within like one, like a 5-day period or something?
Or trip? No, it doesn't have to be like 5-day period. Like if you spent 6 months traveling around the United States, that counts. But not like I drove back and forth to work, and technically that was 100,000 kilometers.
In kilometers or miles?
Miles for the people who don't.
Okay.
We can
1,800
count.
miles. Yeah.
And then
That's
does it
pretty good.
count if you were the driver or the passenger? Did you say that?
I was comfortable with passenger.
Yeah. So
I drove 2,400 miles from Michigan out to California.
Yes, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I went on a caravan trip with my parents. Of course, they were the ones driving, and we started, of course, in Sweden, and then we drove downwards through Denmark, through the Netherlands, through Germany, through France, down to Spain, to Madrid. And then, I mean, we drove back as well, so that would be the double, but it's 1,800 miles one way.
So what's the total amount of curvature in your model?
That's a good one. Yeah. What curvature did you pass over for that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I recently did Sydney to Broken Hill on motorbikes, and that should be a fair amount of curvature.
Yeah, so if
I don't know. I've been to Little America.
What's Little America?
Yeah, it's like in Wyoming or something.
When you drove that, how much did your car nose dip down?
So the drive that I went on, it would have been a 27-degree dip from the start to the
Really?
finish.
Okay, I've got to find mine now. I'm giving up landing that ship for a second. And
let me ask you guys this: in terms of if you believe that there's a force sticking you to a ball, because we always feel like down is down and up is up. Is this force also psychologically manipulating you as you go to make you think up is up and down is down, even though it's around a ball?
That's what you mean by psychologically manipulating it. We do think it's holding fluids in our ears down, which gives us a perception of down. I certainly think there is a sense of, and I can feel it when I'm fatter, of being more like held down when I'm a big chunky boy. But I don't think that it interacts like in my brain.
Oh, I got a question. Wait. What about when you're upside down? How if it makes you feel down? How does it feel? Like, how does it let you feel upside down in your ears?
I just said about
the goes to your head.
The shit in your ears. But yeah, but say if you're flying around the Earth, some airplane or something, or whatever, however you're traveling, and down is obviously changing everywhere you're going. You're just like Eggshells was saying. Yeah, when your brain is the one that's telling you where down is. You know what I mean? Like, if it wasn't for the mechanism in your head, you might confuse yourself. Like if you were walking or something like that, or you woke up somewhere. That's a good example. Well, being an ISS is one example because they're falling around the Earth and they have no idea what part of the Earth they're over because they're not. They're just in free fall. So yeah, so you're not gonna know where down is unless your ears, the inner ears, or your, what do you call that? Was it vertigo? Not vertigo. But I forget what the thing's called in your ear. Was it called eggshells?
In the ear, I forget what it is. Let me find it.
I mean, for this, the magnetism would be a perfect analogy.
Are you talking about the vestibular system?
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, nicely said. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, so that tells you where down is. Otherwise, you'd have to rely on exterior influence.
If you're in a 0G plane, you don't know where down is.
Okay. Well,
even underwater, I've struggled before. I've been dumped by waves, and like tried to swim to what I thought was up, and then found myself digging in the sand.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Really? I've never had that. Every time I'm in water, I always know what's up or down. I mean, unless I'm like dizzy or unconscious or something.
No, what I'm talking about is like when I'll get like properly dumped by waves, such that like they can be pretty tumultuous in Australia, and they will like you just get smashed.
Yeah, you get tossed, like spun around like you're in a washing machine. So, and that's what disorientates your whole orientation, is that, spinning and turning and rolling, and then suddenly when it stops and you can actually take control of your position and your movement, at that point you don't know which way to go.
Yeah, and it's also, it's not just your vestibular system. So there's stuff showing that blind people experience it differently. So it's like a bunch of things. Like one of the things I've even found is our eyes are used to light equals up. And so that's one of the things you'll use. Again, if you're being turned over in really heavy surf, bubbles below you are just above you. And like, a bunch of other things. So it fucks you up. But it only takes like a proper dumping in big surf for it to happen. And I think a bit of panic too.
Yeah, like when I've gone diving, like I have a diving certificate, so I've been down to about like 20 meters maximum. The only way to kind of know up, especially like in murky waters where you can't see the line, is just where buoyancy is trying to take you. That's the only way to know up.
Yeah, so which direction?
be calm enough in that moment to
to think
to seek that sense out, right?
Yeah. That's the problem. It's that you're panicking, that you also, like, it'll happen for me if I've been winded. So, like, I haven't just been dumped, but I've been, like, slammed into the surf. And then I'm like,
Open your fucking eyes, eggshells, mate. Open your eyes.
if you're saying that, you haven't been in big enough surf, bro.
I'm serious. I've done exactly the same thing before, but I actually swam into a rock, and hurt my head pretty fucking bad. It hurt.
Ow.
And a friend of mine said, "Open your eyes, you fucking idiot. Don't be a pussy." From then on, I just open my eyes, man. You can see the bubbles which way they're going. You quickly snap out of it. So
It was actually like, it wasn't for me open your eyes. I would have my eyes open, but it was something my mum said to me. She was like, just look at the bubbles, look at the bubbles. And that significantly helped.
because a lot of people do. It's mainly just a panic thing, man. They just, freak out on what's just happened and just don't think. So
Yeah, especially because like the panic has started not just from being dumped. For me, it would be like you're there and it's like normal wave, haha, I'm having fun, and then you'll suddenly be like, holy fuck, that is a monster, and you try to like deal with it. So you've been panicking, like, not just for the time you've been underwater, but it's been like going for a while now. I don't know
Well,
if that makes sense.
I would say that I always can feel the pressure difference of going up or down. Like the natural buoyancy of my body and the air pressure always, to me, indicates which way I'm going, up or down.
Yeah, so you can tell that if it's a significant difference, but like sometimes I'm only talking like 6 feet, 8 feet, not even that much under the surface. It's not far. It's not like you're going to suffocate. It's just a really weird sensation where you've suddenly forgotten which way up is.
Yeah.
And when the water's really sandy as well, and even with your eyes open, you can't see very far.
Yeah, that's
Australian
true. If
surf
you're
is
close to
different,
shore,
though.
it can be very stirred up.
And the water is salty. Extra dense.
Meaning gravity is stronger there. Joke.
Because it's in the underpants of the earth.
Is there what?
You seem
like,
to,
is there a gravity
gravitate-
well at the end of a rip? Is that what's pulling me down there? It's just like
That's
You
that's
do
the
seem to
problem.
gravitate towards the underpants a lot. I've got to say that.
That's just the firmament.
I'm handsome.
God, I'm hanging for some warm weather now. Eggshells.
It getting warmer over there? All right.
It's springtime now. The water's so cold over here. Unless you got a wetsuit, you can't surf, man. So
Yeah, the weather's beautiful this time of year.
I wonder how many people own property in the southern region and then also in the northern and just go back and forth so that they always go through spring and summer.
My dad used to.
just become a professional cricket player. You follow the summer around the world, man.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Except you have to play cricket.
Nothing wrong with that. When you have a look at your bank balance, mate, you wouldn't complain. Believe me.
I don't know. That was a solid joke, though.
I don't get those jokes because I like cricket. So
Yeah, I too like things that take 4 days to resolve.
honestly, Test cricket's my favourite. There's nothing better than sitting down for 5 days and watching a good game of Test cricket.
Oh, it's such a dull sport. It's like the game. Like, how often is it exciting finish? And it's like once in 100 games. Most of the times, it's like on day 4, you're like, "Have we lost?" we've probably lost. And then
No,
by day
it's
5,
not
you're like,
that.
oh, we definitely lost yesterday.
It's more of the
Yeah, no worries,
individual
guys.
milestones along the way. You can get someone that could get 8 wickets or knock over a whole team, or someone's made 100, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah. Okay, I see that. That's a
That's
good
not
point.
just it's not just the point of like it being a close game in any way, because like still at the end it's like it's over there. Yeah, like it's not that exciting. I get it, but it's more about those accomplishments, like those milestones in Test cricket.
I used to enjoy the 1 day form of the game, but since they've axed that in exchange for this fucking advertisement, which is 2020,
2020,
and 2020's just ruined it. I fucking hate it.
Really? I was about to say the opposite. I was about to be like, the only one I can get on board with is 2020 because I can sit down, watch a whole game beginning to end. It might be tight towards the end, and it's got like a natural, reasonable game length arc to it. So, like, explain it to the
2 hours
non-cricket.
or whatever.
Exactly. Like this for the non-cricket people here, they are saying 2020 ruined the game because you can sit down in a single sitting, watch the whole game.
Well, the 1 day game was good because it'd be, you'd make a day of it. It was basically half a day, right, to play the game, and you'd make a day of it, and it would come down to the line. It's like there was more strategy to it rather than just going out there and bashing it,
Yeah,
That's
and,
true.
and it probably is. I'm not fully appreciating that strategy. So yeah, a guy trying to like swing for the fences on every ball is kind of cool fun to watch for me.
Yeah,
'Cause I
it
don't
is
get
cool
the
fun to
strategy.
watch. But when it's combined with the strategy of a slightly longer game as well, then it's plus it's the experience of the event, for the day, I guess. You get together, have a barbecue with some mates and watch it throughout the day.
Yeah.
You ever been to a 50-50 over match? I've been to the MCG a couple of times. I got kicked out against Sri Lanka. I was that drunk, man. It is fucking wild.
I bet you fucking did. You sound like you'd be
This
a
was in
loose
the
cannon with a
day of
couple of beers
fucking
under your belt.
yeah. This was in the day of Bay 13 was still around at the MCG.
What's that?
Bay 13 was still around at the MCG. That's
What's
it's
Bay
no
13?
longer there. That was below the Great Southern Stand, which all got renovated and stuff. That was known to be like the pisshead spot, like all the troublemakers that hang out around Bay 13. So good days, mate. Good days. Yeah, so how about that flat Earth, huh?
Got any measurements of curvature for us, Was?
What's this in here, mate?
Oh, that's rig. I fucking get you guys confused. Sorry.
What the fuck?
I didn't have your screen open.
You get me? How can you get me and was confused, dude? What the fuck?
I don't know. I did as soon as I said it, I was like, I actually think that's a rig now that I said that out loud.
You dickhead.
Sorry.
You're racist.
You deserve another swastika for that, eggshells.
right, I'm back.
Have you grown that third arm or third leg or fourth leg, Harry? Yeah.
Why is that?
I know you've been vaccinated, mate. Just
No,
waiting
I
for
feel
the
pretty good. The
inevitable.
first one knocked me about a bit, but no, I felt pretty good after the second one. And I'm gonna get to go and have.
Awesome, buddy.
Can you pick up? Can you pick up radio stations now anytime you want?
I mean, if I got some better reception, I had my internet. My internet's dropping out every week, so if I started getting some bit of 5G, geez, it'd help. Because fucking being in the middle of a training session, my internet stops.
Can you just plug your cell phone like into your armpit and get some Wi-Fi?
I can give it a go.
Also, check when you have a piss, because I've got a funny feeling.
What's it meant to do to my piss? My piss is usually fairly fluorescent yellow on account of me not drinking enough water.
No, I just thought it might.
How do you feel like, Charles?
extend
You've
the
been
antenna a bit.
infected with a vaccine for a bioweapon. How do you feel?
I feel like a pioneer.
Pretty fucked up, man.
You're not getting it, was? Rig? Fuck, now I'm just doing it on purpose.
Jesus Christ. I'll tell you what. One more time.
Well, there you go.
I'm fucking gonna
start.
block you. Mute you the lot.
Yeah, you're getting close to a ban. We might have to ban you.
No,
Then
I'm
I just did it
definitely-
because I was like about to say Rig, and then I was like, do you ever get that like where you get someone's name wrong and then you're like, no, it's the opposite, and then like the opposite doesn't help you. The opposite just makes you not trust yourself. Anyway, you're not getting it, are you, Rig?
Nope, not a chance.
Not even after the first batch goes through, and if I don't die.
I'm not like, hey, if a version 2 comes out, I'll take the evidence as it comes and then I'll reassess my position again. But I'd feel more comfortable with a V2 for sure. There's been way too many injuries due to this vaccine.
What's it at per vaccine? Because I know per we had for a while, we had in Australia twice as many deaths per vaccine than as a result of the vaccine than we did as a result of the virus. But that was just because we'd had like 1 million people vaccinated and a few thousand virus cases.
So doesn't that sound retarded to you?
No. If 1 million people have driven across a bridge and one's died, and then somebody opens up a ferry, I'm not sure where that was going, but I think it makes more sense to me to do it on vaccinated numbers. Not
the analogy there is you have a decently okay bridge, and then you have an okay amount of people just constantly driving on that bridge. There will be an accident every once in a while, but then you build a hyper stable, huge bridge, and then you send 100 times as many people over that bridge at once. Well, yeah, you'll have a lot more accidents, but you're also getting more people across the bridge, and now they've all passed the bridge. Now they don't have to drive over that rickety bridge and take that higher chance of getting in an accident.
But vaccinated persons are not protected, are not fully protected.
Right, just the same as wearing a seatbelt doesn't fully protect you from.
Well, no. Well, the claim is that the symptoms are likely to be less severe if you are
But yeah, I'll put it back on now. But yeah, I mean, the thing is with that topic,
Is it dead?
Well, I just put the live stream back on. So
cool.
No worries.
Cool.
Yeah, no, it is a it is a big situation right now. But I also feel like, I don't know, a lot of people, it seems like, make up their own minds when it comes to this. Like, I don't know, it just seems to me like, not that we have to keep talking about it, but I guess I'm talking a little bit in code right now. But it just seems like people are on one side or the other at the end of the day. You know, like, are there a lot of people on the fence? I mean, maybe, but it seems like most people are fairly on one or the other.
Yeah, enough to satisfy the targets that they've set. So we should be able to hopefully.
What I was going to say is, I'm super interested in how the sides on this issue, like conservative to left, are. Like, I was always interested in that whole idea of like how a political movement can switch sides on an issue. Like, a good example being like leftism, like labour markets should be anti-migration because you're protecting workers' rights and migrants depress workers' wages and conditions. And I was always interested in how that happens. And I think this has been a perfect example of it, where like typically conservatives and more religious people are more community minded. And more authoritarian. And the left used to be much more like anti-vaxxers used to almost be entirely on the left. And the idea of like natural remedies and was a much more greeny lefty philosophy. And interestingly, this issue, I think, has been the fulcrum upon which a lot of that's pivoted, where now like even fairly like freedom-loving liberal lefties are like, well, do what the government tells you. And the right is I think, just as a reaction to that, being like, "Fuck you! I'm going to take horse medication."
Sorry, that's upset, mate.
Thought you'd like that one, Rick. Is that going to get me another swastika?
100%. 100%. I think it's okay to be on the fence about this one, Gio, and I think a lot of people are, mate, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's weird to be completely on one side or another of any issue.
Well, I think a lot of people are on the fence about the issue overall, like all of the components and the politics and the financial and all those things. But I'm just saying about the actual dose of candy that they're getting. I feel like people on that side are pretty much like either, you know, yes or no kind of thing. Because I just meant in terms of that.
Yeah, I mean, I was somewhat on the fence, but my brother was like, you know, because I was like, you know, tell me a bit about it. He's a scientist. He gets this stuff. And I was like, look, COVID just doesn't look that bad. And he's like, just check out long COVID before you make that choice. Because he was saying he was the same way. He wasn't that fussed about it either way. And then long COVID changed his mind. And I started looking at long-term results and was like, hey, I don't want to stuff around with that.
Eggshells, you be a shit drug dealer. You can't even use a code word or drop that one word.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm doing it.
For real, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Just like left, right, and center. Boom, 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 boom. You dropped it like 4 times then, man.
Yeah, and right now their AI is going did it, and it's tuning into every word.
Gio is going as well.
I was a shit drug dealer.
Must seek out anyone talking against me.
Is it that I was talking in favor that maybe that'll save you?
Well, I don't know how they even how do they decipher? Because that word and the people are talking about it on every social media thing, you know, everywhere. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. It's just bizarre.
How do they
it'll
work
only be
out
user
what
reports.
context?
I think they'll just go user reports and then use humans to decide. I hope anyway. And I hope and suspect they will only like hit really egregious, like really big channels that are doing like hugely egregious violations. You know, like someone like Alex Jones peddling a different thing, and he's got 1 million followers. That's what I'm hoping anyway. Because I'm kind of scared about this concept of censorship too.
Yeah, but you've got to recognise that at the beginning, all the people who were suggesting that it might have come from the lab, they were all conspiracy theorists, and all of that talk was shut down. And now all of a sudden, there's talk that hey, this might have happened. So it was wrong to shut all that talk down a year or two ago.
Yeah,
do you appreciate that?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling somebody a conspiracy theorist if they theorize about a conspiracy. I'm a conspiracy theorist.
But you get the point. You get the point.
Yeah.
The discussion was shut down by the powers that be because they deemed that it was fake news. It turns out that it wasn't fake news. All of those discussions could have led to something productive had time elapsed, you know, with people being allowed to discuss it.
Yeah, well, it's so 1984, isn't it? I mean, who gets to decide, you know, what sort of speech is allowed, and just, you know, especially when nobody's being forced to watch any of these YouTubers.
No, exactly.
And everybody can access the mainstream information if they want.
Yeah, it's the same thing with censoring flat Earth. The way that they, you know, said right in front of Congress, you know, oh, what are you going to do to stop, you know, this quote unquote misinformation? But it's like if the Earth if the Earth was a globe and it was so obvious and so proven, and NASA and everything else, why would they even care? You know, if people
wouldn't even discuss it. Yeah, you wouldn't even give it 2 minutes of your time.
Right, and of course they didn't say concave Earth. You know, they didn't say any of those other things. It was flat Earth.
Let alone call a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
I mean, if I wanted to make a channel right now called, you know, clouds are purple elephants, and I was just going to go on, and I created a purple elephant cloud society, and I was trying to convince everybody that the clouds were purple, or purple elephants, I mean. You know, if the clouds are not purple elephants, then why would anyone feel threatened or care to suppress what I'm saying? Like,
I can imagine the response. Oh, but that's not dangerous.
I think,
Well,
yeah, I think the
contagious.
argument was that
David's out there, but not suppressed.
Sure. I think the argument was that there was a fairly big, there was a paper written on it and an article written about, and many articles written about it that showed that this algorithm had caused a huge growth in flat Earth. And I think that then what people had really successfully done was link it to anti-Semitism. And it's the same thing they did with
that old trick.
What's the guy who believes in the reptilians?
David Icke.
Yeah. Nobody gave a shit about him until a bunch of neo-Nazis started following him, where they were like, oh, we know what he's really talking about. These neo-Nazis were like, when he says reptilian, what he really means is Jew, because he can't say reptilian. And he didn't. He's many times come out and said it's nothing to do with Jews. What he's talking about is a species of actual reptiles. But because that became a thing, he got suppressed as a result of it.
Yeah.
well, I don't
how
think
politicized YouTube is.
And there might be some association within the flat Earth world or discussions around that, but that's not necessarily the main component of it all.
Yeah,
I mean, what happened is that
I think it happens, but it's rare.
I mean, in 2015, it just started to explode. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what happened. It just started erupting pretty much out of nowhere. Well, not really out of nowhere, but I mean, well, in a sense, I mean, compared to 2012, 11, 10, in that sense, it was out of nowhere. But it just started, surfacing, and so many people resonated with it to where it just like searches were going off the charts and just videos. And back then the algorithm was recommending. And so it was growing very quickly at that time.
Yeah, but I think that's what the criticism was. They were like, your algorithm is recommending this stuff just because it gets people to watch YouTube for longer. The accusation leveled against Flat Earth against YouTube was, you recommend these conspiracy videos because it keeps people on your platform for longer. You're doing this on purpose, and it is, there is a cost to it, so stop.
But they do that with every topic and every subject and every video. They want people to keep watching videos. That's their business.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything that anybody would argue that. I mean, I'm not even arguing against this. I'm just sort of pointing out what I understand was their decision. What was the sort of decision that led to it, which was that you could be pushing people with the interest in pushing a commercial agenda. You end up unwittingly pushing a political agenda.
No, that's not what it is. They claim that it's quote unquote scientific misinformation. So I mean, they claim that's what they claim it as.
That it's a falsity that could be potentially damaging to people's health should they adhere to it. But that's subjective, I guess. But what I don't like is the association of people who have genuine concerns and questions, and anti-vaxxers, like crazy anti-vaxxers, because not all people that are a little bit unsure about all this are crazy anti-vaxxers, but that's what they're always labeled as when they protest or.
Sure.
There was an NBA player the other day that was interviewed in an interview and was asked about it and was incredibly articulate with his response.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they were trying to say that, if flat Earth was getting out there more, that it was this, you know, quote unquote misinformation, and that they had to protect people with, you know, the real science. And so, we need to get rid of this, you know, what they're claiming is, you know, false science. But that's just such a bizarre thing. I mean, if you are purporting some kind of science or something that's true, isn't that the purpose of it, that it holds up to scrutiny? And so that even if a bunch of people think something the opposite, that the science itself, you know, the truth is the truth. So it should hold up to its own, and it should welcome, you know, contradictions so that people can learn more and understand further. Yeah,
absolutely, that's right.
Well, yeah, I don't have an objection to it. I mean, I think if I started to see real world consequences, like one of the interesting ones for me is QAnon, where I do think we're starting to see real world consequences, like for loopy beliefs, where it's no longer just like haha funny QAnon, but like a non-zero number of Q-tards have killed other people as a result of their QAnon beliefs. But generally speaking, I think it's most people talking about this stuff are just sort of pearl clutching and using their power to silence other people. I love that expression, pearl clutching.
Yeah. Good one.
Lovely. What's that? Oh, espresso martini. You don't want me to sleep. Thank you very much.
How long are you playing?
There goes Harry.
Has Ruhith realised at all yet that what he's asking people to do is stupid, and what he himself has done is stupid with his little virtual renditions of some White House, some mountain?
Well, you see, it's like a mechanic, right? Okay, you got your car and something's wrong with it. Now, which mechanic would you go to? Would you go to the one who's not willing to make a prediction, or one who is? You know, that's how. You know, every time you ask for a
Nicely said.
right? There's always some kind of analogy that's, you know, it's never a substantive argument. It's always an analogy, like frames of reference. It's like, well, imagine you're on the train, right? There's another train that's moving.
Okay, I'll do a substantive analysis if you would like. It is central to the claim that the Earth is flat is that we do not measure curvature. What they will find with the auto level is whether the Earth curves or not. How one does, whether one is willing to make a prediction is a marker of, well, whether one makes an accurate prediction is a marker of how correct their model is. Whether one is willing to make a prediction is a marker of how confident they are in their model or how full of shit they are.
Well, I don't think that that tool is adequate to decipher the shape of the Earth from that distance in any way, shape, or form. So I wouldn't say, even though, let's say the Earth is a plane, I wouldn't say go use that tool to prove the Earth is a plane. It's absolutely absurd on so many levels. So you're assuming that people think that that tool is going to do it and that we're all making some great prediction for some great thing, but it's not. That's not it at all. It's like just completely using the wrong tool that is entirely inadequate to decipher the shape of the surface by using it.
Well, an auto level gives you a very, very accurate idea of what flat looks like from where you are, right? And where that hits another mountain of a known height, to me, is I struggle to think of a better tool for it. Yeah.
So then why hasn't mainstream had that be their main detection of why the Earth is a globe? Why didn't they shut flat Earth down in 2015?
Nobody asked this question. Nobody reasonable except people in these debates ask the question whether the Earth is round anymore. Like, there's a constant flat Earth thing of why aren't they showing us X, Y, and Z? Like, evidence, like I've regularly asked you, Gio, what would change your mind, and you've said to me, I don't think in hyperbole or jest, nothing would change your mind on it. So if you've got a community of people who are small, who don't wield any political or financial, clout, and who are impervious to evidence, why would you spend any time? Why would the sort of mainstream community spend any time trying to prove that?
We've asked for non-optical evidence forever, and you're failing to prove any. And this is just more optical jargon. So the fact that more optical stuff just keeps being produced, even though the criteria is non-optical, is just ridiculous.
So what would you say? How would you describe optical evidence? What would be your assessment of
Using any sort of optical device over distance.
Yeah, so sorry, it was a really poorly formed question. I mean, like, if you were to describe the quality of evidence based on optics, would you say it is high quality, low quality, bullshit, fantastic? How would you describe the usefulness of evidence based on optics?
I'm removing optics from this particular situation altogether and asking for something else.
Harry's going to try to trip you up on, well, then you can't use your eyes, so make sure you're careful.
No,
yeah,
optical
basically.
tool, optical device, other than our eyes.
Sure. So either optics is a good way or it's a bad way. If optics is a good way, then this is fine. Great way to go and do a measurement. If optics is bad, then to my understanding, 99% of flat Earth proof goes out the window because all of it's based on optics. Particularly optics very similar to this, which is optics horizontally at a distance.
Why do you have so much energy?
If you're able to admit the fact that there are images where we just see too far, and obviously that's due to refraction, etc. How can you then say, oh, but we've got this tool that can look over so far and it can tell us exactly where horizontal is, when you yourself will just acknowledge that the whole image will move depending on the refractive index of the day.
Sure, yeah. I think that refraction will confound it, but it will confound it in reliable ways, right? If I see something in front of me, I don't know of any standard atmospheric refraction that would mean that that object is actually behind me or it's a different color, right? So refraction, while it does confound things, isn't magic.
Yeah, but doesn't that refraction that you use in the formula, doesn't that include the fact that it's going over curvature? Doesn't it use that curvature?
Oh, yeah, that's what we're testing. We're testing whether it's curved. So we use the calculations of curvature and try to disprove them.
But first, you have to prove curvature to use curvature in that formula. So,
I get what you're saying by that.
It's already redundant because you haven't first proven the curvature to then base the refractive formula on.
I get what you're saying with that. If I were to apply that, consistently, I wouldn't be able to do anything because I would go.
Oh, rubbish! Absolute rubbish.
So the reason, like, if I can't do anything until I've proven the thing before it, I will never be able to take my first step. Because if you go, well, how do you take your first step? How did you know you were standing where you currently were? Well, because I tested that. Okay. Now, how did you know that you were standing where you were when you took the stand? How did you measure the standing? How did you test the thing with the standing? You can end up, it's just like asking a 2-year-old that gets stuck asking why. It's an inescapable loop you get stuck in. There's just sort of understandable questions. They're
Sorry,
good
that's not
questions.
the problem.
You might get stuck in the loop, but most people wouldn't.
Morning, guys.
Morning. I mean, evening.
How you doing?
What's the issue? Someone wants to test curvature, and the flat earthers think it won't be a good test.
Ruhif's been asking for people's observations, or sorry, their predictions about what Ranty will, how basically that he's taking an auto level up a mountain, pointing it at another mountain, going how far up that other mountain will it hit. My understanding, this is I'm giving probably a poor rendition of it, but like if I'm at 1,000 feet above sea level and that other mountain is 1,000 feet above sea level, the crosshairs of my auto level should point directly at the top of that other mountain.
I don't trust Ranty or Ruhiv, but if I just imagine they are hypothetical people, then I think shooting an oil level at a mountain can be a good way to get you to the phenomenon where the other mountain has dropped.
Well, see, the trap is
good way of testing the idea.
The trap is if a flat earther makes a prediction and it's correct, then the Earth has to be curved. If they make a prediction and it's wrong, then they're
No, if a flat earther made a prediction that was consistent, that fulfilled two criteria. Sorry, this is talking in my ears at the same time I'm trying to speak. That was consistent with a flat Earth and matched what they end up going to see. I think that'd be fantastic and very telling. It'd be hugely indicative of something.
but only on that day, right?
No, it'd mean regardless of the oh, shut up, computer. Sorry, it's talking in my ear. Regardless of what they're measuring of the person who made that prediction, that would say to me, I will ascribe to their next prediction a higher degree of confidence.
So are you telling me that if we look out across the Earth and there's no curvature and we see too far, that's because of refraction is bending and warping like a laser beam through sugar water to pull up the Earth to make it look flat, like it's bending and warping. But if Ruhif and Ranty go up there with an auto level and shoot it across, now over a 90-mile, there's none of that bending and warping going on. We're getting an absolute accurate reading.
100% no. No. I do not mean that. What I mean is
Ruhif says that. He'll say those two things that I just went through.
No, I doubt he would. If you can show to me he would, I will eat my words. But no, what I mean is,
well, it's how he explains the black swan. And then in the same breath, he wants to take over 10 miles black swan. He's claiming that there's enough refraction to make that possible. But then all of a sudden at 90 miles, he's going to get.
I think it's a pretty weak straw man of what he would say. I think what he would say is if you take into account standard atmospheric refraction. That's which is a crucial bit, right?
What?
Now, if I don't know what I'm trying to say. I
don't even know how you could even try to defend this, to be honest.
I think I've got it.
I would be astounded if Ruhif says, I ignore refraction on my observations, but I counted on yours. I would be absolutely astounded. I will boost your server for a month if he said anything close to what you just said.
Sorry, radio connection. Hi there. May I ask
Hey, man.
something?
It's been a while. What's up?
I think the point is he will claim refraction, some more than standard refraction if a flat earther sees too far. But when he's looking at a mountaintop with his auto level, he'll say, "Oh, it's okay. We've accounted for everything."
He might do. I would be given what I know of him. I would be surprised if he does that. But you know,
another point is
what
a long time for this great test to be done. 3 or 4 years just to point an auto level at a mountain. But I also think it's good to point it at mountains because then they can't argue the mirror layer, the surface thing as much. Because then they've got to argue that their flat Earth phenomenon that pushes things into the surface happens all the way up as high as a mountain, which is less harder to believe.
Yeah. I gotta go now. Dinner time. I'll see you all later.
Even though they're biased, Ranty and Ruhiv are biased. Someone who isn't biased could do this auto level with a mountain test and get some information about if the land in the distance is dropping or not, depending if they trust the measurements of the mountain.
He's invited Bev, who lives close by, to go and do it, which I think is a great idea. Like send a flat earther there to do the same measurement at the same time and challenge their methodology. I think would be watchable, boost both people's channels, but also be a robust.
Boost them both.
Yeah, I'm not.
That'll make it more trustworthy.
All right, you're
Because
not
then we'll have
afraid of
two people from both religions trying to make one observation fit what they want, and that'll make it even more messy.
Yeah, but a good test, wouldn't it? Anyway, look at it. See you all later.
It's a pseudo test to keep the flat Earth versus globe Earth argument going. It won't get anyone over the fence.
Yeah, they're just trying to distract people and try to bring attention to their, channel and whatever.
If Bev talks about it too much, that's helping. What's this? Blackpool Tower infrared?
I just wanted to ask him if he even knows what the standard refraction formula is in the first place.
I think you can just Google it, can't you?
Well, sure, but if you do, then do you know what's in it? The radius of the Earth.
I mean, what's in it? Oh yeah, obviously they assume they are. Yeah, they believe they've got the right R.
So when he says that Renti would go up and then count after the fact, Renti and Ruhi would count in the formula of the standard refraction, then they are actually counting in the presupposed curvature of the Earth.
They don't call it
So it
assumed
doesn't
R.
prove
They call it
anything.
calculated R, don't they?
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense, even on a formula level. So even in theory, they are
think-
circularly reasoning whatever they are trying to do.
Don't you think if you live on a ball for hundreds of years, you can calculate R eventually? In different ways. If you lived on a flat Earth for 2,000 years, 2021 years, could you calculate R of flat Earth?
I can calculate Superman's speed in space. It doesn't make it real.
You reckon you can never calculate R? Humans are just not capable.
Again, please.
Go again.
Imagine if I was the only one on Earth. I think I would be able to do it. I mean, I would just go in a straight line. And just use some kind of unit to measure. End to end. I have no idea how I would feed myself or stay warm or anything, but yeah.
Or you could just take a shortcut and stand on the shoulders of giant liars.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you guys are putting R at in the same place as God with the same mystery value where you could never find it out ever. I know Jerry said he could, but I think he was joking that it's very unlikely.
Yeah, you can't measure curve, can you? Well, you can't calculate it. You can only measure it, and the only way of measuring a curve is radius, right?
I think there's quite a lot of ways to calculate R and measure curve.
You reckon?
There's quite a few ways.
How?
Go on, give us one.
Lasers, oil levels, theodolites, cameras.
What, for measuring curvature?
Yes.
Without knowing the radius
How
value.
does water level measure curve?
Go on,
So how did you
just
measure
give us
the drop?
one method, Dawn.
It's an optical device.
Without R, you might not get the perfect angle of the arc of the curve, but you'll be able to determine it's a curve.
No, I'm asking for a method, by the way. Could you tell us one method, like precisely?
Use a camera to look at stuff dropping.
What?
Use a camera.
That's measuring, looking into an optics. That's measuring. Cameras are made for measuring.
No, but you can calculate things with them.
No, we
Well, that's not measuring anymore, is it?
With cameras, you can't.
If you can't use cameras for what I'm saying, why do you keep sharing pictures of what you've taken with cameras, Bev?
It's just pictures, Dawn.
Just
They're pictures. Yeah, yeah.
He
It's
doesn't claim
it's
he's measuring something with it.
that claims you can measure with it. Not me. That's
It's
Ruhif.
me. It's me.
Get
I
Ruhif to explain to you
I
how
claim you
he
can
does
use
it.
a camera to calculate things in your environment. Measure, if you want to call it measure.
You can't measure with cameras, Dawn. Somebody's tricked you into thinking you can.
No, I did. I thought about it and realised you could.
Oh, nice.
How could you tell me, please?
By photographing things, then using your
Love the
distance,
method.
using your distance and height, work out
Yeah, using it how?
the
That's what I'm
position of the
asking.
different things.
Did you
If
see
you
any
did
of
that every hour for the day, it would change every photo.
It wobbles
So
a
which
little
one
bit
are you
up
going
and
to choose
down.
to work a
You can
calculation
still
out on?
discern stuff.
Did you see any of Tim Osmond's drone footage when he was doing that stuff, Dawn?
Yeah. It didn't mean as much to me because it's all just mountain ranges, so you have to take his word for the distance, the height, and the things he's looking at.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as obvious as some other observations.
See, because I
He's
had
got a camp there.
there was just a distinct moment I had with him. Like he had some footage over the water, and he was basically saying like, you know, look, Mel, it's curving, and I wasn't being a smart ass. Like, I just couldn't see it, and he was going, "Can't you see it?" And I was going, "No," and he was going, and we just agreed to disagree. But it was weird. I was like, I don't know what you think you're seeing, but there you go, you know. So I just left it.
Which Tim Osmond?
The
I don't know that. Is that the one that was on Jose's with Ranty, or the other one?
I'm not sure. Like he used to be kind of when this whole thing started. There was this American guy.
Not IPS, Tim Osmond.
Yeah, not IPS.
Osmond.
His name's Tim Osmond. Not his real name. That was just his YouTube.
Yeah, he's Invoker on Discord. That's like sort of the original one, because the IPS one, the IPS guy, he kind of took that Tim Osmond name and then
Yeah, he copied Tim Osmond, like the mirroring effect. IPS is one of those weirdos, a bit like me.
I mean, not to blow smoke or anything, but he was one of the strongest globe proponents in the whole scene.
Oh yeah,
You know,
remember
some of
back
the
in the
best
day?
arguments.
Yeah, remember back in the day on like Bro Sanchez used to do those big debates, because back then he was one of the only ones doing debates like that, and Tim Osmond and P Mars would go on there and just blow up
They
the whole
shut
thing.
hangouts down and everything. Like they were master. It was a master troll.
And that's observations you're talking about. Sometimes they're not very convincing. When you see the horizon of the water and it's cutting off the shoreline, but you see the mountain range behind the shoreline all rised up. So they're expecting you to say this is curving down, even though there's loads of land rising up behind it. I think that's quite a weird thought experiment for a flat earth. It's not always the best observation.
I posted a link with a camera where you measure the angles of objects.
The camera.
I'm not gonna respond to that. Stupid.
Not even a theodolite anymore. All you need is a camera.
I mean, it's a camera.
I'm talking about measuring angles, Measuring
Yeah.
for measuring angles, there is a device already that surveyors, professionals who are measuring them sometimes use. It's called theodolite, or a total
Yeah,
station, of course.
but not vertical angles over distance, right?
Well, not that one,
Or
by the
this
way. Yeah, that one is
you can use that as well, but there is a
But
camera
not for
which can
vertical
measure.
angles over distance. No, it's not accurate.
It's for measuring angular size.
Yep, but not for
What?
vertical angles
Angular
over
size,
distance.
If you can measure angle, I guess it could measure vertical as well.
You can't measure vertical angles because of distortion. Everybody knows that.
So you can send a mail to the company and tell them to throw their trashy equipment, which doesn't work. Stop selling fake
Dude,
products.
stop saying something that I didn't say.
Okay, so then I'll
Cannot
quote.
accurately
I'll quote.
measure vertical angles over distance.
So then I'll quote this link here.
Well, what sort of accuracy does it do it to?
I don't know. You have to read the specification of it.
Oh, so you see, so you don't know.
I don't know the accuracy. I know it measures angles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does
there you go.
Flat Earth Data's thumb.
So you can measure angles from taking pictures.
Yeah, you can measure angles with your thumb, according to people as well. So let's go.
Yeah.
Why do they need a camera?
Because then you can document it.
I mean, I don't know how it got
Kind
so
of.
bogged.
Yeah. I was just
I don't know
saying
how it
that people use cameras as instrumentation sometimes,
Take
not for
pictures.
everything. Yes.
I won't bog this down, but like I don't know how it got so bogged down in obstruction, the black swan, and blah blah blah. When this first started, there were two sides. Some people said water is in equilibrium, even if it's like got waves and stuff. That's just on the surface. The body itself is just an even plane. Water. Everyone seems to just know this. The ones who get it. The other side was going, no, it's not. It's spherical. Spherical oceans, mate. Gravity, blah, blah, blah. And that was basically it. And this has gone on for 6 years. It's weird. It's a weird situation to be in.
Weird
I don't
thing
know
is that
why it's
nobody
stuck,
can
innit?
answer the simple question: how do you actually measure curvature? That's what I asked. For example, from Dawn,
I think
and he
people say
couldn't
that
say it.
all the time, but you
Funk
guys
couldn't
ignore.
say it either. Thanks for
I
cutting.
said it
Thanks for
yesterday,
cutting
but
in again.
you just
within 20
ignored.
seconds when I'm talking. Like that's what you can do, right,
Potentially,
Funk?
Oh, you're straw manning me,
potentially,
so fuck
are
off.
we trying to measure something that doesn't exist?
You can
No,
measure
just-
it whether it exists or not. It's
There
that's
are
the whole-
curves.
if
There are
it doesn't,
curves, right?
if you think
And there are people who measure things, right? They do not measure a curve because you have one point and then you are measuring to another point. That's a straight line. You cannot measure a curve. It's not physically possible. You cannot do it.
Yeah.
That's why
But
we
if you-
say you can't measure a curve, because you can't measure a curve. You've got point to point.
Yeah.
That's the best you're ever going to
it
get.
measures.
You,
It
you could
uses
lay a
straight
string on it.
lines.
You could lay a string on it and then take the string off it, lay the string straight, and then measure the string.
Yeah. The
That's
thing here
measuring a
is
distance, not a curve.
That's
the
measuring
thing here.
a curve.
The thing here is if you're saying if you were to do many measurements, but if you measure for each measurement you're doing, if you see and deviates in angle, you draw a straight line between them. You can do that.
Yeah, that's
But when you
so
do
that'd
a-
be
but you-
measuring a
when
straight
you
line,
do-
wouldn't it?
That's straight.
when you
That's not
do-
curving.
That's measuring
when
a
you
straight
That's what
line.
I talked
when
about
you
to you.
when you
yesterday.
do when
You
you do
remember,
another when you do another measurement,
Get your
for
point
each
through,
measurement you
Funk.
do,
Get
the
in there.
angles are different. And the limitation of the camera is that you're doing discrete measurements.
A different straight
Limitation
line.
of
So
the
you're
camera, what do you mean?
you're assuming that there is a straight line between them because that's the limitation of your equipment. it doesn't mean that there is a straight line between it.
No, no,
Because
no, no, no.
you made
The straight line
you
is not
made
a limitation
calm down,
coming from
calm
a
down,
camera.
guys, calm down, guys. So
It's
you are creating that straight
You've just
line.
told us we can't do a straight line. You've just said that.
You are conceptually drawing that straight line to measure between two angles. It doesn't mean that
Between
the level
2 points.
is straight.
Between 2 points.
Yes.
Between 2 points, you
But
have
that's
a
the
straight
limitation
line,
of
not
the
a curved
but
one.
that's
Okay, is
but
that
that's
easy?
the limitation of the equipment.
What? No, the line itself is conceptual altogether. What you think is that the distance in between 2 points is curved. What I say is that the shortest distance, obviously, is always a straight line, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're not trying to figure out what's the shortest distance. You're trying to figure out if there's an angle between them. And if you do it one time, I would agree with you. That wouldn't be enough points in the measurement to conclude that there is some kind of curvature going on. If you do it 1,000 times or 100,000, no, what's up? There's an angle change. If there actually was a straight line,
you get a mean angle.
You could do a measurement between those 2 points, and they wouldn't bend. That means they would be straight, but they aren't, because every time you do a measurement, it's an angle.
Yeah, a mean angle is all you'd end up with, right? Your mean angle measurement.
Average angle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a curve.
I know it has I know it has limitations.
Could you tell me?
The instrumentation has limitation, but it's about inferring from the data.
Globus, are you
Data,
here?
it's average. Average. Okay, do you get it?
Sure,
It's an
and the
what you're
average
doing
is a
right
curve.
now.
And the average is showing
An
it's a curve.
average of a
Average is a
straight
curve?
line
How?
angle
Why?
measurement is not a curve. Don't be stupid.
I know that the angle isn't a curve, but doing many measurements, and every time you measure, there is a deviance between each point. You can't have a deviance at all points you're measuring.
That's like a
and
mean
say
sea level.
They are straight lines, because
Like
if
a
they were
mean
straight, if they always
level.
were straight, that would mean that you would measure no angles between the plums. But we don't.
Dude, why are you bringing plums into it now?
It's the same thing.
What plums?
You know, you've just injected
It's complementary
something
to
that-
level.
No, this is a diversionary tactic, right?
No, it's not.
Mean sea
Yeah, it
level
is, yeah.
is all of them. You add them all up together and you divide it by how many measurements you've taken. You end up with a mean.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you're doing there. You're just doing a mathematical calculation to work out a mean angle. Then you're injecting something else in. Like, I mean, it's pretty obvious. I don't know if anybody else is noticing that you don't seem to know what you're talking about.
I'm talking the mean sea
Yes, I do,
level
by the
is
way.
a different thing than measuring actually the gravitational deviance in the
Gravitational deviance with an angle measuring device. Come on.
These are complementary.
Come on, dude.
No, these are complementary. You want me to actually show you some sources for this, or
Punk, you don't know anything what you're talking about. You're just making shit up.
Well, show
And
me a source
everybody
which
can
show me
tell
that
you
I'm
it.
wrong.
Everyone can
show me
tell.
a source. Show me a source which show me I'm wrong, and I can show you a source.
Me,
which show-
me. You are
But the
wrong.
gravity
Well, you're a
is
shitty source,
complementary to
Bev.
angles anytime.
You're a
anytime.
shitty source, Bev. I want somebody else.
Funk, go check out Specular Reflections. That'll help you. I'm offering that to you as a human.
What does that have
It'll
to
help
do with?
It'll
does that
show
have
you
to do-
something about the
No, you have
surface
to
of
explain to me. I'm stupid, so explain to me. How
not
does that help?
No, first Funk should read about what is an angle in the first place. And
I
how
know what
and
an angle
how
is.
can you read an angle? Okay,
The
that's the first thing
specular
he should look at.
reflection will bring
I
him
am
back
not-
down to earth.
I know what
Rather
an
than
angle is.
Rather than looking at the sky
You certainly don't.
and getting your angles with your sextant, just do it on the water.
No, he's doing it with his camera. The camera.
But he'll realise
that
the
he's angle
reflection
measuring
is
is
and
going to take
mirror
loads of
surface.
The whole
pictures.
point.
On a curve.
The whole point here is that when you're doing many measurements, there are limitations. If a curve exists, the instrument wouldn't directly be able to measure that. You
Yeah,
would
that's
have
what
to
we said.
infer it.
You can't measure it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So therefore,
Yeah, so
it
no,
could
thank
be a
you.
curve.
We've just said you
Therefore,
infer it, not measure it.
so
Thank you very
so
much.
you're not gonna use the data for anything. Are you gonna use the data to try to find out how
No, you
things
were
work?
trying to
No,
use
that's
your
you.
camera
Yeah,
for
yeah.
data, not us.
So, okay, so are you not gonna try to conclude with anything with the data, or are you just gonna do a measurement and then
We
just throw
said
it in
you
the trash?
can't measure curvature. We said that.
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
We said
so
you
that
cannot do that.
so that means there.
You said you
Okay,
can.
so
Now
let's
you're
say for
saying you
argument's
cannot
sake,
anymore.
for the sake of
You
argument,
made
let's
the
say.
positive claim.
Okay, so let's say for the sake of this argument that that's the case. Are you guys saying that there is impossible that there is a curve?
No, we said you cannot measure curve. You said, yes, I can. Here's a camera. It measures angles. And we said, that's just an angle. It's still a straight line. And you said, I'll take lots of pictures.
I said,
Well, that's
take
still lots of pictures of
lots of
angles
measurements.
that you would end
Lots
up
of
with a
measurements.
mean angle. It's not a measurement, is it?
Mm-hmm.
It's
So
not.
so I'm
The
asking you a
measurement
question.
of an angle is not a measurement of curvature.
I'm
No
asking you
matter
a
how many
question,
of them
and I
you
want you
take,
to be
thousands
honest.
of them.
You think there could be a curve, even though there are limitations in the equipment?
Look, there are definitely curves. I've seen them. They're all over the place. Mountains go up,
So
and then they
you're
go
obfuscating.
down. There's
Red
balls.
herring.
There's curves everywhere. I'll tell
Red
you what
herring.
there isn't. There is no curvature to level.
Thanks for not
None
answering
at
the
all.
question. Thanks
Not
for
one bit.
not answering the question.
It's horizontal. It's a
Yeah,
straight
I know
line.
you're
So
just
there is no
diffusing from the question.
curvature. There is no curvature to a horizontal. I'll tell you that. No
So
matter how many
you're
pictures you
refusing
take
to
of it.
you're refusing to answer the question.
Go on, give us your question again. Is there a curve?
Why?
Yeah, there's loads of them.
What's the
Curves
point?
everywhere.
You're
I've already
you're like
answered it,
cognitive
Funk.
dissonance. If you're refusing to
I've
answer the question,
already
so what's the point?
answered it, Funk. There
No,
are
you
curves
didn't.
everywhere.
I didn't ask if there are
And
curves
you
everywhere. I
cannot
asked if these
measure any
angles,
of them.
if these angles are measured in that way, and there are limitations in the equipment. Because sure, they can only measure angles, but does that mean that they are not that these things that we are measuring could be curving? It's just that we are making discrete measurements.
Yeah, you're measuring an angle, and that you cannot measure a curve.
Wait.
from an
So
angle.
how do you
was the
define
question.
curves then? If not, when it comes to angles, how do you define a curve? Because the way I'd call a curve is a changing angle.
No.
How can you define a curve
Changing
without
angle.
talking about angles?
Different angles. What the
Changing
fuck?
angle. Oh my fuck.
Dude. So you guys are miles behind,
Okay.
right?
How do you define a curve then? Tell me.
I would describe a curve
The
from any
function.
center point and any distance from that center, i.e.,
Okay.
a circle,
or with
a
a function.
radius.
Okay.
That's it.
So
You've got
what
nothing
other than
else.
the distance do you need? You need an angle.
What for what?
Okay, what part of the circle are we talking about? So now you've described an entire circle. We want to talk
curve.
about part
Yeah,
of
yeah.
a circle.
Yep.
Yeah. How do you
Yeah,
find a part of a circle?
You still need that radius, don't you? In
Yes,
order to
of course.
the curve.
Sure.
Right
But
now,
how do you define
want,
a part
do
of
you
the
want
circle?
to know the length of the curve? You would measure it.
How do you define a part of a circle? You've explained how you define a full circle with a radius. How do you define a part of a circle?
A curve.
How do you define a part of a circle? You've defined a full circle.
You would you would put the radius of the circle and then say how long that particular arc is.
Okay, what's
of
an
the circle.
arc? What's an arc?
A portion of a circle. Fuck's
And what's a
sake.
portion of a circle? A portion of a circle is the definition of a degree.
What?
A portion of a circle is the
No.
definition of an angle, the definition of
No.
a degree.
No.
You're literally just talking about degrees in different words. How do you
You're
not see
wrong.
this?
Gummy Bear, you're wrong. Wrong.
You're not actually answering the question.
The angle is at the center of the circle. The curve is at the extremity of the circle.
So angle of an arc.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
the
one,
important part.
one is at
the
one end of the
angle.
circle, and the other one is at the other, the center. They're not the same thing,
Angle
are
of the
they?
arc. What is it made out of? Please read it up. Angle of an arc. What is it? Can you read it up, Funky?
An angle of an arc is
I
an
know it.
angle of an arc.
Rectilinear angle. Do you want me to read that?
Wow, that best definition of angle of an arc is an angle of an arc. Thank you for that, Funk. Yeah. It's the angle which is made up of the radius. Radii, sorry.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be.
So it's the radius again, isn't it? Of a circle.
No, but we are talking now. We are specifically talking about circles only. A curve doesn't have to be part of a circle. Then it wouldn't have a radius.
Yes, it does.
And you would define the slope.
Does
the
have a
different,
radius.
the
You
different-
just said that yes.
What?
You just
I
said
didn't
yes
say
to
it
my
has-
question. Does it include radius? It does.
It
I
can
know exactly
include
what you
radius
looked
if
up,
it's part of a
because I
circle.
learned it in high school. Do you get it?
Yeah, but that's only if it's part of a if it's part of a circle. But when you're talking about curve in general, it doesn't have to have a radius.
That is coming from a circle with a radius, because that's how you come up with the part of the circumference. Which is
Yeah,
the
of
curve.
an arc if it's part of a circle. But I'm talking about curvature in general. You can have a curve which
Go on,
doesn't.
just describe a curve to us. You
my
describe a
fuck.
curve to us.
Curve. It's something that is changing slope along a function
Changing
of function.
slope?
Yeah.
Slope is a straight line.
It's a non-straight line. This is a good definition.
No.
Not non-straight
No,
line.
it's
that's-
changing.
Not
Not if the
straight
slope is
line.
changing.
It's a non-straight line. Yeah, it's a line that's not straight.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's simpler.
Black is,
It's
you know,
non-straight.
something that is not white, right? It's the same kind of thing. Okay.
Oh, that's absurd.
Well, it's also
Yeah.
not green, isn't it?
Exactly my point.
Yeah.
Exactly my point.
You, Bev, and what's up? You don't understand what a curve is. You can't explain
You
it.
can't describe a
Yeah, we
curve.
don't. I just
You
did,
guys
and you
can't do
laughed
it.
at it like a child.
So what kind of curve is this then that I posted in chat? Or what kind of circle is that? Because that's
Well,
a curve. We can all agree
describe it.
that's a curve.
Describe
Can you
it.
tell me what that
The
circle?
function, that's what I said. Bev didn't say it. I said it, that you can also describe a curve with a function. Either
Yes.
you didn't hear it or you didn't want to hear it.
No, I didn't hear you say that. I'm sorry. But Bev
I
has
said
no.
it.
Yeah.
You can look it back. It's on live stream.
So which part of the curve?
Any part.
Any part of that curve you can
Yeah.
describe by saying it's a function.
Do so then. Oh yeah, function. Yeah, of course. But you said a circle before. Why are you
Yeah, but
changing
I
your
said
mind
you can.
now?
I said I describe a curve as the radius of the circle that's specifically
And that's
contained with
completely-
that curve that you're
So
talking
can-
about. You
so
can
can
point
you-
at
That's
the
not what a
curve
curve
and
is.
say
Proving
that's
my
how you
point just
describe
now.
that
You don't know
curve
what a
by the
curve is.
circle.
So
don't
can
know what a
you,
curve is.
With it.
Bev, can you describe this curve then as a circle?
I will get you to describe which point you are talking about of that curve. 'Cause
Any
that
point.
curve
You don't know what a
changes.
curve is, Bev.
Well, I'd like to describe the curve that we're talking about.
You're conflating all
that's the
curves with
curve.
circles. That's absurd.
I've given you the whole curve. Describe it with circles. Go.
No, I'm saying what point on that curve would you like describing as
We're not
the
talking about a point
curve?
on a curve.
Well, that's
The whole curve.
changing
The whole
function
thing
of a
is the
curve, isn't it?
curve. Yes, the
changes
whole
that
thing
one.
is the curve. It changes.
Gummy
Yes.
Bear, I can do what you just asked for.
What you gonna
I
need
know.
to replicate that curve?
Hold on, I know
Describing
you
it
can.
with
What's up?
circles.
I know you can. What's up?
What you
But
gonna
Bev
need?
is the one making the claim. I can also do so, but Bev is making the claim, so I want him to back up his claim.
No, you are not describing how you would describe a curve.
Okay, the
I've
way I
already
would
done it
describe
a few
the way
times.
I would describe this curve is using the slope. I differentiate the function to get the slope function. That's what I would do. I wouldn't use circles. I could, but it would be dumb to do so because
Right,
this wouldn't be easily described with circles. It is easily described by the slope of the
But
curve.
you'd
and
be
the way
describing it to
changes.
someone. Now, who do you think would understand what you are talking about
What's up?
when you say
Which
a curve?
Everybody who knows a little bit of math would understand that.
What's
well,
up
then.
clearly knows what I'm talking about, and he's a
Let's
flat
take it
earther.
for example. Then I give you my example of a curve and give you a radius of a circle. You can imagine that. You know what it is.
Yes.
Everyone would be able to do that.
No one is
How
saying
would
that
you
part of a
describe?
no one is saying that part of a circle is not a curve. What we're saying is that not all curves is part of a circle.
Okay,
in its
but how
entirety.
would you describe your? You've still not done it.
I have. I literally described how to say this curve.
Go on then.
This curve. Okay, this curve has a slope of 3x squared. There you go. I've described this curve perfectly. Anyone who hears me say that should be able to replicate this curve.
Okay,
if they know math.
X is 0 then.
In x0, well, yeah, you have 0 slope. There you go.
Oh, so
good. You've described a point.
Not a curve. A straight line.
In the point 0, in any point even, it's not curving. You don't have curves in a single point.
Okay.
You have a slope at a single
time
point.
you put a number to X, you are not having a curve. You're having a point on a graph.
That's why we don't talk about points of curves. We talk about curves as lines that curve. Because points only have slope, they do not have curve.
Yeah. So whereas I describe it as something visual that everybody can get a grip on, you
But
just
also
describe
wrong.
it
You
as
don't
letters and numbers.
have enough of a generalization to a curve. You only talk about the kind of curve that exists on the edge of a circle, which is a limited amount of curves. I'm talking about any curve. Any curve can be explained like this. It is very simple math, which I know you don't like math, but it is simple math that anyone can understand. Because clearly you want to describe it with this is a circle with a radius rather than this is a curve with a slope that follows a function.
Reduce all curves to points and circles.
No, I'm just saying to keep it simple, right? To describe
That's
a
not
curve,
simple. That's childish.
you would use a circle, right?
We're not
A
talking
center
about
point in
being
any distance
simple.
from that center.
We're not talking about being simple. We're talking about being correct. And what you're doing is
You
not
think
being
it's
correct.
not correct to describe a circle like that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to say that all curves are parts of circles is incorrect. To try and talk about all curves
Describe
as
a curve
circles.
was the thing, right? Not that the question wasn't to describe all curves. There was how do you describe a
Back to the
curve?
beginning of the argument.
And I
Let's
said
see if we can do it all again.
a circle. That's how I would describe it. Then you've gone into a function.
You're wrong.
What do you mean? I can't describe a circle as being a
Not all
curve.
curves are part of a circle. If you
Did I say that?
You're wrong.
Fucking hell, Dawn. You're wrong. Because I didn't say all curves were circles. That's not what I said.
You keep
Pretty
trying to say it.
bad.
Yeah,
You're
we're
backpedaling.
backpedaling.
When we
What
ask
do you
you to
mean I'm
describe,
backpedaling? You guys
when
are
we
so
ask
fucking
you,
dishonest.
when we ask you to describe any curve, you always went back to circles. Now that we're
Because
challenging
that's how I
you,
describe the curve.
the curve.
Means you're wrong.
Yeah. The fact that you can't realize when you're wrong, Bev, is a major character flaw of yours.
Dude, all right. So now we've got a curve. Are we going to get this? Is this a distraction from your multiple angles making a curve? The mean angle being a curve?
He's going to ask
Or are you going to do that? Are you going to put all of your angles into a function and tell us that?
It was you who wanted to. It was you who wanted to define curve, Bev. You
Yeah.
finished the subject.
I know,
You
I'm
wanted to
saying.
just define any
It's
curve
up to
as a
everybody.
circle.
It's up to everybody that's listening, right, to decide whether they want to try and use to define a curve or describe a curve with a circle, or
The
whether they
way-
want to go to mathematical functions.
Anytime you want to describe a circle, You will, by essence, in essence, describe angle changes. You will. That is what a slope is.
360 degree angle changes, I suppose.
Changing slope is identical. It's equivalent to a changing angle.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yes.
You can't do as much with an angle as you think you can, right?
Yes, you can.
Okay, well what's the difference between 45 and 46 degrees?
1 degree?
Curve.
Yeah, 1 degree
1
of
degree
curve.
of curve.
If you tell me if it's a
not
uniform
the curve at the end.
Hold on. Let me finish. If it's a uniform curve, then that would be 1 degree of a circle, a 360th of a circle. If it's a changing curve, so it's not a uniform change, then I wouldn't describe it as a circle. Because it wouldn't be described as a circle, because
But
it's
you'd
not
still
a
describe it
uniform
as
change.
an angle though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, a change in angle. Like
Yeah.
so 1 degree is the same as a 1 degree, but it could be different.
Yes, the same way that I can travel from here to the store by either running the freaking 500 miles in one direction and then back, or I can just do the straight path. The result is the same, the method and the path is different. Do you not recognize this?
But that's got no way associated to that
It's
angle.
very associated with this. The
Don't be
total angle
stupid.
change,
This is
angle
Rudifism,
change.
I'm going to call this.
The total angle change you've said is 1 degree. That is true, but you didn't specify how this angle changes. Maybe it
just an
changes
angle.
by 9. Maybe it changes by
just an
0.9 degrees. Maybe it changes by 0.9 degrees in the first half, and only the last half it changes by 0.1 degree. That is not part of a circle. That is an ununiform change of degree.
Yeah, all right, brilliant. Again, you're measuring an angle and assuming some stuff happening at the other ends of it, right? You don't seem to understand what an angle is.
I'm not
Just
sure
the
I'm the one
inclination
not
of two straight lines
understanding,
to one
Bev.
another. That's it.
I'm not sure I'm the one not understanding, Bev.
I know what an angle is.
I'm
You're fine.
I'm starting to give up now.
I came in. So catch me up. What's the point, Gummy?
The point is that anytime you're talking about a curve, you're talking about angles changing. Bev does not want to agree with this.
Okay, yeah, right. Okay, so great. So what? So now what? What's your point?
No. Let me.
I need him to agree with that before we can move on to the next part.
No, you don't need me to agree.
Bev's
Just
just
don't
wrong.
stop
Let's
that.
move on.
Right, I'm going to say this, right? He said there is a camera that measures angles. And I said, brilliant, it's just an angle. He said he can derive a curve from that angle if you take lots of angles. So he thinks that by adding angles together, changing angles, he can derive a curve. Now, this is what Ruhif's doing, and this is where they're going with Blackpool Tower and getting Ranty to go up the hill and doing all of that sort of stuff because they need an angle to be a distance.
So
It
what
can't.
you're saying? Okay,
and the baseline of that angle needs to be straight.
okay. So what you're saying is that you're going to take different observations of Blackpool, so that you have you can develop an angle from one observation to another. Like say you take 10 observations, you'd have to take them in a straight line at different positions so that you have the motion of the angle. Is that what you're saying, Gummy?
This hasn't been Gummy points.
So I wasn't the one who brought up the camera thing, but the time I came in, let me explain. Come on, you explain my own words. The time I started talking was when Bev said that angles don't have to do anything with curve, that you can't measure angles and then understand a curve. And I'm trying to tell. Let me just finish. I'll be one more sentence.
You came in then, okay? I came in because Funk said you can take loads of angles, work a mean angle out, and then measure a curve.
Yeah, and then you wanted to define curve. And
Yeah.
that's when
Now,
gummy
what I said is that anytime you have curves, you have a changing angle. Anytime you have changing angles, you'll have a curve. They are interconnected very tightly, and you are saying they are not. That they are not connected.
No,
That you
I
can
was
have
saying to Funk,
changing angles
you
without it being a curve.
cannot measure lots of angles from the same place and derive a curve from it. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
you can.
You can't. You
You very
cannot
much can.
do fuck all with an angle.
Well, if you have a parabola, and I'm gonna post the link. So you have a simple. Oh, it was black. Okay, yes, people can see.
Yeah.
So you have
Can
a
we,
parabola,
can we put this to like somebody with a measuring
and if
device,
you
an angle measuring device, and them just at measuring angles, right? From
and
one
then you see,
position, which is what you
yeah,
said.
and then you measure. If you measure the slope at 2 points, this is a continuous function. This is theoretical. But if you do a measurement of the slope at slope at 2 points, you can do a straight line between them. And if you do it at the next point, you can do it over and over again. So you have segments of a slope of different slope.
Where's the camera?
The slope at each point on the curve. So this is from a curve, which actually tells me, that's why I asked you. If you measure a change in slope every time you measure between 2 points, measure a change in angle every time you do it. I said to you, couldn't that be a curve, part of a curve? And you didn't answer that.
What do you mean
It's
I
a very
didn't
simple
answer
yes or no
that?
question.
I said no.
So yes,
You cannot get a curve from an angle because you were on about measuring an angle.
So
In
if
reality,
so
with
if
the
I do
camera from a
so-
position, taking lots of pictures from the same position,
I didn't
getting
say from the same.
all of the
I didn't say from the
angles
same position.
and making a mean. Yes,
I didn't say
you
from the
did.
same position.
Yes, you did.
Oh, then you must have heard me wrong, or I missed.
It's very important. It's yes, you cannot get a curve from an angle. It has to be changing angles, so multiple.
Yeah, and that's why I told you
And
with this
you
parabola.
need a distance.
Yeah, of course you have. That's part of the segment, right? You have the
It's
length.
the radius, isn't it, of the angle?
It doesn't
so
have
you
to
need
be
to know the point that you're taking your picture from and the distance to the object. Then you can measure an angle
I
and
explained this
transfer
at the
that to the
beginning when I
art.
told you cameras can
Right?
measure.
Can't
I
do
explained
anything
all of
with
this.
just the angle.
Okay, so I'm gonna in this parabola example I showed you. If you measure the slope at each point, so you have. If you measure many points, you get many tiny segments, and the angle changes every time. This is I'm doing this on this parabola.
Measuring the angle.
This is
Where are you measuring the angle from?
Right.
In this specific
in your parabola. In your parabola, where are you measuring the angle from?
You're measuring the angle on each as many points as you want to on this parabola.
From where?
From
anywhere.
Wherever the fuck you want to, like whatever method
Well,
you want
that's
to
not
use.
really describing it with an angle,
Well,
is
you
it?
can take 2 points and then you can.
I hope everybody can see what Funk's trying to do here. I mean,
Yeah,
this
you can
is
take.
this is
Bev,
pure
Bev,
sophistry.
Funk, hold on,
Bev.
Funk, just real quick. Hold on, Funk. So I'm sorry again because I came in late. So are you the one who's saying? Are you the one who's suggesting that starting at Blackpool Tower, you can start to take different angle measurements and then derive a curve? Are you saying that?
I don't know where the hell is Blackpool. I haven't mentioned Blackpool one time.
Okay, so but who started this argument about taking multiple observations with
That was
angles and then
funk.
That was a general statement.
It was funk because I was taking
multiple
pictures of
angles from
Blackville
different
Tower.
places.
I started it.
I put it in the chat. I was
And
outside
Don-
taking pictures of
And
Blackville
no one
Tower.
here, Dawn. Dawn is saying that he started.
Hello.
Yeah,
Cameras
Don
can
started.
walk along
Sorry,
Earth,
I'm
and
not
you do
over
the
talking you.
angle thing.
Okay,
There you go.
Dawn. Okay, so Don, so are you where's your point of observation then? Where are you doing?
Anywhere on Earth.
Okay, so you're saying that you're going to have to move back along the same latitude or line.
Or forward. Or left
Right,
or
right,
right.
right. But only on that line, right? Because you've got to keep your
Sure, that might make it easier if we go in a straight line. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I understand the argument, but again, I think you're just begging the
It's not
question.
an argument. It's not an argument. It's a fact.
Okay, I think I understand your point. Is that
It's
a better word
fact.
for you?
You can disagree and be wrong. I don't mind.
Okay, I said your point. I understand the point you're making, right? So the problem's gonna happen is if you get a different a higher or lower elevation of that point that you're observing. Say for instance, you start at one position, and you get 10 positions out of it, and you think, oh, I'm going to go back the next day and I'm going to do it again just to make sure. If you go back the next day and any of those angles are higher or lower, you're screwed.
No, we can. That nuance is not much, and the top of mountains won't change that much.
That's your claim.
That's true.
So if you have a claim, then it's not a fact right now. So
It's another fact.
You just have a hypothesis.
It's
But
a
go ahead.
fact. You can disagree and be wrong.
Well, okay. How is it a fact? You've got evidence that somebody's done this?
Yes.
So you have evidence that somebody has taken measurements, multiple measurements of the same observation from different positions along the same latitude.
I've seen enough things in my adult life to know.
So you're just
wait. I haven't
deducing.
finished. I haven't finished. In my adult life, to know that the refraction nuance of stuff near the surface bending up and down isn't enough to affect these angle measurements.
Okay, great.
If you do it to mountain points, then
Okay,
it won't
great.
be affected at all.
Okay, great. Again, it seems to me now you're just deducing something that you've seen from one observation. You're thinking,
No.
well, if they make, okay,
I'm an
so
adult man.
who's
I
made,
discerned it through my whole life.
okay, can you please provide any documentation to validate what you're saying?
No.
Okay, so it is just your opinion then. Thanks.
It's the fact. I just can't be bothered to go get evidence for you.
It's the fact that you can't measure anything or calculate a distance by
I don't mind.
an
If you want
angle
to disagree, you can
alone,
disagree, but you'll
no
be
matter
wrong.
how many of them you have.
This is
You can-
about truth. This is about truth. So I
Yeah.
tell you the truth, and you can disagree and be wrong.
It initially started because we were measuring angles and deriving something from it. And then it turned into the angle turning into a curve.
So
And
do you
then
agree
that
now?
angle could change or even stay the same, but the curve could change
You agree now
somehow.
you can measure angles with a camera.
Yeah, you can't measure angles with a camera, can you?
You've got the distance.
It's a camera. You can't do that. Ruhif's told you can. You can't, unfortunately. It's not.
Well, you're
it's
just
not
wrong.
one of the things within data, right? You can't do it. One angle isn't enough information.
I didn't
And a
say that.
camera
I didn't
can't
say that.
measure
I'm
angles.
trying to get you to admit that one angle can be done with a camera.
Oh, so when we talk about
You can't-
angular size in pictures, what is it then if it's not angles?
Isn't it relative? It's like it's not. It's changing, isn't it? With the differing focal lengths and the lens and all of that sort of stuff.
No,
It's not. It's
the only
not
thing,
a real thing.
the
It's an
only
apparent
thing that will change the angular
size.
size is the distance from the object.
No, No, there's all sorts of things that will change
Yeah, that's
the
not
angle
true.
and size.
Not
Okay,
true.
yes. In the very general statement, I'm sorry, that's wrong. But you
Good.
can still infer the angle from
No,
a photograph.
no,
You can.
cannot infer an angle from a photograph. Like
already
again, I'll
admitted
tell
it,
you,
Bev.
Ruhif has told you this.
When
You
you said
can't
one
do
angle's
it.
not enough, that's when you admitted it.
You cannot represent an angle as a line on a photograph. Not even if you put a ruler on it. Doesn't work. Can't be done. Fantasy.
Oh, what do auto levels do then?
Establish a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay, by measuring what?
They don't measure anything. You use that horizontal plane of reference to measure from.
But what do you measure then? You said you don't measure anything, you measure from.
You measure distances, don't you?
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
You measure distances with an auto
level. Yeah. Vertical height, right? That distance above the ground of the horizontal plane established by an auto level. Do you disagree? An auto level definitely does not measure vertical angles.
Yeah, and then what about a theodolite?
A theodolite is an angle
Yeah.
measuring device. Yeah, so that definitely.
Okay. And by what measure do you measure angles with a theodolite?
Angles. Normally in degrees, minutes, and
I
seconds.
said by what measure do you
degrees, minutes, and seconds.
Do you punch the tool or do you look through the tool?
You measure the angular change from one point to another.
Okay.
That's
And
what an
how do you do
angular
this?
measuring
Do you
device
do this
does.
with your hand or do you do this with your eye or do you do this with your heart?
What?
I'm trying to get you to agree that you do this with
use
your
your
eyes.
brain to look
No.
through the
Okay,
eyepiece, then you use the muscles to move from one point to another.
Like a
Then you
camera.
use your
I'm
eyes
gonna-
again to look
Like
at
a
the
camera, then.
number.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the argument for you so that we don't have to go through this
This is
not zetetic.
childish.
Okay, now I'm gonna say it. Yeah. So what you do is you look through the theodolite. Now, what could you replace looking with? Taking pictures. Voila! You can find
That's a
out
moment.
angles by pictures.
No,
There
you
you
need
go.
to
Done.
move it.
Yeah, and then you take a
Yeah,
picture at
you
the
can do
second
that with a
time. Now you
camera,
have two
Bev, you know.
pictures. There you go. Anything that you use your eyes for, a camera can do. That is the
Camera
purpose.
is not a theodolite. It has no measurement capabilities for measuring the angle. It just takes pictures. A theodolite doesn't have a zoom on it. So that's why you can put stadia hairs in it, so you can do stadiometric range finding, because the focal length, and the size of an object, it's all very easily to do. But you can't do that with a camera because it's not that tool. It's a different sort of thing. There's professional tools, and then there's cameras for taking pictures. You cannot derive an angle from a picture.
Bev, can an infrared camera measure Earth?
No.
No? Then why did you buy one?
What?
Why did
My
you buy
son,
a P1000?
my son does long distance photography. It's his hobby.
And that's not for measuring Earth.
No.
What's it
It
for?
never has been. It's a camera, for fuck's sake, Dawn.
Okay.
What's up with you?
You just spent hundreds and hundreds of pounds on cameras, but they're not a good tool for measuring Earth.
Thousands I've spent on my son.
Thousands
Yes.
of pounds on cameras, not a good tool for measuring Earth, though.
Well, luckily enough, we didn't get it to measure Earth, Dawn.
Logic is terrible. Your reasoning is terrible. Honesty is terrible.
Yeah.
All right,
Nice
so
one, Don.
so
Like,
Don,
check, he doesn't need
iPod touch camera.
justification of what he needs to buy for his family and or anybody else. That's none of your fucking business. It's not a question that should be even fucking brought up on this thing. Move on.
Someone's a bit triggered.
Dawn
Dawn.
is. Yeah, it definitely sounds really triggered, doesn't he?
You want some of this too, Gummy Bear? Fuck you up too.
Go ahead. I'm not sure why you're so triggered.
You try and measure Earth, but you don't understand how to measure Earth, and that's embarrassing and
Dawn,
triggering.
you don't seem to understand what you're talking about. I don't measure Earth, do I? Where the fuck have I done that? Oh, apart from when I did my surveying, yeah? Measuring the elevations of the lands and the positioning so we could map it out. Is that what you mean, Dawn? The actual measuring of the Earth we've done with auto levels, theodolites, and positioning, angles, practical geometry.
I'm nearly done.
But that was way back before I had my son, Dawn. He just likes getting the camera so he can get out a bit. You know how hard it is nowadays.
Why is it hard to get out?
He's autistic, doesn't really have friends. It's hard to get him out. You know how it is. He likes photography. Long distance photography gets him out there to do some things. We go out. It's nice. Family time.
Yeah, I get it.
It's when you show people those pictures and then other people misrepresent what those pictures are there for, and then it all gets blown up into a big massive
Where you
thing.
share them,
And
is
people
as
think
if it's evidence.
you're measuring stuff with pictures, which no.
Yeah, the way you present it is pushing an agenda that you believe in, as if it's evidence. But then when you
No.
come on Voice and you get challenged, you admit it's just a picture.
It is just a picture.
That's double speak.
By you. You've assumed something that I've never said, Dawn. That's on you, not me.
I can tell
How
people.
about- how about this
I
real
study
quick?
people's behavior, and you're pushing an agenda every time you share something.
Bev, let me ask you a question. When you say it's just a picture, as opposed to what? Opposed to what?
What do you mean?
Well, when you say it's just a picture,
yeah.
What point are you making about what you can't use the picture for?
I'm just saying, when I present a picture, it's look at this picture. Right?
Right.
Dawn thinks it's look at this, it proves this, and all the measurements are all done on there, and I calculated this. I didn't ever do any of that. Ranty, Sleeping Warrior, Ruhith, all of those people draw lines on them, make angles, and do all of that. I've never done that. Not me.
You've been in the canal with measuring sticks and tripods and all of that. I've seen.
Yeah, the actual measurements. Yes, you can see
Why did
the
you
measurements.
just say you've never done that? If now you're admitting you've done
Because
it.
that's done with an auto level. That's
You're
actually
double
done
speaking,
as
sir. You're
it's
double
meant to be
speaking,
done,
sir.
not pictures.
Double speak.
Dawn, my point, Dawn, was to get Bev to say what he just said. The pictures are just pictures. He doesn't take angles. He doesn't give you the data. He doesn't draw lines. That's contract. Just taking.
Which I think is dishonest, because why is he sharing them then?
Wait. Look. How can it be dishonest if I show you a snapshot of something with no markings, no lines, no dots, no angles, no connections, nothing?
What? No, I'm not saying sharing the picture is dishonest. Claiming he doesn't mean anything by sharing it is dishonest.
What?
You're inferring your religion when you share these things.
Dawn,
You go there,
stop
you take
it.
pictures up the canal.
You're
You say,
sounding childish, Dawn.
you know what? He's
That's
lying,
all
Travis.
you've been
He does
doing
stick
is
lines and
fucking
measurements on it.
inferring your goddamn
He makes his
religion.
photos and he
You're
puts
telling
little
people
arrows
shit
that
is
say
true,
sluice gate
it's
6.5
fact. It
miles,
doesn't
and
even
then he puts
fucking
another
run
arrow
the
saying water
evidence.
level
If you
1.2
ask you for
meters.
evidence, you go, I don't know.
All right,
Stop
Dawn.
Did
injecting.
you hear me?
Dawn, you've made your point. You've made your point. Can we move on?
Yeah, sure. I just want to make this last point again. He does draw arrows and put measurements.
Yeah, I'll put one in the I'll put one in the chat right now. There you go. That's the what you get to see at Bedford when you go to the canal and you've got a P1000 infrared and other ones, because there's a few of us that have took the picture, but that's what you see if you've got a good camera. So there you get an idea. There's Salters Low Bridge, which is 6 miles away. What?
It's showing us measurements and distances. It's not just a picture.
Yeah, because that bridge is 6 miles away.
There you go. Case closed.
Well, what's it meant to mean? What do you think that means, other than that bridge is that far away? What else does it mean?
You just double speak.
No, tell me what you think it means.
You see, this is the problem. You're sharing stuff with information, and then you're teasing people and tricking them, saying, "What do you?"
I'm not tricking anybody. I'm not telling
This is your
anybody
meme. Why are you
anything.
asking me
Just
what it
saying.
means?
Well, the bridge is there, the sluice gate is there, and the water level in that bit is there, and that's where we took the picture from. There. That's it.
You're a joker.
What's the information that you think is upsetting for you? What are you getting out of that?
I'm upset by your dishonesty.
A dishonesty of what?
Everything you ever say.
Right. Well, it happens that we collect this. This is what my son does. So there he is taking the picture. That's where he's taking it from. That's the picture he's taking, and that's what you can see.
That proves the other point that you just lied about. Your son is there with you, not just doing long distance photography, doing photography of your canals.
What?
Part of your measuring.
That's 6
Part
miles.
of your memery.
He sat in a dinghy. He did the Robotham 8 inches off the water, just in front there at the sluice gate, sat in a dinghy. He did that. That was the first thing he did when he got the camera.
I thought you said that he doesn't do any measurements of Earth. He just does pictures of long distance things for picture's sake.
Yes, he is doing it.
The frequency of lies is really, really unhealthy.
Dawn, will you stop saying that? They're all imagined lies in your head. I'm telling you the truth about everything. Stop saying lies like that.
Can't measure Earth or not.
It sounds like you're pushing an agenda.
Does your son measure Earth?
No, measure? What do you mean?
Does he do stuff
He
measurements
has.
about Earth?
Well, actually, I know. I don't think he has ever measured the wheel or took the wheel for a walk. He might have held the measure. Yeah, I've got a picture of him
He was in
holding
the
the
dinghy.
measuring rod.
You
but
just admitted it.
I'd have been. He was taking a picture with his camera. Yeah.
Why?
What?
Why was he taking the picture?
Because he just got a P1000 and we were testing it out. It was a good way to get him out of the house. He enjoyed it. He had a good time.
You're flip-flopping between two
did I.
lies.
Don't
Incredible.
stop it. What do you think you're saying? Of all of the people, right, that have footage of one, what Robotham's meant to have done on that canal, my son. 2, Wallace. That's where he is now. That's what he's doing, taking a picture. It's sort of a historic sort of thing.
Again.
So who else? Who else has done these long distance shots? Because it is long distance, that isn't it?
Each
6 miles.
sentence
Isn't
is
6
different-
miles
is
a
on
long
a different
distance photography? Dawn.
Each sentence flipping backwards and forwards.
Hey, Don. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Actually, I want to make a statement.
All right.
I've been listening to this for a while now, and it's astonishing to hear what you're saying. Listen up, Bubba. It's none of your goddamn business what somebody does with his son and his camera. Do you understand?
Do you understand that that's not the point of the argument
I've got
about
a
what he
response.
does with his son?
I've got a response.
No, that's
Betsy.
exactly the
I just
point.
want to make that clear.
None of your
No,
goddamn business.
it has to do
Stop
with
asking
what he,
questions
what Bev
questions.
claimed.
If
It
I'm in
has
the
to
Discord
do.
and he's talking about what he does with his son.
Yeah,
Now
it
it's my
has to
business.
do. It has to do with him claiming what he does with his son, and then what he actually does. It's not about anything
Listen
with
up,
his
you
son.
fucking
It has to do
asshole.
with
Listen up.
lies.
Sorry, everybody.
SC, it has to do
for
with
talking like this.
lies.
Listen up. He takes his son to take pictures with a camera. Do you understand that? You sick person.
To measure Earth.
It has nothing to do with, oh, it's doing this with his son, as if it's like him being a bad father or anything like that. No, that's a good thing that he takes his son out for things. But the thing that we're complaining about is that in one sentence he said, I never do this, or me and my son never use the camera for this. And then a few minutes later he says, oh, me and my son did this with the camera, which is just a pure lie.
His son takes pictures but doesn't measure anything. Is that difficult for you to understand? Which part you don't get there?
Dishonest.
His son
Cameras-
takes pictures.
Dishonest.
Cameras are a measurement of what you see.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. You guys are really desperate and pathetic. I mean, seriously, get a life. Both of you. It's really disheartening to hear that, man. Anybody that has children listening to you guys, do you guys have children?
No,
Why
I
do you
am
have
a
to make this
child.
personal? Why do you have to make this personal?
You're making it personal and you're getting
You are
upset.
making it
Please
personal. You're
move
pulling
on.
up people's kids in here, and yeah.
We're not
move on.
We're not
Talk about
making
the
this.
angles. Don't talk about his son.
We're
Can
not
you please
making
do
it
that?
about his son. We're talking about what he's claiming to do or not. We're talking about the lies, not the fact that he's doing it with his son.
What lies, you piece
He
of...
could have
What
said.
lies?
He
What
could have
lies?
said he did this with his uncle. It doesn't matter the person. It matters what he's claiming he's doing.
Once again, he claims that he takes his son and they take pictures. He never measures those pictures. The pictures that he has measurements on are done with a theodolite. Do you understand this?
Yeah, and on the other side of that note, if there was any measurements done, it's done by his fucking son on his son's own time and thinking. Nothing to do with Bev, you fucking morons. Get over yourself.
Can we please move?
So that's why they think every time we take a picture, we are measuring things because they want to put an angle. Ruhif wants to put a line on the picture and say it's an angle. I say you cannot do that. These guys are getting upset because they want to do it. Isn't
That's
that
why
right,
we
guys?
use the word angular size. Yes, that is a reason why angles are a real thing in photographs. Yes, that is a thing.
Well, I say you can't. It's an apparent thing.
Yes, it is apparent, but it's still dependent on things that you can figure out.
Well, I'm already ahead of the game. I know what's coming. Just trying to warn everybody
Yes,
else.
You know what's
The
coming.
angles turning into a line. Yeah. You're going to take the two lines that make the inclination between those two lines, and you're going to represent that angle as the other side of the triangle. You're going to magic an other side to the triangle through a picture using an inferred angle. I can see what's coming. Is that's why Ranty's not gone up Winter Hill yet, isn't it? Because you've not fully synced it into everybody. Can't do fuck all with an angle. Not even if you draw lines on pictures.
What can you do with a picture?
You can look at it.
Okay, you look at pictures, that's all?
Yep, preserve a memory.
Okay. So you can't use them to prove anything?
Well, I mean, it depends what you're doing. If you count somebody in the act of thievery or something, then you could use it to prove that, I suppose, couldn't you? What do you mean?
Well, if you want to say that a picture proves something, well, then it has to do more than just preserve a memory.
Yeah, and who says a picture proves something?
Have you not used many pictures to quote unquote prove stuff?
No, no, proof's logic. Proofs come from logic. I wouldn't ever use a picture to try and prove anything.
Okay, so I can never find any clip of you using a picture to try and prove something.
I don't know. It depends what you're talking about.
It's proving anything.
I haven't got a clue. What, like that? I've been somewhere. There's a picture to prove I went there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. To prove that you've been somewhere.
Yep. Here's a
that's
picture of
fine.
me in a position. Yeah.
Can you prove anything other than that you've been somewhere?
Come on.
No, I'm asking you because you're the one making claims what you
bring
can and
out
cannot say.
whatever evidence you think you might have. And
I'm just wondering what your standard of what a picture can do or not. Because I believe a picture is a measurement, and you can infer a lot of things like angles, distances, a lot of things from a picture. You clearly say that like you can't barely prove anything with pictures. So I'm just trying to understand what you mean by that.
I mean, it's a picture's just a picture.
Pictures are amazing evidence.
You
That's
can't
why
get
they
an
use it.
angle from it. You can't get a distance from it. You can't really. Well, I suppose digital ones will give you a timestamp and all of that sort of stuff that you could prove your focal length and all of that sort of stuff. But I mean, what would you be after doing with a picture? What would you be trying to prove? If you're trying to prove something with an angle measurement or a distance measurement, I'd say you'd want to be using the professional tools for doing that measuring. Don't use a camera, especially don't get pictures from Facebook or wherever, art galleries, and then start drawing lines on them, trying to prove things, because yeah, that's ridiculous. You can't do that.
What a hypocrite.
Do you think you can?
Yeah, you can derive stuff from pictures. That's why we invented cameras. It's like drawing a picture.
Parallax
Drawing a
parallax.
picture, but better.
You're taking pictures, and with parallax, you can find out the distance.
You
can also see relative sizes between things.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not just a picture, then, is it? If you're gonna do a picture from a different distance and measure angles and all of that, then that's what you'd be doing. You wouldn't just be taking pictures, would you? Oh, maybe you parallax. I guess you're thinking the lights in the sky.
You can do parallax on anything.
On anything.
Yeah, sky isn't the only thing you use parallax on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just very practical
you mean
method
the function
if
of
you
using
can't.
angles. Yeah.
It's
And the distance
trigonometry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's not just taking a picture. You're doing trigonometry, right? There's extra calculations and stuff and distance measurements, right? You're not deriving it from a picture, which is what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, but you can derive a lot of things purely from the picture.
Okay, right. we're taking it. Let's take an example. Somebody's found a picture on Facebook, and it's like, ooh, it's a nice picture. We look into it. It's made it into a gallery, right? Some things don't look right on it, but I mean, we'll give that a break. Then we just got that picture. What are we going to do with that, right? Because that's the picture we've got. Nothing else. How do we derive our measurements and stuff?
If there's a person standing at the bottom in a building, we can get that person's height in the photo, scale it up the building, and see how high the building is. If we decide that the person's 6 foot,
That's a way to measure height. You can take something.
Measure the height of a building with a photo.
You actually have to take a measurement as well now.
No, we just assume the person's 6 feet.
Okay. Assumption.
Well, most people are nearly 6 feet, so it's a good assumption.
And can you tell where that person is in relation to?
If they're standing right next to it, yeah, you can tell sometimes, yeah.
Right. Okay. What about if they're 10 miles away or something like that?
Or you could imagine a tree at the bottom of a mountain. I reckon you could calculate the mountain's height by trees. You know, like Riley and Nathan used to do with the tufts of trees and the bushes and that. You can discern general distances and measurements from looking at
I've
the
never
photo.
done that. Like I said, don't put that on me because I think that's ridiculous.
I'm saying, remember how they
you're
used
playing
to do
games with people to imagine.
Remember how they used to do it? That is actually a real method if you do it honestly and for real.
Yeah. I try my best not to watch the shadows.
Watch the shadows? Is that a Plato reference?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, me too.
Well, you're referring to people that I know you don't trust, and that's what they did. So, I mean, why are you?
I'm using them, as I already explained, I'm using them as an example so that you know what I'm talking about.
Right. Well, I've never done that, so I think it's ridiculous.
You already said that.
Yeah.
I wasn't hanging you with it. I was using it as an example so you understand what I mean.
Yeah, that's a good picture that George has put in there. That'd be all the different peaks and the elevations of them. Because they're in the picture, you can put a line to them, an arrow, point them out. Like that doesn't seem to be a measurement to me. It's just somebody pointing out where those mountain peaks are. You don't think that's a measurement somewhere? It'd be a bit ridiculous, wouldn't it, to put a line on that picture, like a vertical line, and say that was some sort of a measurement of anything, like infer an angle and put a line on the picture.
It would be an angle if you know the dimension of your camera which you're taking it. You can calibrate that. You have a known angle, and you know in the picture you're taking the angular size.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you wouldn't measure a vertical angle like that, would you?
You would know that, and the angular size of something. It's you
wouldn't do that. You wouldn't measure a vertical angle over that distance.
The horizontal angle, can you measure?
Oh, you could do the horizontal. Yeah, of course you can. I mean, that's the whole point of triangulation. Whenever you're doing that, right? You're trying
so if you take
this
this image,
for triangulation purposes,
what's
for a horizontal angle, but you wouldn't measure a vertical angle.
What's the difference between vertical and horizontal angle image?
Obviously, compression, perspective.
So if I were to, can I turn the camera on its side and then I can do vertical angles?
Well, I don't think you could do that with a theodolite. And I'm not
No,
so sure.
just the camera. I can turn the camera on its side and take the same picture, and then I can take vertical angle.
If you want.
So you can take vertical angle with pictures, you're saying?
You can, but you wouldn't do it because it's not accurate. You wouldn't. Nobody would do that. I mean, nobody in the right minds would do it. Not
So
even
it
measure
has-
it with a professional
Okay.
tool. You don't measure vertical angles.
So
Both a
it has
distance
nothing
like
to
that,
do
you just
with
don't do it.
horizontal and vertical angles.
Horizontal.
It has nothing
is-
to do with the direction I'm measuring. It's just
Yeah.
that
The
it's not as
horizontal
precise.
angle is for triangulation. I mean, that's how they point triangulate positions.
Why can't you triangulate something vertically?
Because the angle's too narrow, right? You can't you cannot do it because the angle is so small.
Depends on your angle. Right? Can be.
Yeah. When
if
you
it's small
do-
angle horizontally, it would also be an issue there. So
Yeah, when you do trigonometry, right, in within maths, obviously, because you're dealing with numbers, you can deal about with farty numbers. But in reality, if you're doing trigonometry for measurements, you need to keep the triangle proportional. And looking at that sort of a thing and measuring such a farty angle is impractical. You can't do it.
So you can't
because
measure
the
tiny angles
triangle-
horizontally either.
Triangle isn't proportional.
Not sure what that means, but you
Do
can't
you not know
measure
what a proportional triangle is? Have you ever tried to draw one of those triangles that Ruhif's put
Proportional.
there? Yeah.
Proportional
It's like
triangle. Are you talking
two
about a
scale.
right angle?
Well, you know where that would be, right? For trigonometry, you're going to need a right angle triangle, right? And to keep the triangle proportional means to keep all of the sides sort of similar.
Oh, you
Then
mean
it
to
gives
scale?
No, just the triangle with all of the sides. So
to scale.
I know I say, have you ever imagined what that triangle would look like to scale?
You mean if I were to make it? Yeah, it would be a tiny angle.
But
I would just use
not
But I would use
proportional.
But I would
Is it?
use the number, so I don't have to draw it.
Because you're calculating everything. You
Mhm.
are using tiny angles.
Yes.
Right? That is not measurable in reality. You cannot derive your trigonometry from an actual measurement. It just goes to show that you are getting a picture, drawing lines on it, imagining angles, doing calculations. Yeah, that's exactly
Why do you
what
say
you're doing.
derive triangle from?
Well, because it's a picture.
Yes, you take the picture and you get an angle. Of course, I'm assuming
you
that
get an
there is
angle?
you're actual to derive an actual angle that is not too tiny. Of course.
How do you get your angle?
By knowing the millirads per pixel or something like that in this image, then I could derive it.
So millirads per pixel.
Yes.
That sounds like something Ruhif's taught you. How well does he
No,
taught you that?
no, I literally made it up right now, but that's
You literally
that's
made
something.
it up.
Yes.
Nice and honest of you to
Yeah.
show everybody exactly how
Well,
you
yeah,
work.
that's the way I would do it, and if I know that, then I would know how. If I count the pixels, I would know the millirads.
But I did just say earlier you can't do it, and you just
Why not?
made up something that you.
I didn't make up something. I know how many millirads it is per pixel.
Okay.
Then I can just count the pixels, and then I will get the millirads.
Right.
And there are cameras who does this.
Right. Is that one of them, or have you just got that off the internet, like you got the other one off the internet?
That's a camera which can do that. Those are precise cameras. So yeah.
Is this what You know that auto level that Ranty's going to go up Winter Hill with? Is that going to be able to be done? Is he going to count pixels for that?
I don't know. So I don't know. So you can't do that, right? There is like no.
You
the
can make up
limitation is
anything, whatever
the
you want.
limitation.
You just told
this-
us.
But there are cameras who does this. It's not only me saying this.
Did you make that up too?
No, I posted the image. I posted a link to a camera who does this earlier. You just mentioned it like 1 minute ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So there are people doing it, and also I'm
people
just
doing
saying it can be done. Yes. So what more do you want?
I'm telling you, you cannot measure an angle from pixels
Then
in a
send a
photograph.
mail to the people who send a mail and dispute them, and tell them why you're disputing them, and see their response. And if their response is, oh, what the, you know what, Bev, we
You
fucked up.
are talking
This doesn't
for
actually
them
work.
right now, aren't you?
Yeah,
He's
it's
talking
promotion.
to you because you
No.
are talking about them, right?
Talking about who?
The guys were actually carrying that shitty method out, right?
Carrying the shit out? What are you saying?
Shitty method. Am I breaking up? Maybe.
Yeah, he's pretending he doesn't understand that.
No, I
what
didn't
he's trying
actually
to
hear
push
you.
is
Bev, stop
rhetoric.
it. Stop that, please. I'm not. You're just posting
He's
the wrong.
talking about the rhetoric you're coming out with now to push this angle measurement.
It's not a rhetoric.
Don't tell others to go another place when you are having a debate with them or an argument. Okay, that's just a childish move
the
to run
problem
away
is
from
that
the
he's just
argument, isn't
hand
it?
waving away my evidence without actually any real
Yeah,
claims.
What is
Literally
your
just
evidence?
said you made it up. You literally just said that.
Yeah, but it's not made up from nothing. It's made up from how math works. This is how math works, Bev.
Oh my.
Waste of time with
Millirad
these people.
per pixel is actually a unit you can use.
You're being a good example.
What is the
Fonka? Thank you for coming back and showing everyone the type of contribution you make to events and.
Well, you're just hand
conversation
waving
groups.
everything I've said away. You haven't explained
Because
why it
you're
does work.
literally just
You
making
just said
it up.
No, I'm not. I'm basing this on math.
You said it, man.
Yeah, but isn't that
okay?
What's the problem with it? You have to explain what's the problem with it, and
You made it
I'll
up. That's the problem. Exactly,
what?
that's the problem that you made it
It could
up.
be right.
Okay.
Yeah, but it could be right.
And
So explain
Superman
why it's
can
wrong.
be real. Also, Thanos can be real. Or Iron Man.
Well,
Are you Iron
I
Man?
have
Iron
show
Man?
me
what? I'm
Superman
Iron
and I'll
Man,
believe
okay.
you. But show me Superman and I'll believe you. What's up? But I told you why,
And show
and
me
I
what you
explained
were talking about, right?
I told you. Do I need to draw it?
I think we should now be talking about the
for example.
sophistry within this community, right?
One
And the
pixel
people that
is
imagine
for example,
academics can just make shit up.
For example, 1 pixel could equal 10 millirads in the image. And then you count the pixels, and then you multiply that by 10, and then you get the millirads.
Okay.
Is that pretty clear for you?
But why does it equal 1 millirad? Again, 1 pixel.
Because you have if you were to take a 360 picture view, you would have 360 millirads. And then this is only showing a portion of that, which means you would have to know
where does that
what
come from? Okay.
It comes from how we define it. A millirad is 360 3,600 millirads. I'm saying 3,600 millirads.
Not talking about what is a millirad. I'm talking about how do you get a millirad from a pixel. You haven't described that yet.
Because you know how much portion of that image is in millirads. You can have a baseline.
How? That's what I'm asking. How do you know that?
You can take a picture of something where you know the distance, and you know how much. You of course need to calibrate it, and you need to know about the image. You can just take an image and then you know the millirad.
Calibrate what?
You need to calibrate it.
Calibrate it. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What do you?
Okay, hold up. I'm not clear on what a millirad is. Are you referring to radians?
It's just an Yes, it's just an angle. It's just like an angle.
Okay, so you're saying
Like
the thing that you're
meter
taking a
and the
picture of.
millimeter. That's
What?
the kind of thing. Okay, that's it.
So
That's
you're
it.
saying the thing
What
that
did
you
you
could
say,
take a
Bruce?
hold up. So you're saying the thing that you're taking a picture of, you know,
Mhm.
you'll be kind of seeing, you'll capture an angle, right? Like you have
Yes.
wide angle lenses that capture more of an angle,
Yeah.
and it'll be changed by like the focal length and stuff like that.
Yes. Yes. So you need to know these parameters, and you can, I think you can derive it just through math by knowing the focal length and all that. But if you can do that, you can also
You
calibrate
think
it by having
resolution,
something.
and you don't know, do you?
Hmm?
I see. So
Yes,
you
I
need
know
the
this.
pixel, like the angular resolution.
No.
The resolution of the
think
image.
then you don't know.
Hang on.
Fuck.
Yeah, everyone's talking at once.
Percent, I don't think you want to go down that road, because then you're going to start saying that, oh, we can't know the angular size of something.
Well, percentage
I
is
think that's
actually
what we're saying. I'm
asking a
agreeing with
genuine
the guy.
question. RC percentage is asking a genuine question. Bev and What's Up seems to be denying that we cannot measure angles from a picture.
No.
Hold up.
Hold up.
I haven't said
Hang
that
on.
at
I've been
all.
listening.
Why are you lying?
I've
Bev
been
is saying.
Hey,
y'all
hold on.
hear? Is my hello? Mic check. Mic
Yes,
check.
I can hear you.
Okay. I was confused on why y'all kept talking. Then just dial it back a little bit. Don't talk about what you think Bev is saying or whatever, because that's not what I heard. So maybe he could refute that. But I'll just add one thing, and then I'll let y'all get back at it. We're talking about the problem being taking a millirad measurement, if you want to call it that, off of a picture of a compressed object in the distance, one that might be distorted, compressed, or magnified, or whatever. You may be getting that measurement off of a picture, but it doesn't mean that it's a true representation of reality. That's how I'm perceiving it.
But hey,
I would agree with that.
Yeah, but hold up. Don't stop with the millirad is just a way of saying here's what the angular size of the thing is. Millirad is just
I
like
get
a
that,
unit
no
of it.
problem, yeah.
So the point is I don't think especially flat earthers want to go down the road of you can't measure angular size by looking at something. Is that what you're saying?
Tell us what angular size is, right?
Yes, it's how many radians or millirads does this object take up in my field of view?
Yeah, so it's just the angle, right? It's the angle. It's the size of
angular size. Yes, I just said that. But I don't know that you need to repeat what I'm saying when that's literally what I said. If
So
you just
you're
listen
agreeing
to what
to
I
be
said.
distorted.
When did I say it's distorted? Is it distorted or not?
Well, yeah. I mean, everything is distorted.
How do you know?
It's over distance. How do you know?
How do you know?
Obviously, it's distorted. You can't see everything.
We can still measure the angular size of everything. We can measure
Yeah,
the
but it
angular
doesn't
size of
make it
everything, distorted or not.
It doesn't make it reality.
Distorted
It makes
or
it-
not.
I
It
think
makes
there's
it the
Of
angular
course, the
size
angular
of
size
that
is not
thing.
the actual size.
Yeah, you're getting mixed up between the actual size of an object and the
Nice.
angle that it takes up.
Okay, great. No,
Right?
hold up.
It's not
So-
both,
hold
and
up,
it's
hold up.
not both at the same time.
Hold up.
It's the size of the angle or what it appears to be in the picture.
So then you want to start saying that things like the Rayleigh criteria don't take any effect when it comes to.
No, I'm just
Bev,
saying,
Bev,
don't get
stop
mixed
clipping me,
up
stop
between
clipping me, Bev.
angular
Stop
size.
clipping me, Bev.
Yeah,
The problem is then you start having no argument in appealing to angular size for
He
any
never
of
said
arguments. Right? Well, then stop trying to say that
For accurate
angular size.
measurement.
Ricky, stop clipping me. So here's the deal.
I'll tell you
If you
what.
want
I'll
to,
tell you what, Arthur.
if
You
you
came
want to
in
stop,
pretty hot, so let me take control of it.
if you,
right?
Ricky,
You
why
don't
would you
control
me right now?
mod, please. To a mod, right?
Ricky,
So
you're
I'll stay
cutting me
out
off.
of the conversation as you cut me off again,
I'm on.
and I will take control of this. I told Dev to stop clipping. I'm going to tell you the same thing because it's terrible for me to listen to, which means it's terrible for the audience. But you're not going to come in here so hot and heavy, take over like we're all been talking about dumb things for the last hour. So don't do that. Don't assume he's taking away the Riley criteria and all that. That's not what he's
I
doing.
didn't assume anything, Rakia. Now, can you let me actually finish my sentence?
Yeah,
please?
yeah. As soon as you let me finish, or you
Rakia,
can move
you
on.
cut me
You
off.
too.
Rakia.
Okay, hold
Yeah,
on.
just
Guys,
God.
how about this? How about this? Because they were disagreeing with what Gummy Bear was saying in terms of milliradians per pixel or what have you. And I agree.
Funk
If
was
you have,
saying, just to be,
what,
it was
sorry?
Funk, not Gummy.
Oh, sorry, Funk. So, and I would agree that, you know, if you have a set, like a known amount of, like a resolution, basically, for your image or what have you, and you know exactly how many pixels are in there, and you size take that, you know, those two units and calculate what would it be. But I'm not sure what his point was. So, Funk,
Can I
if you
finish
could
my
please
sentence?
elucidate your point.
I've been waiting patiently for 4 minutes while Rakia loses his mind and you do. Can I freaking finish my sentence?
Go ahead, man.
Thank
No,
Or don't.
it's not how it works, man. He can finish his sentence. He cut you off, right? He can finish his sentences when he learns how to act in here. I lost my mind because I cut in twice to tell him what not to do, and he did it to me while I was telling everyone what not to do. So yeah, man, that's not how it works here.
Well, how about this?
Please, okay, hang on. Please recognize that it's terrible for the audience. It's the only reason I'm cutting RC and Bev and whoever else was clipping to tell them not to do that.
Mhm.
I like the argument. We want it here, but we want the audience to hear it. We don't care, you know, who wins or loses.
Okay, so how about
Carry on.
how about you like, you know, make your point, and at that point, if RC wants to steelman it or what have you, we'll let him do that.
Can I finish my sentence now?
Just let Funk get his.
Why can I not finish my sentence that I've been cut off for now? It's been 5 minutes.
All right, go ahead, man.
Thanks. So, if you want to say that we cannot appeal to angular size when it comes to distance, that is the very definition of what perspective is. If you then, therefore, say we can't appeal to that, then we can't appeal to perspective.
Okay,
Because
did
if we
anyone
don't know
say that
anything
though?
about why are you cutting me off? Because if we can't appeal to perspective when it comes to angular size versus distance, okay, then you have cut off everything that Flat Earth appeals to when it comes to why can't I see something in the distance.
Marvelous. When did anyone say that we can't appeal to perspective, or
They said
can't appeal to
you said
angular size?
a number of people said we can't accurately know angular size and it doesn't have a reference to the actual size of things.
No, they said that angular size is not actual size. You can't just make that assumption. You have to, you know, adjust for perspective.
But perspective says distance and angular size are are inversely proportional. The farther you go, the smaller the angular size.
That wasn't the argument.
So that is true, but that's neither here nor there.
Is it or is it not?
It is, yes. They are inversely
come to change
proportional.
the
There are
argument
some other factors
now.
that could come into play, right? Like magnification and what have you. But that's not it's neither here nor there. No one said that. You're attacking a straw man right now.
No, when RC made his statement, he explained why they're relevant. Angular size is critical to perspective calculations.
Of course. No one's saying it's
but
not. I
you
don't
can
know
only
why you guys
measure
are getting in
angles
your head
with
that
straight
someone
lines.
said you can't,
And
you know, that angular size is completely bunk and we can't rely on it whatsoever. No one made that claim as far as I was hearing.
Yeah, so that was made by Bev, but he is no longer here. That
No,
argument
Bev
was
heard me
made by
talk.
Bev, but he's no longer here.
As soon as
Okay.
Bev hears me talk, he leaves.
Okay, fine.
You need straight lines.
Funk, if you, I'm curious where you were going.
Anyway,
with,
carry on, gentlemen. It's very interesting.
I wasn't doing anything specific. This is like, for me, everything we're talking about here is, for me, it's all of it's fucking, it's trivial. It's like this isn't something that we need to go into the weeds of. I don't understand why it's such a big deal to know like the angular size of something. It's very trivial.
I agree, but I'm curious what your point was in mentioning, pixels per milliradian or whatever. What was the point?
Because Bev claimed you couldn't measure angular size, which is dumb. You can.
All right. Well, yeah.
I don't think he said that. All why I
He did say that. He did say that specifically vertically.
Hold on, one at a
He did not say that.
Yeah.
He said you can't do it accurately. Y'all misrepresent what he's saying, and that's what
Well,
upset.
of course, I said, of course, you cannot do it if it's not within the limits of your pictures, the
Okay,
measurement error.
You
But
just stated.
of course, I'm assuming that it has to be able to be within like the limits of your camera. Of course, that's like
And
a
if it
very
was in the
minimum.
camera, in the limits of the camera, you would still have a margin of error in terms of actually counting the pixels, right?
Yes. Yeah, you have an error. So if it's like less than, you have an error, and if the angle is very, very tiny, obviously, then you're gonna have a
quick question.
A higher error. Yeah.
Right.
What is the limit of a camera? What do you mean when you say limit of a camera? What do you mean by that?
By like the amount of pixels you can take, for example, or something like that.
Or like the angle limit, depending on the lens. Like wide angle versus narrow.
If you zoom in, you will have more
capacity, don't you mean?
If you zoom in, you have more precision. Right?
Sure, we could call it focal capacity.
So an engineer just needs to take a picture of a job when he's finished and count the megapixels to confirm if it's according with the project or not. You guys are so moronic, man.
No one.
These are not the tools. These are not the tools to build or to double check the measurements. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
But there is a field of science. There is a field of science called photogrammetry that they do surveying with. And Larry GPS spent over an hour or two explaining it to Ben.
Yeah, and they're very careful to only use certain photos and pictures that are not long distance and not refracted. You need to check into things, and I need to really state that no one here that I heard said that you can't measure with angles. We were saying you can't do it accurately over long distance with angular.
Yeah, but
size.
why would you say that? I wasn't asking if you can. He said when you're only saying you can't do it accurately, it mean to me it means you can't do it if you accept your accuracy.
So you
have
do
to
agree
accept
that
accuracy.
you do agree that no
Obviously.
one said you can't take a measurement with an
It's
angle.
a way of
right?
it's a way of Bev to avoid answering the question.
No, it's a way of him being truthful and honest, and it is the truth.
No.
You can't do it accurately over long.
No.
distance.
This is his way of. He's not answering the question directly. I would
He
agree
answered
with him.
you very specifically. I heard it myself.
Well, why do you
asked,
start?
and he answered.
Why does
And
he
then
start
you
the
mess-
answer with no?
I don't
He
care
starts
what
the
his
answer.
answer is.
He
You
started
gotta
with the answer
understand.
with no, you can't because it's not accurate.
Just you don't want
He
to hear what
actually
I'm going to say.
He actually said
I
you
don't
can't
care.
do anything with a photo.
Yeah, he also said that earlier.
Yeah, accurately.
He didn't add accurately back then. He just said you can't do anything with a photo.
Yeah,
So is that when? Y'all go ahead. I don't want to talk anyway. Go ahead.
Well, but Dave, you didn't hear what he said because he said
Yeah,
you can't do anything with a photo other than preserve a memory.
Yeah, I specifically asked him, what can you do with a photo? He said to preserve a memory. And then when I asked him things like, can you see the ratio between things and like the angular size? Then he was like, no, you can only preserve a memory. You can only
Yeah, and he
see
talked-
what you were if you were there.
He talk about the vertical and horizontal differences, right? I don't care what his answer was. Actually, I care about people misrepresenting what people said because he clearly didn't say you can't take a measurement using an angle because
That's
you
what
can.
he said.
You can
He
be
said
wrong.
that actually earlier.
Okay.
He said not
I don't know
actually
why
did
every
say that.
time,
You can't use a
every
vertical
time
line.
I've tried to speak here as a person in the conversation, I've been talked over by at least 1 to 3 people.
Rakia, to be fair, you've been interrupting a little bit too. I've been,
I agree.
listening.
I agree, but in this case, like it calmed down and everybody got back to non-clipping. And every time I've tried to cut in, like to say what I wanted to say, I've been clipped by 1 or 3 people when we're not trying to do that. I mean, I agree that I did it. So
neither of
But
you
the
guys
thing
have really
is,
been taking turns.
yeah.
you keep making statements about things Bev did or didn't say when you weren't here when he did say them. If we need to, we can go back in the live stream and show that he did say this. But yeah,
I'm only going by what I heard, and then what you said he said about that moment. And I don't think it was the same thing. I think you misrepresented. I wouldn't want to be misrepresented. And now that he's not here to defend himself or say it over again, what he truly meant or recap, then I don't think we should
I don't think it
talk about
doesn't
it
matter
anymore.
much anymore. We should move on.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just said it because somebody asked, and he was the one who brought up the point, which is why we were talking about it. And for me, it's very trivial, and for some weird reason, these things go on for like fucking an hour, which I think is
Hey, Funk,
pretty.
can I ask you a question related to
Yeah.
Okay. Let's
Yeah.
go on.
Nothing. I
Well,
appreciate
you
it.
guys said you could
Is it
measure distances with pixels.
Is it possible?
Hold up, Jin. It's Sin's trying to get a question out.
Yeah, you were saying that you could measure distances with pixels.
I did. I don't think I said it only with like one picture. You need to have like a reference point, at least, or you can take 2 pictures. And
Do you mean angular
parallax.
distances or actual distances?
Hmm?
The way you answered that question makes me think you're thinking of actual distances.
Yeah, I'm thinking, isn't that what Simon Sinklenser is talking about?
Yes, I imagine so, but I don't think you can measure actual distances from 2 pictures that happen to, have the same or proportional angular distances.
You use trigonometry once you know a few things. So if you know the angular size,
you would need more information. You would need to know, at least some physical actual measurements of like the reference points in the thing or what have you.
Yeah, you need 3. You need 3 measurements from taking. For example, you can use parallax, and then you have the. This. You need to know the distance between the 2 pictures, and you need to know the angular difference between the 2 pictures where you took it from.
Between the 2 pictures, I have it both on my monitors.
He means between the 2 cameras, the placement of the cameras.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Am I saying something like? Do I'm not making myself?
Yeah, well, when you say between pictures, it's like you're imagining you have 2 photos in your hand, and it doesn't really.
No. I mean, in physical, real life, you take a picture one place, you move your camera, and you need to know the distance between them.
Okay,
obviously
so it has to
not
be at some
on your
point.
table.
Yeah, at one point at least, it has to be grounded in actual physical measurements of the Earth.
Yes,
right?
yes. You need to know that, but.
You don't need to know. It doesn't need to be a right angle triangle for trigonometry.
No, it doesn't need to be right angle.
It doesn't. That's okay. That's fine. What I'm trying to ask is that you have the distance in between the 2 cameras in real life, physical measurement, physical distance. That's fine. But regarding the pictures, how does that will count for any kind of distance of an object that is within those pictures?
You can't know just from looking at the picture how far away it is.
You just said that's what you need, 2 pictures.
Yeah, 2 pictures. 2 pictures, yeah. And then the different, and then the
that's what I'm asking. How do
heading?
you do that? That's what I'm asking.
I have a drawing somewhere. If you want to see how you.
A question.
I would like to. I would very much like to. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I can show you. I can
Alright,
find a.
let Jin get his word in while you're finding that image.
Okay. Yeah.
We're going to be drowning in this stuff.
Okay.
You might be. I'm enjoying it. So.
You might learn something, Jin, about triangulating things,
possible?
lining up reference points.
Look.
Lining up? Doesn't sound comfortable.
I don't think it's going to prove their globe. That's what I'm.
Oh, of course not.
The listeners to this, this is really, where it's boring. But okay,
It might not be 100% relative to the shape of the Earth or what have you, the surface of the Earth, but it could still be educational.
So you can
Jim, did you to change the subject slightly? Jin, did you see my picture of Google Earth and the flight from Taiwan to Los Angeles?
Yeah. That's what I was going to ask a question. Going on Mars again. No, I haven't seen that. Where is that? When did you post it?
When was the day we were talking about it? Monday or yesterday? Whatever day we were talking about it, I did it shortly after. I can post it again.
I saw a video someone posted.
And so
yeah, that would be nice if we could post it again. That would be fantastic.
What was the argument that Honolulu is closer to Taiwan than Anchorage?
The question was, is it possible? Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
And do I own your children?
Your blog was a bit suspicious. Can you speak up?
Sorry, do I own your children now, or does Rude have?
No, I own them.
No, he bet them.
No, but I stole them from you.
Okay. All right. Well, you're gonna have to change the diapers.
Yeah, I'll graciously give them back to Jen.
Yeah, he doesn't own anything of mine, that's for sure. But as I was saying, right, is it possible to grow vegetables in an environment which is less than 1% of Earth, as is being claimed by NASA? They're making a claim that mushrooms are growing again on Mars.
Mushrooms aren't
Growing
vegetables.
again. No.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's a faulty premise because mushrooms aren't vegetables.
They don't photosynthesize either.
All right, it's a fungi.
Have you seen the mushrooms on Mars, though?
It's a fungi. It's a fungi then. Yeah, mushrooms are growing on Mars
I
again.
am fun at parties, Jen.
Have you seen the mushrooms on the cloud?
On the who?
Yeah. Is it possible?
The who?
Doctor Who.
Yeah, mushrooms don't need to photosynthesize, so they don't need a strong sun.
What do they need?
Really?
You all live in a cave.
Really?
Under your mum's basement.
Chucky, what do mushrooms need to grow?
They need nutrients in the soil.
Moisture.
So they need soil.
And
Well, they need
so
a medium.
soil, and they need moisture, which is less than 1%. Less than 1% of Earth's atmosphere, and in that environment, mushrooms can grow.
Fungus.
No water, dry, arid land.
That's a good point, by the way.
Well, your question is kind of malformed, Jin, because you said 1% of Earth, and they need Earth, as in soil. So they're going to need a lot more than 1% if they need to be placed in soil and getting the nutrients, the water from the soil, right?
Yeah, but I said less than 1% of Earth's atmosphere. I said.
Oh, atmosphere. I missed out on the atmosphere part.
Yeah.
He didn't say that first. He said
Yeah,
it
less than 1% of Earth's atmosphere. I said
Okay.
Earth atmosphere is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Not Earth, the soil. You can't
the
grow
answer
anything
would
there
be,
anyway. But
The answer would be I don't know, but there'd be a way to find out by trying to grow mushrooms on Mars. And if they grow, then the answer is
well, the point is, someone did try and they failed miserably anyway.
okay. So then the answer is no.
They tried to simulate Mars and that, but no, it didn't work. Tried.
But that,
do you think it's possible?
I haven't heard that NASA are claiming they found mushrooms on Mars. Rather, there are pictures that people claim are mushrooms when they look a little bit like mushrooms. As far as I know, maybe I'm wrong that they have claimed this, but as far as I'm aware, it's just people claiming that NASA pictures show mushrooms. NASA hasn't claimed anything about them being mushrooms.
Well,
either way, they're wrong. There's no mushrooms.
Well, I don't think Mars is warm enough either.
Well, how would they be wrong if they haven't claimed anything?
No, either way, whoever does claim it, if it's
NASA-
people
NASA-
or NASA, whoever does is wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, we agree.
NASA got sued.
Sued for what?
Over mushrooms or what?
Are you claiming they got sued for claiming there were mushrooms on Mars?
Not possible.
What were they sued for, Jen?
Oh no, what it was a guy called Ron
Weasley.
Yeah, let me get it out, and then you'll understand what I'm saying. There's a guy called Ron Joseph back in Ukraine on a piece of rock discovered by the Opportunity rover or something. Yeah, they said there was fungi growing on this piece of rock. Now Ron Joseph contacted NASA and said, "Can you move that rover back to the rock and let's investigate it?" And NASA refused. Now, seeing as he's a taxpayer and NASA is working on taxpayers' money, this person obviously felt he had the right to demand that, and he sued them. Okay, it's their 2014. So you can I can post it.
What happened with the suit?
He was approached and asked to not do that.
To settle.
Shortly after that, someone dumped a whole load of mushrooms in his garden.
So, because something is publicly funded,
So
doesn't
the
mean it's
lawsuit-
publicly controlled.
So he got free food for a
He
year.
dropped the lawsuit. He got a visit. He got a visit from a man with a suit and tie, like the Men in Black kind of thing. And then he dropped the lawsuit. And shortly after that, there was a whole load of mushrooms dumped in his garden. Apparently.
So got a free supply of
He probably got
psychedelics.
paid off then, huh?
Yeah, free supply of psychedelics. That's what he got.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was harassed by a fun guy with mushrooms.
Yeah. There
It's
you
a
go.
very funny
Okay.
guy, yeah.
It would
That's
really
what
suck if
happened
those
back in
mushrooms were
2014.
poisonous.
Hence, yeah.
Was there a protesta?
So hence, NASA.
So the implication is that NASA was lying about the rock and the mushroom
The
on the
rock?
rock or whatever.
You mean the Rock,
Yeah,
the celebrity?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, interesting though. That someone actually went that far to sue them. Yeah, that's what's going on out there at the moment. If you believe that we're on Mars, for those of you,
We're not. We're on Earth.
that's right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we
Mars.
are on Earth right now, yeah.
Exactly.
If you mean there's a rover on Mars, for sure.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's a rover on Mars.
There
No
are
people,
a
but there's a
number
rover.
there are a number of rovers on Mars, aren't there? Supposedly.
Well,
And
3, wouldn't it?
satellites orbiting Mars, supposedly. Even India's over there. India's in Mars.
No, India's on Earth again. Yeah.
Orbiting.
Yeah.
India and
India's in Asia.
Yeah.
India is
Saudi
in
Arabia.
Asia, not on Mars.
Yeah.
It's a subcontinent, so that's kind of
India has sent, you know what I mean? India has sent a satellite to Mars. Saudi Arabia has also sent a probe to Mars.
Did they send a satellite, Jen?
Well, they sent a probe.
Supposedly.
They sent a probe.
A
Supposedly,
probe,
yeah.
not a satellite. There's a difference.
No. But a satellite is anything that's orbiting something, isn't it? Not anyway. So you could be considering it a satellite. So it could be considered a satellite anyway. But yeah, they sent a probe. If you believe that. China also sent a probe. So you've got China, you've got India, you've got Saudi Arabia, you've got Russia, and now you have America. What's going on, eh?
In other news,
All these countries.
McDonald's opens the first franchise from any fast food company on Mars.
Yeah, that's where it's heading.
Overpriced shitty food on Mars?
Hey, when you're in a pinch,
No,
it does the trick.
Shitty Foods is a Chinese restaurant.
The honest one?
Shitty Foods?
Oh, is that actually?
No, it's a South Park joke. There's an Asian guy that owns a restaurant called City Foods, but because of his accent, it
Oh,
sounds
right.
like shitty foods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant.
I have a big property to sell on Mars. If
Nice.
anyone is interested to buy, I have one to sell.
I got some nickel.
Yeah, I'm interested in your property pending physical inspection.
Yeah. Do you remember in the early 80s they were selling land plots of the moon you could buy?
Yep.
Yeah. I remember what
Ridiculous.
fool is gonna. I remember when I heard it, but what fool is gonna buy that? How are you gonna develop it?
How about stars? Anyone here who owns a star?
Yeah, you can name a star.
I own Jin's children.
Well,
They're
Uzi
stars?
Vert bought a planet. Did you guys hear about that?
In your dreams, pal. In your my children will wipe you out, mate. They don't like to be owned. I don't even own them.
Well, then you shouldn't have bet them.
Meanwhile, no curvature to be measured.
But Earth has been measured and it's a sphere.
Tell another one.
Geodetic surveyors measured it, what, 1870?
They didn't measure a sphere.
Did they measure the Earth? Did they measure the United States?
They tried
Canada,
to.
India? They tried to.
They tried to, yes.
And what happened?
They didn't do it accurately, and that's why the next survey had different, points, and they had to
How
actually
inaccurate
combine
is
the
it?
two.
Is it accurate now?
The land masses, I would say, have been accurately measured
Okay. So I'll
for the
ask
most
you the
part.
question I've asked.
The inhabited
I'll
land
ask-
masses.
Okay. So do we know the distances between Los Angeles, Montreal, Miami, and Santiago, Chile?
Accurately enough for our purposes.
Yes.
I wouldn't say
And
it's
when you
completely
plot those out-
accurate, but accurately enough for our purposes.
And when you plot those out accurately and to scale, do they fit on a flat map?
I don't see why not.
That's the problem. If the Earth is flat, they would.
Is this the trajectory or this route that you're gonna take to measure? Is this a straight line?
It's a geodesic.
That.
But in
what
your
do you mean
distances, are you
geodetic?
counting for elevation changes?
The shortest distance.
That's what.
between places.
That's what they're
All those
measuring.
places-
Elevation change.
All those places are near sea level, are they not?
Sea level.
Sorry?
Yes, sea level.
You
Are-
don't
are
see a
not all
problem
those
there.
places
Did you say
at
that
sea
all
level?
the places are above sea
You
level?
don't see a problem there.
No, those are all port cities, are they not?
What's your point?
So they're at or near sea level.
No, but the way that we get distances is, it's a function of elevation change. We're measuring the distances over elevation, right? And the changes of elevation. So if we're going over a hill, we're covering more distance than if we just went straight through in a straight line.
Yeah, that's what we're not talking about. We're not talking about using a trundle wheel.
Hold up, are you saying that we have accurate straight line distances from these cities?
Yes,
How?
by geodesic surveying, by verifying them with flights, by verifying them with
Well, hold up,
navigation,
let's
by
stick with
verifying them
the
GPS.
first one. So how are they accurately cutting through all of the topographical changes?
When they do geodetic surveying using horizontal.
Who's that?
Jin, that's you, man.
Oh, right. I didn't realize. Sorry, guys.
That Japanese porn.
Yeah. No, that was some kind of music.
You guys
So
are
when it said
forgetting.
we have accurately
You guys are
measured the
forgetting that
distances-
Water is what is between the land masses. Yeah, yeah. Water, the land masses are connected with the bottom of the oceans. They're not floating. Yeah, they're connected with the bottom of the ocean. The surface of the water, we all know it's level, flat, straight, horizontal. That's what the water is. That's how we observe it. So from shore to shore, you have a level place. Now, what you guys are doing with geodetic service, geodetics, is to measure above sea level. We all know sea is level.
Yes, but water is not flat or horizontal.
Yeah, of course it is.
That's what he would say, George. He says
that's
that
what we use as a
curved.
gauging tool for anything, my friend.
Who's
water.
we?
Yes, surveyors.
So why is MSL mean sea level a geoid?
Sea level. What is your interpretation of level? What is your definition of level?
Mean sea level is not a geoid.
When you're talking about sea level?
What is your definition of sea level?
Was it the ellipsoid? You want to use the ellipsoid?
No.
The definition of sea level
from the heliocentric model, but that's not what mean sea level means.
Sea level means water conforming to the shape of the Earth.
Yes.
Yeah, because you need a concave container to contain water, not a sphere.
No.
Like a lake or a pond. The same way. Yeah, correct.
No.
Not a sphere. The surface of the water is level. That's why we call sea level. It has a specific vector. Left to right, horizontal. It doesn't curve.
No.
It doesn't curve. No, it doesn't. The oceans in your globe model curve due to gravity, which has been debunked. It's been debunked already, my friend.
By who?
By who? By Einstein.
No.
Yes. Oh, hold up.
Gravity is not a force. It's the bending of space-time. It doesn't bend water. It doesn't contain gases.
Gravity is a pseudo-force. Pseudo-forces act like forces.
And gravity has nothing to do with geometry in this case.
George, if you will. So, Chucky, can you please explain or expound on how you were saying that mean sea level means the geoid, means the ellipsoid?
Yes. Yeah, mean sea level is the ellipsoid as per geodetic survey. When they measure an elevation change, they reference it to the geoid or the ellipsoid. They're slightly different. I think the geoid is potential gravity, and the ellipsoid is.
Okay, but I'm gonna stop you there.
It's begging the question.
That's literally not what. Hold up, George. So that's literally not what mean sea level is. They don't have to do any surveying to get mean sea level. Mean sea level is the average level of the water, and it's calculated by getting the mean, the average, of hourly tide levels, and this is over a long period of time.
Are you sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
Yeah, 100%. They take in factors such as pressure, waves, tides, salinity, and many more over a long period of time to get a mean sea level and measure vertical change for elevation based on that mean sea level.
Okay, when they reference an elevation of, let's say, somewhere in the Midwest, Detroit City, is that measured to the ocean, or is that measured to the?
So there's a difference between
mean sea levels. Yeah.
Hold up. There's a difference between sea level and mean sea level. So basically, they're figured out in the same way. For each station, they take the arithmetical mean of hourly tide and the changes therein over an extended period of time. And then to get mean sea level, which is supposed to be the whole world, they take all of these different stations with their individual local sea levels, and they just find the average therein.
But the mean sea level. The mean sea level can.